Hello ladies and gentlemen, today I became the devil's siren bride. Manhwa audio recap. This is part 2, so subscribe to divine into the video. Maronia said, sticking her head out from behind her back. Young madam, you know the saying that when you fall in love, that person looks the most beautiful in the world. I fell in love the moment I saw you, young madam. It was an unexpected love confession. It was also the most pure and lovely confession of love in the world. Arya in the mirror rolled her eyes like a rabbit and smiled. Then Maronia hugged her behind her back and said, "So, I want young madam to please love the person in the mirror. So that my love won't be pitiful. Yes? The person in the mirror." She looked in the mirror and saw very bright pink eyes. The color was so brilliant that it could be believed to have been made with a delicate pink sapphire. Her hair, which looked just as white as snow, shimmered in a pale pink color as the sun shone over her head. The face I always see in the mirror. However, it seems she had never tried to look closely. My eyelashes are incredibly long. Although the pigment is close to white, it is inconspicuous. Eyes that are clear and large. That's why it seemed to give a more mysterious impression. The facial features are well balanced, and the corners of the mouth are pretty when I smile. And both cheeks were always blushing rosy. It is not a standardized beauty image, but there was definitely a unique beauty. Arya seems to understand why people call her a fairy just by looking at her. It was the first time she had had such a thought, so she looked even more carefully. Oh, I see. Even if everyone in the world criticized her for being ugly, it would have been enough if only her people told her that they loved her. That's all I needed. Arya smiled somehow. She doesn't know yet what it means to love herself enough to make her look the prettiest in the world. She had a strong conviction that if she spent time with her people like this, sooner or later she would find out how to love me. Arya turned her back and hugged Maronia tightly. Then Maronia smiled and said that I love you again. I love you. Have you confessed your love to my bride now? It was Lloyd. The boy who stopped by the bride's waiting room just in time tilted his head slowly. Tell me if you're a couple. I'll take care of it right now. Maronia sighed and hid behind Arya's back. Although she was taller than Arya, so she was not hidden at all. The girl, who trembled like a prey when she had found a natural enemy, whispered softly. I don't think my love is deep enough to accept the duel of the Grand Prince. Both of them were making serious jokes. Arya grinned and walked over to the boy who was leaning on the doorstep with his arms crossed. Usually, he only wore a white shirt and black pants neatly. He looked like a different person when she saw that he was wearing a fancy robe, and the hair that was messed up without taking care of it at all. Today, the hair was properly arranged, and the curls were like waves. Oh, there's a mole under the right eyebrow. She didn't know because he had been covering it with his bangs all this time. And, I don't know where to put my eyes. Arya was a little embarrassed. Somehow he looks different. Lloyd also looked at Arya and was silent for a moment. Is it strange? Her skirt was inflated with frills, and her waist was accented with a cute ribbon. It was a wedding dress designed with a cute feeling rather than a flashy and elegant one. Because I was still a 10-year-old kid, it was created by Grand Duke Valentine by inviting the best designers in the capital. It can be weird. The hair that came down to the waist was neatly arranged with perfume oil. On top of it was a crown-shaped decoration made of platinum and diamonds. Arya hasn't worn makeup yet, but she was lightly dusted with the glittering pearl powder over her eyelids. To be honest, today's Arya was a bit pretty even for herself. I've never thought of myself as pretty, even once in my life, but it's pretty good if I look pretty. It was when Arya tilted her head. Lloyd covered her face with a veil. Huh? How can the groom put on the bride's veil? Arya gently lifted the veil that covered her eyes and looked at Lloyd. Well, never mind. I think Lloyd is the most beautiful in the world. Today he was like a painting. A painting called ink painting from the eastern continent came to mind. She has only seen it once, and the contrast between black and white was so sharp that it was a static and neat style of painting. Is it like a neat orchid because of the red and transparent skin around the eyes? She acknowledged it. If Lloyd had looked in the mirror, he would have seen his change, yet wouldn't he have reacted at all. Arya flapped her lips and praised the boy outright and frankly. You're beautiful today. Really pretty. Then, the handsome young man's eyes instantly turned into a beast. His face wrinkled disgustingly, and Lloyd, who hurried over, lifted Arya straight up. Gasp! She was about to scream. Arya covered her mouth and opened her eyes wide. Startled, her heart pounded and ran wildly. Who are you saying pretty to? You should look in the mirror and talk. What is that? Arya bit her lip, thinking she might burst into laughter. What is that expression? Lloyd raised an eyebrow. He seem to be aware of what he was saying. Young Lloyd is cute. Arya knew him very well, who would later become Grand Duke Valentine. I wonder how he will react if I mention today's event after he grows up. Just in time, Dana seemed to be busy filming them with the videosphere. She was making evidence that could not be refuted. Someday I'll have to tease you, Arya promised that day. Lloyd, unable to understand Arya's plans, said with a small click on his tongue. I thought you gained weight. It's the same. He headed to the soon-to-be ceremony venue, holding Arya. Arya started to panic belatedly at that time. Oh, wait. I have no intention of entering in such a conspicuous way. As she struggled, Lloyd grabbed her even tighter each time she did. Why are you so strong? She still thought he was tall and skinny because he was a young boy. She was held in his arms, so his muscles were blatant. Because of that, she really couldn't move. Arya eventually resigned and stretched her body. And she chose to cover her face, which was hot red, with both her hands. After many twists and turns, the wedding started safely. Since the bride and groom were young, the ceremony was omitted as briefly as possible, and Arya couldn't even recite her wedding vows. However, Lloyd, the mastermind behind the wedding, seemed to have no care whether or not it was a formality. It's a wedding that was hosted at the risk of being seen as a sign of treason to the emperor. Arya's existence was widely known to the world, so the rest doesn't really matter. Then he has achieved his desired purpose properly. Because Lloyd touched the privileges of the heirs to the throne, and now it is a wedding that will go down in history. Arya shook her head in her heart. They exchanged rings with each other in the prayer room of the Grand Duke's castle. Rabbit, reach out your hand, hurry. Is this really the new groom's way of talking? It's just a formal marriage, but she wanted to make it feel like it was supposedly something. Suddenly he became less cute. When Arya made a sulky expression, Lloyd raised his eyebrows in response. The boy carefully placed the ring over the white glove she was wearing. Lloyd looked at the ring on Arya's hand and put a satisfied smile on his lips. It's not like he was happy to welcome me as a bride. Arya was puzzled, and she looked down at the ring she was wearing. Wow, it's sparkling. It was a deep blue diamond. Moreover, this unusually shaped crafting method was certainly the starry joy of the memorial jeweler. It got its name because it sparkles like stardust sprinkled on the dark night sky whenever it receives light. No matter how the Valentine's family is, it's such a high-priced jewel for a wedding like a child's play that will soon be divorced. However, upon closer inspection, it was something different from ordinary jewelry. Like the fluctuating Milky Way, the inside of the jewel shook constantly. This was an artifact with magic. Close your eyes and imagine you recommunicating your thoughts to me. Telepathic magic, right? Lloyd answered her thoughts. Is it only for Lloyd? Yes. Arya opened her eyes gently, then looked around the ring with curious eyes. It's strange. Have you ever used magic? You learn it so quickly. That's because it uses the same energy. By the way, I've heard that people who don't know how to use energy take quite a while to learn how to use artifacts. Arya was surprised inside, but she kept a calm expression on her face. I don't think so. Lloyd stroked his chin and concluded lightly. You must be a natural. He was also a genius, and there were many talented people around him, so he seemed to take it lightly. Rather, William, who was officiating, looked at her with a new look of surprise. Now, throw away your worn-out bag. Every time he looked at the bag before, he looked at it as if he wanted to burn it. It seems that the purpose of the special creation of the wedding ring as an artifact was to throw away the worn-out bag. Deep blue diamond artifact. How much would it have cost? Arya had a lot of knowledge in this area, so it seemed like she could get a rough estimate. She was afraid to think deeply, so she stopped. But you said this was only for Lloyd. Only those who exchanged rings would be able to send and receive telepathy. Using magic stones allows you to use a wider range of magic, but there was a limit to the magic that could be contained if used. How do I communicate with other people if you take away my bag? Then Lloyd raised his head up and brazenly responded. What's the point of making others know? She wondered if this ring was intentionally made with a gem rather than a magic stone. While Arya was silent for a moment, William read the marriage proclamation. The kiss of the oath. Arya and Lloyd looked at William at the same time. He belatedly realized it in the middle of the wedding. What of the oath? HMM, excuse me. The butler declared again, realizing that he had not taken into account the age of the young bride and groom. Then the smooch of the oath. It ended in a question form. Just skip it, Lloyd coldly ordered. Then the butler coughed again and made the final declaration. Therefore, the officiant solemnly declares that this marriage has been completed smoothly. The guests, who had only rolled their eyes in the bloody atmosphere, got up and clapped as if they had waited. You have to carry out the first night. She heard something unexpected. Are you crazy? Are you a beast? Lloyd was furious. The boy didn't he seem to have received the words well. Arya felt her head ache. The Grand Princess expression is a little you only need to use one room. Only for one day. The employees, sweating, pushed Lloyd into the room. It looked as if they were trying to rush in all at once using the tools they had to put the wild beast inside the cage. Maybe they didn't tell him in advance because they assumed it was going to be like this. They were not planning on having anything unscrupulous about young children, so this is just a simple precedent. Arya quickly calmed down. It's just sleeping in the same room. Is it something to be so angry about? Arya also thought she couldn't understand the sensibility of the delicate adolescent boy. I'll have to look around the room. She looked around, leaving Lloyd, who raised his voice, and the bewildered employees. It was so bleak that she couldn't believe it was the Grand Princess room. Rather, the guest room I am staying in would be more glamorous. The person's life was bound to be buried in the room to some extent. Arya remembered Sabina looking at Lloyd and clicking her tongue that he only knew work, training, and studies. The boy's regular and monotonous life was melted in this room. Quang! Then, the door closed with a heavy sound. Woo! Lloyd let out a sigh full of irritation. I sleep on the sofa, you sleep on the bed. Why don't we sleep together? You want to sleep together? No, that. Arya stopped sending a message to him, but she looked down at the bed. It was large enough for 10 people to lay side by side and roll around. If this is enough, even if you have a bad sleeping habit, you won't be able to touch even a single hair. There is no need to leave the bed in good condition and sleep on the sofa inconveniently. Why are you so shy? Shush. It was a natural question for Arya, but Lloyd seemed stunned by her words. Ha, fine. Against a child who doesn't know anything. That's not it. What kind of life have I been living? According to her memories of living in the heights of decadence and pleasure, Arya was acquiring all her knowledge there. Inexperience is common. Even though it was the first day after her marriage, she wasn't nervous at all. They were just kids, but what was that tension for? They can have a pillow fight or something. Then suddenly, Arya had a playfulness that she did not even know she had. What is the first night? She asked innocently, blinking her big eyes. Lloyd lost his words as she tilted her head as if she knew nothing. Have you ever received sex education? Lloyd said as she had asked himself first and had already come to a conclusion. Considering Arya's background of growing up, she could not have received a proper sex education. There is such a thing. It hurts. Something feels strange. Hurts. Death. Lloyd would be the only one who could explain the first night like that. But she didn't think he didn't seem to be saying anything because he was too lazy to explain. I think he's serious. Arya saw a light of contempt in the boy's black eyes. You need to know, so I'll tell you in advance. He sighed and continued. Anyone who mixes their body with Valentine's direct blood will be entangled in a curse, fall ill and die. After Lloyd's very brief explanation, she paused. There was no way a 10-year-old child knew what it meant to mix bodies. He muttered to himself, stroking the nape of his neck with his palm. What should I do with a kid who doesn't know anything? She could have guessed it roughly when she saw the wives of the predecessor Grand Dukes all died after giving birth to children. Is that the cause? On the other hand, Arya, who immediately understood Lloyd's meaning, was silent. Considering her current age, she doesn't think she should pretend to know, she just pretended not to know. Wait a minute. Arya realized it late. Come to think of it, her marital relationship was not simply a relationship that led to the bond of family. So now, even if I kiss Lloyd, it should be okay. It means that even if they are still young, they are a couple, so it is legally permitted. Arya had never thought about it that way, and her mind went blank. Anyway, don't worry about it. I won't even touch you when you re an adult. Although she knew that the words that followed immediately were just a useless worry. Mixing a body with a direct Valentine's blood exposes the body to the devil's malice, and eventually becomes corrupted. So you get sick and you die. Arya seemed to understand why Lloyd looked like that. She seemed to know why he hated Grand Duke Valentine. A curse that kills one's companion, perhaps the one they love the most. Did Grand Duke Valentine love Sabina? Did Sabina love Grand Duke Valentine? Did they end up falling in love with each other? If that is the case, could there be a more cruel curse in the world? Arya stared at Lloyd without a word. Have he ever thought that it would have been better if he had not been born? If Arya had come to the Grand Duchy a little later, Sabina would have already passed away. It was hopeless. Lloyd must have been preparing for her passing while rotting inside, nursing her every day. Lloyd seemed to think that his own life had been earned in exchange for his mother's life. I am sure of that. Arya looked around Lloyd's room again. There were hobbies that boys would normally have. There are only minimal supplies. It was like a quiet grave. It was like the room of a penitent sinner. Why are you making atonement? What's wrong with you? Her stomach has been getting stuffy. Arya bit her lip, thinking she might cry. Because if Sabina died, she saw firsthand what kind of life Lloyd would choose and what future he would face. So, it hurt her even more. So, don't be curious about useless things and go to sleep. The boy said so, then lifted her up and put her down on the bed. Arya didn't feel like teasing him anymore, so she nodded her head quietly. You know, Lloyd. Why? Thank you for being born. I'll make sure you re-happy. Where did you learn those words? Lloyd's face frowned at the typical proposal line. He grinned at Arya's words and ruffled his bangs before stopping. Ah, what else is this? His hair, which had been neatly organized at the best, was cluttered again. The boy frowned when his palms were sticky with the wax used to fix his hair. It bothered me. Looking at his expression, he looked uncomfortable and wanted to wash it off right away. Go to sleep first. I'll wash up and come out, He went into the bathroom attached to the room. After a while, she heard the sound of water pouring through the closed door. Arya quietly lay on Lloyd's bed, waiting for him to finish showering, but as she was quietly listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom. Well, I feel a little bit. She knew nothing was going to happen, but her fingertips tickled as if static electricity kept rising. Why is her heart beating faster? I think I am crazy. Arya pulled the blanket up to her neck and closed her eyes tightly. After a while, Lloyd came out of the bathroom. He didn't say anything. Even the sound of breathing could be heard in the room. The sound of water dripping on the floor echoed in her ears. For a moment, she heard Lloyd shaking his head with a towel, and then he walked over to her side. What? He said he slept on the sofa. The boy's breath drew nearer. He bent his torso and stretched his arm over the opposite shoulder. Arya held her breath. She felt the tight muscles wet from water and drops of water drip down her cheeks. Arya's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly lifted them up. As Lloyd looked down at her, a twisted smile was on his lips. Why, you said we should sleep together. Are you afraid? You must have never heard from the priest that the devil catches you if you stay awake until late at night. The boy picked up the pillow that was next to her and straightened his back. Then he took it and went to the front of the sofa and lay down on it. So why did you come to me and pick up the pillow from the other side? Arya slowly let out the breath she had been holding back, and stretched her body, which had been stiffened by the tension. Belatedly, her face became warm and her heart began to beat rapidly. Wow, in the middle of the night, with only grasshoppers chirping through the window, her heart was the loudest. It sounded so loud, like her stomach pounding, that she was ashamed that Lloyd would see her own feelings openly. I was fooled. It's cute that Lloyd didn't like her for talking about the first night, so she just made fun of him. She even joked with him only once and then she stopped right away. It felt like it got back to her. It's like Tristan's bad personality. Arya puffed up her cheeks with a sulky face. It was a childish act, but what about it? It didn't matter as the only light in the room was a dim candle, and no one was watching. Why is your mouth sticking out like a beak? But did Lloyd have eyes on the side of his head? She was startled and her cheeks were deflated instantly. Go to sleep. As he said, she should go to sleep before she could be more humiliated. Arya closed her eyes tightly without any regrets and went to sleep. Arya heard a groan softly in her sleep. Ugh! There was the sound of a groan and the sound of the leather sofa being scraped mercilessly against the fingernails. What? Her eyes lit up, and she jumped up. Lloyd was crouching on the couch. Arya was so startled that she thought her heart was going to drop to the floor. She hurriedly got off the bed and ran to the couch where Lloyd was. Lloyd! Arya woke him up by shaking him with her trembling hands. She thought that he was having a nightmare, however. Kook. Lloyd bowed his back and vomited bright red blood. Arya became pale as she couldn't do anything. She hurriedly took her hand away from him and took a step back. Did he just vomit blood? Lloyd? Why? He can't. It's enough for her to die. Why him? Burn her brightly, then he should be happier than anyone else. Obviously no one was in the room except for Arya, but Lloyd's shoulder suddenly fell with a loud noise. As if he had received a strong shock from something. What the hell is this? A blue bruise suddenly appeared on the white, smooth skin. A solid red line was drawn, and the wound grew deeper and deeper and blood dripped. The bones were reflected as if they were by a sword. Her mind went blank. Arya couldn't accept what was going on with Lloyd. It sounded absurd in common sense, but it was as if a fight had begun inside his body. How much time has passed? Moisture flowed endlessly, and Lloyd let out a rough breath. He wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead, then looked at the pale Arya and let out a languid sigh. That's why I didn't want to bring you into the room. Come here, frightened rabbit. It's not like you've got a deadly disease. Lloyd tried to reassure Arya, but well, it was not at all. What had happened to him seemed more serious than deadly disease, so she was stiff. Even asking if he was okay seems meaningless. He couldn't be okay. Lloyd, Arya sent him a message, contorting her face as if she was crying. She's speechless, she doesn't know what to do, and like a fool, she can only think of his name. Sometimes I have seizures, Lloyd explained lightly. It was a refined expression for whoever heard it. How can that be a seizure? His body was unilaterally mutilated by an unknown force. It was nonsense. Creak. The boy grabbed his dislocated shoulder as if he was used to it and tucked it in. There was the sound of his bones snapping together. He didn't show much pain, and he turned his shoulder to make sure it was moving properly. Growing pains. Was it about this? Then it means that it has been this way ever since then. Arya really didn't know. Nothing at all. The karma of the family. From generation to generation, to atone for sins that have been committed, like this. He pulled out a bandage and wrapped it roughly over the wound. It was a careless treatment to the extent that she doubted whether the treatment would work properly. Becoming a devil. Rabbit. Are you scared? Lloyd paused what he was doing for a moment before tilting his head. The warm smile that draped over his lips seemed to represent the current twisted boy's judgment. If you're scared, will you let me go now? He asked, like floating. It was as if he had erected a thorn to desperately hide his own wounds. So Arya did not even think of hiding the tears that were flowing from her, and it was dripping. She ran and hugged Lloyd tightly. He hardened his body. Then he grabbed her shoulder as he quickly dug into her arms. You going to get blood? Lloyd? Lloyd paused and stopped pushing. You? His eyes, which had been slightly distorted by the pain, opened in an instant. Lloyd pulled her out of his arms with more certainty this time, with expression questioning his own ears. Did you just say that? Arya didn't care if he felt betrayed and if he asked if she had been deceiving him. But she didn't like him being sick to death. She hugged Lloyd desperately. Please don't push me away. She rested her forehead on Lloyd's shoulder. Did you know, the land where lemons bloom? And she hugged him tightly, as she whispered a healing song into his ear. In darkened leaves the gold oranges glow, a soft wind blows from the pure blue sky. Originally, it was a song that had Obi sung with a clean tone like a flute and a chirping bird. Clear and transparent, the more it did, the more pronounced the effect. However, the melody of the song did not continue smoothly and was cut off with sparse moisture. Because of the flowing tears, the tone was wet like falling raindrops. Stop. Lloyd tried to push Arya back with his low, locked voice. The myrtle stands mute, and the bay tree high. Arya didn't stop. As if it was submerged in the water, the muffled song continued. Do you know it well? It's there I'd be gone, to be there with you, oh, my beloved one. She hugged Lloyd tightly and pressed her forehead to his shoulder. She continued to dig into his arms without being pushed away. The more he did it, the more the boy hardened his body as if it had stiffened. The cut, which was deep enough to leave a permanent scar, healed in an instant. This was because, along with Arya's abilities, Lloyd's resilience was far greater than that of ordinary people. I told you to stop. Finally Lloyd managed to push her away. In fact, if he had used his power to force her off, there would have been no way he couldn't have done it. No, would it be more accurate to say that he didn't do it? Lloyd's eyes, which had barely met hers, were dimly blurred and hazy. The boy let out his breath slowly. The reaction was a beat late. She was terrified late. Vincent's words came to mind. Easy to go crazy, easy to break. Because the Siren's abilities were not physical, but emotional. I was told that the mental power of the direct lineage is very weak. Was it suddenly too much stimulation for Valentine, who was vulnerable to madness? What if he was already addicted? Concerned, she called out his name cautiously. Lloyd. What happened to your voice? Lloyd let out a slightly cracked voice. Arya belatedly covered her mouth and looked into Lloyd's eyes. She had done it without thinking at all, but when she was about to wait for his reaction, she was terrified. You deserve to be angry. Arya was determined not to be hurt no matter what kind of abusive language she heard. Although it didn't have much of an effect. Arya closed her eyes tightly at Lloyd's call. What is it? The boy wrapped his hand around her cheek and pulled her closer, to keep her from turning away and avoiding his gaze. Lloyd's face was right in front of her, until his breath touches her. Siren, a minority race that puts magic into songs, Siren. At one time, it was treated as a legendary ghost, but known outside the world as the Cortez family. Lloyd covered his mouth and muttered again. It was you, the one who cured his mother's disease. But, how have you been able to hide your voice until now? Count Cortez doesn't know anything. Otherwise, he won't sell you to Valentine. Arya knew that he, of course, would blame herself. Have you lied to me all this time? How could you deceive me like that? She thought he would say so. But, far from expelling her out of the Grand Duke's castle for deceiving him, Lloyd was saying a completely different thing. I think you worried for me. Arya blankly blinked her eyes. If the Count has a daughter who has inherited the Siren's powers, there's no way he can let you go. It's obvious that they'll pursue you to the ends of the world and try to arrest you. Because he asked what had happened without rebuking Arya, she had no choice but to explain her circumstances in a slow voice. Since I was born, I've been drinking the potion my mother gave me. When I drink it, I can make a sound. Arya's mother hid her daughter's siren abilities in order to protect her daughter, and the Count, who felt ashamed of it, hid her existence. So she's been living as a ghost. It's the first time I've heard of such a potion. Is there any left? Arya shook her head. Any potion is bound to have side effects. If you thought of anything, tell me. I don't know. I just drank steadily what my mother gave me. She actually knew what ingredients went into potions. Sophia was knowledgeable about the miscellaneous medicinal herbs and gave Arya her knowledge, albeit briefly. But if I reveal it in detail, it will only come out that my current condition is nothing more than time-limited. Arya pretended she didn't know anything, and he narrowed the gap between his brows dissatisfied. But he didn't ask any more. Arya hesitated for a moment, then she opened her mouth. Aren't you mad? Then Lloyd responded with frustration. For what? Your desperate efforts to survive. The one who didn't notice it sooner is the idiot. You didn't do anything wrong. Nothing. His rough thumb wiped away the tears from her eyes. So, don't be intimidated. She never dreamed that he would say that. She couldn't even fathom how deep this boy's understanding was. It seemed that he would understand even if Arya was openly revealing all the sins and shame she had committed in her past life. He seemed to embrace her to the bottom. Even though we met again, you saved me. Arya's throat was choked and she couldn't say anything, and her mouth couldn't even move. Everything you say and do always comes with a deep meaning. She was saved by him today, and she can really do anything for him. Raw, unorganized words were floating around in her head. But after a long time passed, the words she brought out were, we've learned each other's secrets one by one. It was something completely different from what she was thinking. Lloyd let go of her cheek and stepped back. Yes, we'll find out more. It was a meaningful word. It seemed to imply that Valentine's secret didn't end there. She knew. So, Arya answered without hesitation. Then it's my turn to tell you. Lloyd didn't do anything wrong. Nothing. Lloyd's face shook like a ripple on a stone thrown into the lake. The shaky eyes were revealed between the trembling eyelids. A look I've never seen before. It was as if she had secretly looked at his real face, which was hidden between the hard shells that were layered on top of each other. The shimmering black eyes grew darker and watery, but he never shed any tears. Who do you think you are to say that? Rather, the boy was angry. Lloyd revealed this in a voice that seemed to tighten his chest severely. What are you? What do you know? As if he could never forgive himself. Arya wanted to tell him that if he wants to cry, he can cry. I want to hug you. But Lloyd turned his back on his pride because he thought he should never cry. I had a nightmare. A very scary dream. Hold my hand and let us sleep. She lowered her eyebrows as if in fear. Then, reaching out as if asking for his hand, she looked up carefully at Lloyd. I want to try to sneak up on you again. Lloyd noticed her intentions and pointed it out at short notice. But Arya pretended she didn't hear anything. She ignored it lightly, and she stared at him. She opened her eyes as wide as she could, and she looked at him with twinkling eagerness. A very scary-looking monster ate me. Then Lloyd sighed as he couldn't win, and grabbed her hand. Arya's hand was covered with one of his. I'll just hold your hand and sleep. Yes. Eventually, they happened to be lying side by side on the bed. Anyway, would it have been a relief for him? When one is in a bad mood and depressed, a person's warmth helps. Just being next to each other without saying anything. Arya closed her eyes and wiggled her fingers as she couldn't sleep. The rings on their left hands made a sound from each other's touching hands. Arya said, as if she had suddenly remembered, you made the wedding ring an artifact for nothing. It doesn't matter. You can call me whenever you need my help. Yes, then call me anytime too. I'll run to you. Lloyd responded when he had heard something he hadn't thought of. She understood. You must have thought of me as something to be protected. Because she can't speak and her body is weak. The boy burst into laughter and was speechless, but he answered meekly. Yes. Lloyd caught her. To be precise, she openly revealed her abilities. I am doomed. She thought so. Lloyd found out that I had cured Sabina's disease. Her plans to keep Lloyd from feeling indebted was completely thwarted. Arya decided that she would be shameless now that it has already happened. Let us stop the Valentine's incident openly. Now there was nothing to fuss about. As long as I don't get caught, it couldn't be helped that he had caught her ability, because she had to treat Lloyd. In fact, in order to prevent the future Valentine's incident, it was only a matter of time before her powers were discovered. But she couldn't have any unavoidable circumstances to reveal her personal feelings. That's the Maginot Line. Arya made up her mind. She should never get caught liking Lloyd. The next morning, as soon as Arya opened her eyes, she held out a box to Lloyd. What is this? Tears of mermaids. He opened the box without a word. It contained a pair of tiny pearl earrings that were barely noticeable. It's a wedding present. Tears of mermaids. An artifact that reflects the effect of the siren's song. In fact, to her surprise, one of the sirens made it themselves. In other words, the siren made her own shackles to control her own power. If asked why she did that, it was in order to sincerely confess to her lover. For you, I would even give up my life. A token of love. Lloyd blushed in embarrassment. It was the first reaction for the first time he had ever heard of such an unfamiliar sound. I am not saying I love Lloyd. It's a sign that I'll never do anything that would harm Lloyd and I'll be absolutely on Lloyd's side. I am afraid you'll find me suspicious. Lloyd answered, wiping his disheveled bangs, seemingly regaining his composure. I know even without this. You must repay your benefactor for the favor. It was a bit sarcastic. Still, accept it. It's a token. The boy looked down at the pearl earrings without a word. I didn't have my ears pierced, but he meekly packed the box into his chest. It meant accepting the gift. Arya wondered if the tears of mermaids had finally found their place. He will never abuse it. She was sure. Lloyd would never, ever do that. A new guest came to the Grand Duchy. You must have heard from Vincent. On the way back from morning training, Lloyd stopped by Arya's room and said, What? Arya responded with a message with a long yawn. Manhwa was right next to her, looking at her with round eyes, so she couldn't help it. About the devil's malice. Arya nodded her head. Vincent was telling me, but he was worried that Lloyd would scold him. I did touch him. A little him. Arya remembered Vincent, who was afraid as if his life was over. She decided to take a moment to express her condolences to him. Anyway, the apprentice from Garcia arrived today. He will stay there for 5 years and purify the malice of this land. Who? I don't know. Lloyd replied like a knife. I won't stop you if you really want to, but he is not here to help us, so you don't have to treat him well. They not here to help. Then what? Strict contractual relationship. He added an explanation. Be careful, because the Pope is a human being worse than a rat. To put it bluntly, he is like a spy infiltrating from the inside. The situation was more serious than expected. Arya got nervous at Lloyd's words and nodded her head as if she understood. After all, it would be better not to mix words with people from Garcia. I don't know what will happen later. But apart from that, Arya had something to say to Lloyd. Hey, in the future, don't hide things and tell me. The boy didn't answer for a moment. He furrowed his smooth brow for a moment, then answered in a heavy voice after a while. I don't intend to burden you. It was enough to cure his mother, who had no hope of surviving. That alone meant Lloyd owed Arya a debt he would have to pay for the rest of his life. But Arya shook her head. It is not a burden, we family. Because we a family, I want to know everything. Lloyd was at a loss for words. Arya has always had a talent for making people speechless, but he did not panic and accepted it. If you promise not to overdo it, there is no answer. It sounds like you would be trying to help me, even if it was too much. The boy narrowed his eyes. Now it seemed that he could slowly learn how to get away from Arya's sweet, candy-like words. If you swayed, there is no end. He thought he wouldn't blink his eyes no matter what Arya said now, but instead of words, Arya lifted her little finger. Promise? Lloyd was annoyed. What are you doing, being cute? Arya smiled innocently, took Lloyd's hand as she pleased, and clasped their fingers tightly as they promised. Damn it, there is no end to it. Eventually, he couldn't say anything and looked down at his fingers. There seemed to still be a touch left. A priest with the name of an angel. The information that Arya knew was just that. After she heard Lloyd, she didn't even want to know more. Arya smiled brightly and took the flowers that Maronia had picked, when she saw the boy. Their eyes met. When Arya stared at him, the boy couldn't take his eyes off her either. Looks like I've seen him somewhere. He had silver hair as white as snow and clear blue eyes. A boy with holiness flowing through his body just by standing still. I saw it from the lowest place. The apprentice knight who was beaten to death by rogues while trying to save Arya. She thought she would never see him again. She didn't know they'd meet in a place like this. Why must it be him? Arya was uncomfortable with that boy. It was because she had an affinity for him, so she hoped never to see him again. It can be, however, the boy also seemed to recognize Arya. Then he glanced from a distance and she immediately put her hat back on and thought he wouldn't know. He has unreasonably good eyesight. The boy who couldn't take his eyes off her, got closer. It is you. At that time, in front of Arya, Maronia, who had always grinned and squirmed around like a squirrel, tightened her neck. How dare the apprentice priest disrespect the safety recklessly? This is the Grand Princess wife. Wow. Arya admired. She could say something like that too. She looked at Maronia in disbelief, then raised her hand and stroked Maronia's hair. As if she did well. Then, Maronia returned to the charming squirrel again and smiled shyly. It was a double personality like. Are you the Grand Princess wife? The boy asked, narrowing his eyes. Have I seen you somewhere? Hearing those words, Maronia was terrified as if she was out of breath. Crazy. To play tricks on the young madam. No, it is not a trick. This apprentice priest must have gone crazy. To pollute the madam's ears with lines that won't even be used in classic novels. The boy seemed to be very stubborn. When he was misunderstood that he had done a trick, his face went red. She didn't even know it was because of the unusually light pigmented skin. I think I've seen you from the lowest place. But he said steadfastly, he wasn't usually this tenacious. This is difficult. Arya didn't want to be found out that she had been to the lowest place. Because she had promised Lloyd this morning that she wouldn't do anything reckless and put a pinky promise on it. Of course, this is a thing of the past. That somehow had something to do with Garcia's apprentice priest, who Lloyd was extremely wary of. Arya decided to pretend. First time seeing you, and she smiled brightly and held out her card. The boy looked perplexed, as if he didn't know she couldn't speak. See, it's the first time she seen you. Maronia waved her hand as if to go away. The boy still had an expression full of regret. But what if it's not? I should stop being disrespectful. He bowed down and apologized. If you're lying, there must be a reason. Hey, you again? Maronia was furious with the momentum to grab his back, but he didn't care. What I want to say is, the boy paused for a moment, then he continued with a faint smile. I am glad you're safe, truly. I was very worried. I just thought I couldn't protect you. He was genuinely delighted. The fact that Arya is alive. So Maronia didn't get mad, and she had no choice but to pause for a moment. It sounds like he really knows the young madam. She glanced at the apprentice priest and Arya in turn. The greeting is late. My name is Gabriel, who came from Garcia after receiving a mission. I am a commoner, so I do not have a last name. Gabriel. Arya was agitated for a moment when she heard the name of the Holy Knight Commander. Her eyes fluttered wildly. It must be the same person. At first she thought hard about it, however. The priests apparently said that the divine power was manifested belatedly. Arya carefully looked into his eyes with an anxious gaze. The eyes are light blue. It was obviously sky blue. But when looked at more closely, a golden aura spread over the corners of his eyes. Symbol of divine power. At that moment, Arya took a close look at the boy's features, which she had never paid any attention to. Surprisingly, traces of familiar faces remained. She wondered why she didn't recognize him earlier. I did not know. She really didn't know. The divine power that was manifested very late also brings about great changes physically. Although he is small and slender now, he will soon grow to be worthy of the title of the Holy Knight's Commander. Huge, strong, and overbearing enough to kill tens of thousands of people at once. Veronica's loyal dog, the Pope's henchman, Gabriel's future was to shine brighter than the stars. The moment he becomes an adult, he will gain an unprecedented explosive divine power. He would have the Pope's absolute confidence and would rise to a position that even a cardinal would not be able to gain. Without him, Veronica would not have been able to exert as much influence as her past life. Arya wouldn't have been called a monster. The innocent people would not have died horribly. The public would not have stirred up to have Arya executed. She would not have been imprisoned in the Emperor's cage. She wouldn't have died that way. It's okay, there is no end to resentment. Gabriel was not the direct cause of Arya's death. He was just doing his job. Even without him, her tragic death was foreseen. Arya tightly closed her eyes. After all, he is someone who has nothing to do with me. And she gathered her own feelings. Oh, wait. That was the moment. Arya changed her mind. If I pull him on my side, how about taming this loyal dog in advance? If Gabriel becomes the Pope's right-hand man in favor of Arya. Even if something unexpected happens, there might be an opportunity to get out of the crisis at least once. Arya looked at Gabriel. It was a surprisingly clean expression. A pure white expression with no emotions or thoughts mixed in, integrity and cleanliness. Right now, white is good and black is evil. It's like a white canvas. It's so clean, it's almost like it's going to stain with whatever beliefs that were placed on it. She had no idea that such a miraculous opportunity would come. So she wrote down her card, folded it neatly, and held it tightly in his hand, like delivering a secret message. Actually, I saved the angel. As he secretly opened the note from Maronia, Gabriel stared at Arya with a bewildered gaze. Arya placed her index finger on her own lips as if asking him to keep it a secret, and she turned her back without regret. What? What did it say? Patting Maronia's head, who is constantly wary of the boy, she glanced behind her back. For the next 5 years, there was plenty of time. Shall I pray? Yes. Who? Sister-in-law. It was when she ran into Vincent by chance and were walking down the hallway together. He asked, pretending to pick his ear to the card that Arya had pulled out. A person who blasphemes as if breathing, doing a prayer. Are you going to curse? Arya shook her head. Why would you even pray and curse at God? It would just be a waste of time doing it. I am thinking of becoming a devout believer for a while. What new game is that? Well, it was similar in a sense. It took a little bit of acting to tame the saintly dog. In the sense that the fate of me and Valentine is at stake, so it can be said to be a game of risk. Arya checked the grandfather clock. The Edens prayed 3 times a day, morning, noon and evening. Of course, unless they re a very devout believer, they usually skip it because it's annoying. Soon it will be time for the morning prayer. Arya headed to the prayer room. Curiously, Vincent followed after her. And it was as expected. Arya was able to run into a boy with a troubled look on his face, walking in front of the prayer room. It was Gabriel. As expected, I thought that if it were you, you would not miss a day and keep the prayer time straight like a sword. It was obvious without even seeing it. She just knew. No, even if he collapsed, he would have prayed. Grand Princess. Even though Gabriel was from the lowest place, he went to the papal palace on his own feet. The lowest point is where extraterritoriality law was placed, and where trafficking was rampant. It meant that he could have fled to another country at any time if he wished. But he didn't. That's how strong his faith was. Knowing how people from the lowest place in Garcia are treated, he endured all the criticism against his origin and even volunteered to be a paladin. No matter what the circumstances were, he was never broken. If you try to break him, he will become stronger. Obviously, the more coercive it is, the stronger his reaction will be, so she had to soothe him gently. The prayer room is closed, Gabriel mumbled and couldn't finish his words. It was because Arya took out the key she had kept in her arms before he could even finish his words. Pretending to be familiar, she opened the door to the prayer room. Did the Grand Princess come to pray too? Arya nodded her head. Then Vincent stared at her with astonishment. Oh, I see. Gabriel said, scratching his cheek. It was a reaction that he did not know that the Grand Princess, who lives in the Devil's Castle, would have come to pray. I think I was too narrow-minded because I lacked training. He murmured as if embarrassed. No, it was probably what you think. The door to the prayer room was locked because no one was using it. If there wasn't a marriage recently, I would have prayed in a ruined place full of dust and cobwebs. Arya thoughts are in her heart, and she first stepped into the prayer room. The 2 men followed her. I have no idea what you rethinking sometimes. Vincent whispered a small whisper in Arya's ear and glanced at Gabriel. Seeing the symbol of God, he noticeably regained his composure. It seemed to be because he finally found a familiar space in a strange country and among strangers. Of course, there's nothing wrong with buying likes. Like there's nothing good to buy apathy. I was reluctant because he came from Garcia, but he'll have to purge the malice for 5 years anyway. And if he was a spy of the Pope, there was nothing wrong with being vigilant. But why? It doesn't matter if they like or dislike him, shouldn't they just leave it alone? Vincent glanced at Gabriel with distasteful glances, and he was amazed to see Gabriel praying as naturally as a stream of water. Wow, sister-in-law. Look at that, there really was a fool who prayed to the god who abandoned the human world. Vincent groaned a little and turned to his side. Arya, who once believed in God, was skillfully praying. He felt like he had fallen into a strange world. He decided it would be better to get out of here. Arya prayed every day. For breakfast, lunch and dinner. It meant that 3 times a day she met Gabriel in the prayer room. Even if we met for a while, we just prayed without saying anything. But Gabriel could not enter the prayer room without Arya. Because the key was always with Arya, it meant that she had naturally penetrated into one of his daily routines. Well, we were the only ones there. After the prayer, Gabriel spoke to her. For the first time in 3 days, he seemed to think that he had never seen such a quiet prayer room. It was just a prayer room for all sorts of things, so it was natural. I have a question for you, Grand Princess. Arya looked up at him. At that time, you said you saved me. Yes, I saved T-Angel. I am not an angel, Gabriel answered with embarrassment. It was the first time he had ever heard of it, so he didn't seem to know how to deal with it. You really look like an angel. Before the change in his body came, he was like an angel just like his name. It looked more so as he was still small in stature and thin in his bones. Arya looked up curiously at his hair, like pure white snowflakes reflected in the sunlight. Sparkling like an angel. It's not sparkling. Your name is also an angel. It's not my will. As if his embarrassment had gone too far, his face began to turn red. His skin was transparent, so the redness was more conspicuous. Stop talking about angels. Gabriel cut it off and went back to the point, as he was overflowing with emotions. I heard that I was laid leaning against the walls of the papal palace. I thought something was strange. Did you bring me there? Arya nodded her head. I did. She didn't know at the time that her relationship with him would end up like this. But how? Gabriel's gaze fell for a moment on her small, fragile body. He honestly couldn't believe it. She seriously wouldn't have taken Gabriel and traveled that far after taking out all the vagrants. Curious? It was obvious. Gabriel nodded his head. Arya then grabbed his sleeve instead of his hand and led him to the window of the prayer room. She opened the window and whistled. Whistle. The grasshoppers that were nearby croaked. Birds began to chirp like singing. Gabriel did not know that the sound was in response to Arya's call and did not respond. But he had no choice but to react to what followed. Coon! Silver rushed in. The boy was startled by the sudden appearance of the wolf and put his hand on his waist. Oh dear, he was careless. It is said that in the Grand Duchy there lives a monster-like creature that has been contaminated by the devil's malice. He drew his sword. He thought of jumping out of the window and swinging it without hesitation. When the wolf monster flopped on the ground and wags its tail softly like a dog at Arya. Anyone who saw it would think that. Did you tame that? Gabriel couldn't keep his mouth shut. A black jaguar was approaching from afar, hearing Arya's call, and hovered near her. If anyone is aiming for Arya, it will rip off their nape without hesitation. Cuckoo! Finally, a carrier pigeon sat on Arya's shoulder. She reached out and stroked the pigeon's head, then sent it back into the sky, and she turned to Gabriel. You got the help from the monster? No, animals. Arya smiled faintly. The five-colored light of the stained glass gleamed over her small face. A light brighter than a jewel reflected mercilessly and made his eyes shiver. Maybe it was because of the spectacular display that Arya showed. Gabriel couldn't take his eyes off her for some reason. He soon regained his mind. That's what it was. Then you wouldn't have needed help at all from the beginning. Gabriel, who had been engrossed, said, avoiding Arya's gaze in amazement. I am sorry that I went out for nothing and only caused you trouble. He scratched his cheek in embarrassment, and after putting the apology in his mouth, he quickly added. Of course, thank you for saving my life. Arya shook her head and held out her card. The path you were walking on, don't doubt it. That choice was never useless. Then, reading the card, Gabriel's eyes widened. This. It was similar to what he heard from the Saint. Is it a coincidence? Arya surprisingly knew the most special words of the person most dear to him. I think the two of you feel alike. Their appearance was completely different, and their personality seemed to be completely on the opposite, but the atmosphere they exuded was comparable. Gabriel felt uncomfortable yet strangely comfortable with Arya, who said the same thing as Veronica. Shortly after the wedding, representatives of each department came to visit in turn. It was supposed to be like this from the beginning. Dana was relieved, saying that now everything is in its place. Dana, the chief handmaiden of the family department. Betty, the chief maid in the housekeeper's department. William, the chief butler of the butler department. Baker, the chief chef in the cooking department. The gardener, the hunting ground keeper and stable keeper of the outdoor department greeted her. Even though I made an acquaintance with everyone. Still, she was happy to be officially introduced again, although everyone was all strangely favorable to Arya. But why are they so excited? Arya was fiddling with the bag, which she was habitually carrying. Then they stared intently at the bag with twinkling eyes. Thank you as always. Arya took out her usual card to express her gratitude. Then the hungry eyes followed the scrap of paper she took out. It was as if they were waiting for a compliment sticker. At first glance, it looked like madness. How many compliments do you want to hear? Is the Valentine family obsessed with compliments? So she immediately picked up her quill and wrote something new. Please take care of me. Thanks to you, I feel reassured. Young Madam the stable keeper was deeply moved when she handed her card. Then the hunting ground keeper, who was next to him, glared at him with a gleam in his eyes. I am really envious, hey. If he envied the stable keeper twice, it looked like there was a force that would even murder him. With a wrinkled body and a face full of scars, he sprayed murderous energy on the stable keeper. Don't fight. Arya wrote down one more of the cards and handed it to the hunting ground keeper. Then he inflated his chest with surprise, and politely accepted the card with both hands. The card suddenly looked cutely small. Do you like rabbits? Of course. Arya nodded her head. If you come to play anytime, I'll show you. The hunting ground keeper slammed his chest with his big fists and shouted. I have no reason to refuse. Arya, feeling better at the consideration, smiled broadly and nodded her head. Then the stable keeper, who was secretly glaring at the hunting ground keeper, grumbled. Can a carnivorous rabbit be called a rabbit? It's a monster. What? Did you just say monster now? Who knows? When you re not there, they dash to get two-legged meat. My child doesn't eat human-like things. It's just the appearance, but it's meek and gentle. Carnivorous rabbit? What kind of rabbit is it? I believe that no other animal in this castle would surprise me more than the wolf and the jaguar. Surprisingly, there seemed to be. The stable keeper shouted loudly against the big hunting ground keeper who was twice as much as himself. You don't even need to see the monster. Instead, just stop by the stable. There's a cute, pure white pony. Pony? She had never seen it before. Because ponies were a luxury item, unlike ordinary horses. The emperor would bring it in as a gift to the princess. But, if it's a pony of the Grand Duchy, isn't it a little different from a normal pony? There might be something more surprising than a carnivorous rabbit. As Arya stared at him silently, the stable keeper waved his hand. No, that's a real pony. It's a gift for the young madam with a high price that was offered only to the imperial family. He added that his grace gave special permission to bring it in. Wow, that must have been very courageous. Arya was so proud of his heart for making a direct request to the Grand Duke. Yes, thank you. I will definitely go. Arya smiled brightly and nodded her head. Then this time, the hunting ground keeper became uncomfortable. HNG, such a weak creature will soon be eaten by monstrous horses. Are you insulting our Grand Duke and the Duchess' noble horse? I only said it was like a monster. I don't know why you are talking about that. Do you think I'll feel guilty? What? How far will their quarrel go? At first she thought they were fighting, but surprisingly, they seemed to get along well. After watching with interest, Dana, impatient, intervened. If you want to fight, go out and fight. What kind of safety are these? The two were kicked out of the room after being slapped on th back. Oh, it hurts. Hit me gently. It was funny to see a person with one head bigger than Dana making a fuss. It seems that the strongest was Dana. Good job, young madam. Maronia, who was holding up a tray and weighing when to intervene, then rushed over as if it was time to do so. She served a fluffy caramel pudding topped with Catalan cream. This is the chef's special pudding. Arya scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth, and a strong eggy taste spread through her mouth. The combination of light eggs and sweet caramel was exquisite. Arya, who had been savoring the taste of the dessert with a happy face for a moment, stopped. Maronia is staring at the pudding, ready to drool. Do you want to eat? Arya scooped the pudding and put it in her mouth. Maronia was startled, but she made an expression that seemed to melt in no time. It was cute to chew on the pudding while puffing her cheeks like a squirrel, so she poked them with her fingers. Then Maronia said a word mixed with a sigh. To be loved by a cute person. It's a really strange feeling. Yes, I think the rabbit looks at me and says I am cute. She can't believe the squirrel looked at her and said she's cute. It's definitely a really strange feeling. Arya and Maronia looked at each other strangely. The last person to visit her was the leader of the Black Falcon Knights. My name is Dustin. And to her surprise, Cloud was standing next to him. What's even more surprising is that Cloud's face was blown up in a mess. It was bloated and swollen. Did you fight any fierce battles? In her mind several were floating. Dustin said, pointing to Cloud. This guy will be young Madam's escort. Oh, he got permission. She thought it would be good to keep Cloud by her side to fight Vincent, so she came up with it impulsively. Lloyd didn't like it, so she gave up because she thought it wouldn't come through. Originally, I was going to be escorting the young madam. They didn't have to attach Dustin. Even though he is young, his skills are comparable to mine, so you can trust him. Arya thought that Cloud would be the best, but she can't believe that it was comparable to the leader of the Black Falcon Knights. It was beyond my imagination. Well, they have to have that level of skill to become an escort knight for Lloyd. Arya quickly understood. Then Sir Cloud is a sword master. I am approaching that point. Cloud answered, and Dustin added, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. This guy hasn't been on track, but that's already enough. If he becomes a sword master, he'll definitely outperform me. He's an undisputed genius. Dustin burst into laughter as he spoke as if he was proud of his child. He seemed very happy when he said that a boy much younger than him might outperform him, even though he must have dedicated his life to the sword himself. Geniuses have always been targets of envy and jealousy. Arya could only remember Count Cortez, which she had completely forgotten. Actually, it is not normal to be jealous and abusive to children. A somewhat self-pitying smile leaked out. He is the youngest sword master. The youngest? I am sure he will soon become the best sword of the Empire. Dustin explained as if they were outsiders. Surely. Thinking of the future Lloyd or the present Grand Duke, they were almost like a living, breathing weapon of murder. Even Arya, who was not familiar with swordsmanship, knew that no matter how talented you are, and no matter how hard you try, it is something you can't reach. It is probably because of the devil's malice. She picked up a new card to refresh the atmosphere and clear up her curiosity. But what is wrong with his face? Who had messed up the face of such a genius? Ah, this. Then Cloud answered. I was beaten by the group for monopolizing the young madam by myself. It is a wound of glory. Dustin intercepted Cloud's words in the middle. You have to say it right, this guy. It was training. There is no evil training in the world to fight 17 to 1. It is practical training. Is there a real battle where you have to fight against the 17 most elite knights of Valentine? How extreme is the situation? Arya asked, staring intently at Dustin. Did you hit him? He said, not me, and complained of injustice. However, as Cloud groaned, it didn't take long for him to confess. I did sit by and watch. Don't say he was dissatisfied because he lost his escort position to Sir Cloud, so he was vindictive and stood by the bullying. Arya gave a determined expression, and she scolded Dustin. Because he is my knight, you can't do it carelessly now. After all, Cloud was now her escort knight. If he is her person, she has to protect him. Tell the other knights. In the future, if you inflict harsh acts on Sir Cloud in the name of training, I will not let you go. That. Dustin stuttered his words. Then, Cloud, who seemed to react bluntly even if he was stabbed with a knife, showed an unexpected reaction. It is the first time that young madam has covered for me. Everyone is frustrated, so I am just trying not to say anything. What kind of life had he been living? As if thrilled, as he spoke in a low-pitched cracked end voice, and it seemed that there was a lot piled up inside. Arya felt sorry for him. It is not a sin to have a bad head and be tactless. Perhaps the knights didn't know that Arya sometimes felt the same urge to hit Vincent, and they actually hitting Cloud in the name of training. But still, you can't hit him. An urge to do and actually doing are different. Arya looked up at Dustin as if she had something to say. My knight is crying. I am not crying, Cloud responded briefly. Arya gave him a wink as if she wanted him to be quiet. Anything you want me to do, although Cloud doesn't look like he understands. Then Dustin, who had been silent for a while, said, as if he was resentful. That guy, his face was only slightly injured, but the other guys can't even get up. They couldn't even practice in the morning. Well, I'll punish them separately later. He had already taken revenge. Arya had nothing to say. Well, he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who is going to be beaten quietly. She turned to Cloud. The undisputed genius seemed to have no idea after knocking out the 17 knights. I am going to put them well. Rather, Dustin muffled his words as if he had something to say, and then coughed in vain. Can you write me a card too? Arya took a white card out of her bag and scribbled a writing with the fountain pen. Sir Dustin, nice to meet you. Dustin accepted the card she offered him with a bright face. Overlaid was the face of a noble who smirked that he had received a birthday letter from his daughter. He was bragging about his daughter until the banquet was over. For some reason, Sir Dustin would seem to return to the Knight's Order with a face that anyone could see as itching with pride. It started by saying thank you for your kindness. How did it become like an autograph session? Why did this happen? Every day, there seemed to be a fierce battle for Arya's handwritten card. She doesn't know why. Everyone is trying to take my card. Arya briefly questioned it in front of Lloyd, because she couldn't figure out why. Were my words really impressive? It is like collecting quotes from great men. No, I don't think I said so much. Rather, didn't she mainly say everyday things? Arya was in trouble for a moment. Lloyd then turned an undesirable gaze to the old bag she was carrying. I guessed it, I'll throw it away. So that's why he said he'll throw it away. Arya later realized why he was staring at her bag like it was an enemy. However, Arya was hesitant to give up on it because she has been with her bag like one body, so she was attached. Once it was just a tool for survival, but now it's not. She fiddled with the straps of her bag, which was filled with memories of the Grand Duchy. But then, how am I supposed to communicate with others? If he wanted to throw away her bag and stop interacting with cards, he would have given her an artifact to send messages to everyone. But Lloyd gave me an artifact that could only communicate with him. No matter how much she thought about it, his actions didn't match. For what purpose did you create the gemstone artifact? Dante asked. I don't know either. Lloyd once again groaned at her and ruffled the back of his head. Why do people keep begging for her cards? There's no way he didn't know. Arya was so cute and lovely that everyone would just want to hug her when she stares up while holding the card she wrote on her own with both her hands. Objectively, anyone can see it. I know that. Why is his stomach so twisted? Why does he feel the urge not to show it to anyone? No, before that. Why did he say that he doesn't like her being with everyone? He doesn't even know why he's doing this. Have I developed a desire for monopoly since we remarried? A desire for monopoly. It was a very unfamiliar feeling for Lloyd, who had never been greedy for even a small thing. How does he monopolize people who are not things in the first place? Arya had the right to laugh, talk, and be happy with anyone. Because it was something she had never enjoyed before, he wished she had been with more and more people. However, I heard that you visit the prayer room every day these days. Well, you seem to get along with the apprentice. Why was he saying this? Lloyd touched his finger across his lips and crumpled his face at the impulsive words he had said. Arya didn't answer right away and she seemed to hesitate for a moment, which made him feel even more strange. What is this feeling? It's annoying. His stomach became stuffy. He wanted to solve it, conclude it and put it away. So Lloyd came to the most reasonable conclusion. Apparently, Arya is dealing with the Pope's spy, so he was annoyed. When did you start believing in God? I don't believe it. Then what? I think it would be good to be friends with Gabriel. Ha, but he didn't expect to hear this. Lloyd let out a laugh. They recalling each other names. So you going to get close to each other? Lloyd knows it's not good for him to go back to Garcia with only a bad feeling about this place. What do you mean? Who is him? Arya couldn't say that he was the future paladin commander who would slaughter the people of this country. When she starts talking about the future, she has to tell the whole truth. She didn't know how far she was going to talk. Even in the previous life, Gabriel must have come as an apprentice to Valentine, because it has absolutely nothing to do with the future I changed. However, after he was in the Finetta Empire for 5 years, he casually killed innocent people. In other words, his 5 years of apprenticeship did not give him any appreciation, impression, or emotion. Valentine is notorious for being the devil's castle, but it's not such a terrifying place, and maybe we need to tell them that this place is also habitable after all. Arya thought so. So, she decided to tell the more essential truth. I don't care if I don't need anything other than for my person. Gabriel is never my person, but he's here to help Lloyd inherit the malice so that it doesn't get any worse. It's good because it's necessary, and there's no reason other than that. Gabriel means nothing to her. As Arya said that, Lloyd felt the emotions that had been gnawing at him disappear. What is it? After all, she's saying she's going to keep hanging out with the Pope's spy, but why does it make him feel better? The fundamental problem remains the same. Lloyd swallowed the still unanswered question and sighed instead. Keep the line and deal with it in moderation. He didn't like it though. He had no choice but to say so. Why are you like this to people? People? Arya waited for the words to follow, but Lloyd did not finish speaking. Making him easily enticed to you. Is it because she is a siren? Less than a year has passed since she came to this castle, and she has already shed it to countless numbers of people. Even if that apprentice from Garcia means nothing to Arya, would he feel the same way? Useless greed. He was not a person who could not and should not have it anyway. Lloyd just decided not to think deeply about the matter, because it seemed like he would have an insane desire to hide her in a place no one knew about. My God, Crazy Hands ripped off his head and uttered a small swear word. Since taking his place in the gutter, he has been on a very smooth path to promotion. He was also treated more personally than other subordinates because he was a skilled wizard, which is rare even in the gutter. Even if it wasn't his dream job, he was happy living in his own way because it was a place where he could show off his natural personality to the fullest. But when he came to his senses, he had become the leader of the rebellion. Damn it, what the hell is this? Nonsense. I mean, I even got help from these evil bastards. I rebelled against him with my own hands. It's something he had never even imagined, but did that really happen? Moreover, the rebellion seemed to have been successful, because the people around him were eagerly telling sagas about the rebellion of the Rat-S stronghold. Even the master is dead. His master had already become a corpse, and he fell into an eternal sleep in the crypt. The long history of the gutter has already ended. This is a dream. It's a dream. He was now having an after-party with Valentine's subordinates. Hans wants to let his mind go and not wake up forever. However, once his consciousness became clear, it did not return to a state of loss of self-esteem as before. He was going crazy and running around. Where the hell did it go wrong? I certainly remember how I managed to infiltrate the inside of Valentine's castle. After that, it was a blackout. He doesn't know for sure, but under the circumstances, it seemed like something had been done by the devil bastards. No, if he had been brainwashed on Valentine's, they couldn't leave Hans alone now. They wouldn't know what he was going to do when he regained consciousness, so they should have killed him sooner. That said, it had nothing to do with Valentine that Hans lost his mind. Let us say I yielded 100 times and got possessed by the devil's spirit in my body. But why did I have to come out to the front at all? In this case, it was difficult for him to sneak out pretending not to know. Besides, he was seen well by the gutter rats. He couldn't even say that he was forced to join in after taking the place away. Who believes that? Ah, my life has gone to the mountains. Hans was even more annoyed by the noise of clinking glasses and chattering. That was then. The devil bastards or Valentine's subordinates talking to each other over the campfire, spoke to him. There were some sane people like you among the gutter rat, yes. Thanks to you, I can say goodbye to all those damn rats. It's all thanks to you. You perfectly blocked the escape route of the gutter rat that was trying to escape and easily captured it. Ha ha ha. Hans spit out the empty laugh. He wasn't laughing right now. If Valentine and the gutter were responsible for the darkness in the Empire, now those two mountain ranges have been merged into one. So it was the devil's victory. It was also a victory that I gave with my hand. He could not understand why he had to go through such an absurd ordeal. Well, a moment to the toilet. Hans put down the glass he was holding and got up from his seat, and as he pretended to go to the toilet, he hid in the dark and naturally turned. Master, Hans used magic to move to the basement in an instant. The crypt, the Rat-S hometown, was familiar enough for him that he could walk around with his eyes closed. He naturally went into the basement as if breathing. Then he opened the coffins one by one and eagerly searched for the gutter Rat-S corpse. Ah, how long has it been? Hans finally found a familiar face. Master, he frowned and looked down at the dead gutter rat with pity, and without hesitation, he raised his finger and drew something. I am sorry, please just die. He had no intention of saving him, Hans muttered. He has always been by his side to see how his master punishes traitors. He had to force his eyes to see what creative ways his former colleague was being tortured to death. Seeing this, Hans decided, if he is going to betray the gutter rat, let us be absolutely sure. Damn, who knew it would be like this? It was Hans who actively helped the gutter rat by the side when it tried to remodel its own body as a test object. Will this work? Swallowing a gulp, he took the dagger from his arms and lifted it without hesitation. And the moment when he tried to hit it with all his might. Grab, his wrist was held. Arya stared intently at the Grand Duke. By the way, it was this person who started the first card battle. She started to get curious as her thoughts went all the way to that point. What was he doing by taking the cards Arya wrote one by one? Did he take it out and read it? She could hardly imagine the Grand Duke taking the cards out of his arms and reading them one by one. She can't even imagine him having the cards spread out and bragging to people. What a mystery. It was when Arya was observing him and immersed in her thoughts. Tristan was spinning the glass in his hand, looking down at the letter from the Imperial Palace. Engraved with the Emperor's seal. Tristan thought for a moment and tore the letter into pieces without even opening it. A piece of paper that had been a letter a while ago flew in the air. Dwayne seemed to have forgotten what he had to say, and he gave Arya a glance. Please, please stop the Grand Duke. He seemed to say so. Arya swallowed a sigh and sprinted in front of him. What letter is it? Then he stroked Arya's head. Her head swayed back and forth at the rough hand. It must be a letter from the Emperor whining. He is angry and asks me to comfort him. What is that? My son, doesn't he do that? He spoke as if the Emperor was some kind of whiny kid next door. Didn't he even speak respectfully of the Emperor? No, of course, looking at the present time, the Emperor had just ascended the throne as the Crown Prince. He has probably seen the Emperor since he was little. The Emperor was young enough that he had just recently had his coming-of-age ceremony. And since he was young, he was called a fool and spread all kinds of scandals. It was not unreasonable for him to be regarded as pathetic. And Arya deeply understood that he hated dealing with the Emperor. However, isn't that too obvious? Arya remembered the future Lloyd killing the Emperor like a petty creature. Well, perhaps it runs in the family. Why was he complaining? Well, it's probably because of your playful wedding ceremony. Of course, I thought so. The Emperor could not tolerate Valentine's atrocities due to his character, but Valentine's side ignores the Emperor so much, she wondered if there was an agreement. They did it without any intention. Even the complaint letter was torn up without being read. Arya was worried if it would be okay with this, but she was actually impressed with how he completely ignored the Emperor. I should have done the same. She wanted to learn from him. As expected, father is cool. Right? Dwayne, who was listening to their conversation from behind, widened his eyes as if he was going to say something. I asked you to stop it, so why on earth are you making it even harder? Arya sneaked away from the gaze. Her heart felt that way, so she just said it honestly, so what should she do? They exchanged glances again. I would have to clean up everything. Cheer up. Then the aide, who had his foot cut by the axe he trusted, trembled with a sense of betrayal. The common-sense man at Valentine's castle was continuing his difficult days today. By the way, father. Did you not sleep? Arya noticed that the circles under the Grand Duke's eyes were darker than usual, and she asked. It's the same with the rare, starving beast-like eyes. It's like rubbing his eyes constantly as if he was tired. It was also strange that he brought out a drink she had never seen before. How did you know? Tristan looked surprised, but he soon added, as if insignificant. People say that as they get older, they lose sleep. He's not old enough to say that. You're still in your mid-30s. But Arya didn't really know that either. She died before she even got old. Tristan patted Arya's head once more after roughly finishing his words. This time, her head swayed from side to side like a roly-poly toy. At first they thought it was the sound of the ground splitting in two. The earth shuddered with a deafening roar. Earthquake! Manhwa screamed and hugged Arya's head as if protecting her. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling shook violently once, then stopped. What was that just now? Arya removed the bewildered Manhwa, and she turned to Cloud, who stood motionless for a moment as if shocked. The boy's face, whose expression changes unusually rarely, was pale. No way. He stood by the window and opened it. Arya followed him and looked out the window. Gasp! And she saw a black pit. Originally there was supposed to be huge traces of the place where the endless garden was supposed to spread. It looked like an imaginary animal. A dragon ravaged the spot, and at the center of it was Grand Duke Valentine. Did the Grand Duke do it? How? No, more than that, why? It's not like the Grand Duke. He was ruthless and had a bad personality. However, he wasn't the kind of person who would break the ground as if to show off his own power. Recently, he seems to be in a very bad condition. No matter how it is. Arya panicked and she looked at him more closely. Thanks to the Siren's excellent eyesight, she could see his condition at a glance even from a great distance. I don't think he's in his right mind. She was sure she's seen that expression before. Lloyd 10 years later. With only one old sword, he annihilated all living things in the Imperial Palace. It's the same as back then. As he swung the arm holding the sword, an eerie sound erupted. It couldn't be called a sharp slashing sound. It sounded like it was being crushed by a presser. Dozens of people fell at the same time, like a trampled dead ant. As if everything was washed away by a tsunami that reached the sky. Are you really going to become the devil and try to destroy this world? The Emperor exclaimed desperately. It was more of a helpless movement than of anger. Becoming the devil, Your Majesty, I was born a devil from the beginning, and wherever I am, there is only hell. Lloyd pointed his sword at the Emperor and walked slowly. And, young madam, Arya was immersed in her thoughts, and she was startled by the sound of calling her. It seems the time has come. Cloud said, the time. Arya questioned herself, but she still kept her gaze out of the window. Quite a number of people surrounded the Grand Duke. Lloyd, the shaman Carlin, the Black Falcon Knights, those who had the power to stop the Grand Duke. And Gabriel, ILL immobilize him, so distract him. Lloyd drew his sword. However, the 14-year-old boy was not yet skilled enough to defeat Grand Duke Valentine. Even Arya, ignorant of swordsmanship, felt that the Grand Duke was overwhelmingly strong. Of course, that could be a different story when Lloyd grows older than he is now, but at least for now. You re going to get seriously hurt, as she terrifyingly thought so. Quang! A sound similar to the roar that split the ground broke out again. A white flash of light flashed from the two swords that collided violently. A cold sweat broke out on Lloyd's forehead from a single blow. Kook! He clenched his teeth and swallowed a groan of pain. Arya trembled and leaned her body in front as if she was about to jump out of the window. Then Tristan saw a flash of light from the sword he was holding. The sword? No, at first glance, they may look similar, but it had a completely different feel. So blatantly corrupt that it's hard to believe it's of this world. The devil's malice. Gabriel, who was watching the scene, murmured. It was horror. Everyone who watched the scene, without exception, was overwhelmed by the energy and felt absolute despair. Tears welled up in the corners of their eyes at pain similar to seeing the sun with the naked eye, and their whole body trembled at the eerie ringing in their ears. A rotting stench stung the nose, it was hard to breathe, and they couldn't spit a single word out of the heavy pressure that blocked the vocal cords. Pure malice that tramples on every insignificant creature that lives in reality, and makes even sickness and death groan. An incomprehensible existence. That's the devil's malice that Valentine's heads have been embracing for generations. Arya was the first to have a glimpse of its essence, chaos itself condensed from the depths of the abyss. She shut her eyes tight for a moment. I had to purify that. If it's something no one has ever done before, there must have been a reason. It was only when Arya saw the essence of malice with her own eyes that she realized why. I would be lying if I said I wasn't afraid, but she only came to her senses when Lloyd moved his sword into his left hand. All of a sudden, she forgot her fears and started worrying. Is your arm broken? The boy gave up his right hand after judging calmly. And he stood up again. Tristan also raised his sword and swung it, as if he had no intention of looking at Lloyd. Twisted and distorted malice followed the sword and drew a trajectory in the air. It was an instantaneous situation. At that time, Arya was terribly surprised. Gasp, Sabina. Because Sabina was heading straight for Tristan from afar without hesitation. No matter how much you get better, you are not fully recovered. Her body, which had been damaged by her long illness, was not something that could be fixed in a single day. To approach the Grand Duke on the verge of a runaway with such a body. It's dangerous. Arya desperately grabbed the window sill. Scared of thinking so, Sabina slammed Tristan in the head. Did she just hit his head? It was a very fierce fist. The Grand Duke's eyes, which had been hazy for a moment, returned to their original state. What are you doing here? That's what I am going to say. Why are you here in danger? You are the most dangerous. Tristan continued the conversation at his own will and then picked up Sabina. And he went back to the palace without any hesitation as if he had not caused a commotion. What the hell is this? Only those who were left were stunned. Arya immediately went to Lloyd, checked the condition of his right arm, and sang her healing song. And she asked about the time that Cloud said, you don't have to worry about it. It's just that the time for replacement of the head of the family has come. What? She asked in surprise. Isn't Lloyd still 14? He's not going to be replaced right away. He turned around his healed arm and started explaining more in earnest. It means that I have begun to properly inherit the malice that has been passed down through the generations. But why is father like that? Because only the shell remains. Shell? Even though it's malice, it is the power of the devil. It's transferred to me, leaving only a powerless and corrupt human body. Arya had an anxious expression on his face. Then what will happen? He will suffer from madness for the rest of his life. If his body is weaker than that, the moment the malice is completely gone, he becomes a handful of dust and scatters. Lloyd spoke as if explaining the logic of the world, as if it was a very natural process, like circulating nature. That means he's going to die, or if not, he'll go crazy. Either way, it was a negative outcome. Oh, I thought it was strange that Lloyd led the meeting instead of the Grand Duke. She didn't know that it was a signal that started the beginning of a generational change. When will that happen? It will be at most 5 years. Lloyd said 5 years at most, but Arya knew what would happen here 4 years later. Valentine's incident. Maybe it's related. She thought it might be something. There's no need to make that kind of expression because all the previous Grand Dukes have been through it. Was he going to keep doing that until then? It will only get worse. The answer that came back was even more hopeless. Before he goes out of control, he will have to enter the detached palace with several barriers. But Lloyd, who said those words, was calm enough to feel cold. Rather, seeing Arya concerned for the Grand Duke's safety with a desperate face, he brushed his bangs in annoyance. I am sorry, the reason to marry me is gone. Not only that, but he also said things that can't be understood at all. I think I know why. Because Tristan's present is Lloyd's future. If you accept what is happening to the Grand Duke now as a tragedy, my future will also be a tragedy. Lloyd couldn't help but react like this. You're still okay, right? Relatively, so that means it's just a matter of time. Arya thought for a moment, then nodded her head as if she understood. Then, Lloyd. What? Then what will happen to Lloyd? The boy kept his mouth shut for a moment. But, did he immediately remember the promise he made with Arya? He continued explaining with a sigh. I'll have some seizures and it'll be stronger than before. He spoke of it as gently as possible. Broken bones all over his body, ripping his bare skin and sticking out. It was a fruition that had to be obtained after enduring countless times of crushing pain. It can't be that simple. Arya clenched her fists tightly. What will happen if the devil's malice is not passed on from generation to generation? If there is a bloodline, it automatically connects. No, what if you don't have children? It was always questionable. Why does Valentine keep having children and succeeding it? If it were Arya, she would never have inherited her miserable fate by giving birth to children. Even if you have met a true love that you will never have again, so you think you want to have a child with that child, it's not right to give birth. If they loved that person, even more so, they would have prevented themselves from having children. Clearly, there must be a reason to have a successor. Then Lloyd said, that day will be the end of the world. Only then did Arya realize, Valentine wasn't the devil. They passed it on from generation to generation to protect the world from the devil's malice left behind on this earth. In order to continue the life of the land that was abandoned for breaking God's orders. Just enduring all the notoriety and criticism. That too her chest felt pain as if it was being cut. Even if Valentine's original head really did something to summon the devil from hell, even if he was cursed to pass on the devil's malice from generation to generation, why did it become a karma that future generations should bear? Is it the sin of being born of direct blood of Valentine? Is it a sin to be born, you just born, but you hold a curse, pollute and kill someone you remarried to, and pass the curse to the child born and eventually go crazy and die as ashes? Surprisingly, Valentine has kept it going, for several generations, continuously. That's why neither the Emperor nor Garcia ever touched Valentine. It wasn't that they didn't touch it, it was that they couldn't touch it. If Valentine doesn't give birth to a child and pass on the curse, the world will end. So the rumor spread that Valentine's direct lineage would kill their father from generation to generation and ascend to the position of Grand Duke. They didn't kill. The predecessor Grand Dukes lost their power after passing on the devil's malice and hid themselves in the detached palace. That's how they imprisoned themselves, suffered madness, and died as ashes. If this isn't a sacrifice, what is this? However, the world pointed fingers at them as the devil and were afraid of them, while they were nothing but the heroes who saved the world. Isn't this unfair? She wanted to ask that. Why did Valentine just choose to be criticized instead of taking the rights they deserve? But she soon realized, it was the same with me. After Arya was used all her life for the sake of everyone, she became a monster. If she hadn't returned the time, her life would have ended and she just died there. Arya had a similar situation with Lloyd. That's why she was able to understand his feelings even more. The reason Lloyd refused to marry in the previous life in the present life, and to the end. It was to end it all. Are you disappointed? Lloyd asked self-scornfully. As if he would rather her be disappointed. As if to tell her to give up and run away. As I said, it's something you don't have to deal with at all. Arya strode closer to Lloyd. She then raised her hand and she fiddled with his earlobe. The boy's body stiffened for a moment. A red color began to drift around as if paint had been dropped on the pure white skin. Where are you touching? You got your ears pierced. Lloyd had the tears of mermaid that Arya had given him before. Although it was so small in size, she had to look carefully to notice that he was wearing earrings. You said it's a token. Lloyd removed Arya's hand. She nodded her head and replied. Yes, it's a token that I will never betray. If he'd rather have the world end, she'll be with him. She was prepared for that. Arya knew that Lloyd was a sword that could cut through anything. It wasn't bad to help the tip of the sword point towards the world rather than let him cut himself off. Hate for the world or whatever. Rather than face the same ending as the future, she wanted him to shine like that. It wasn't the destruction of the world that she feared. Lloyd gave up everything and collapsed completely. Do you want it to end? Of course, Lloyd asked defensively. Arya flapped her lips. She didn't expect she was going to say this directly to Lloyd. Then shall we go to hell together? She returned to Lloyd what he had told her in the previous life. Whatever Lloyd wants, do whatever you want. Even if he was the culprit of Valentine's incident, there was no harm in it. Not at all. His eyes, unable to take it off Arya, widened as if enchanted, and little by little, they began to shake. He couldn't finish his words. It was because his neck had been tightly squeezed. He just couldn't believe the current situation. It seemed to himself, perhaps, that he was being saved. That's by this little girl. He covered his eyes with his palms, slightly showing his sincerity. I do not wish for the destruction of the world either. Of course, I want to cut off the atonement for sins completely from my generation. That was the reason for living a life of a shell without a future, while continuing to lead the same life spinning like a while, without paying any attention to anything. To end all of this, for sure, no matter what the cost. The moment Arya heard those words, the first thing that came to mind was the Valentine's incident, even though the reason was unknown. She watched Lloyd, and said as she placed her own hand on his hand on the desk. If you want. Without delay, she went straight to Tristan. My daughter is here. Daughter? Arya did not know when she started to become the daughter of the Grand Duke. Well, the son's wife is also a legal daughter. He's better than I thought. Arya thought as she got off Silver's back. Outwardly, he was no different, although he looks a little tired. Oh, I cancelled the fact that he was fine. Tristan was breathing a bottle. When she suddenly wondered why he called Arya his daughter, he was drunk. He was just out of his mind. It's tequila Latin, the most expensive drink in the world. It is made from undiluted liquor aged for more than 100 years, and it is made in a limited edition, so even if you want to get it, you can get it. The Grand Duke was slowly reclining on the sofa, blowing a bottle of the most expensive drink in the world. He said insomnia. Is it because he can't sleep? She heard that the cruelest torture among all the tortures is to keep a person from sleeping. Arya took away the wine bottle the Grand Duke was holding. Drink in moderation while enjoying the taste and aroma of alcohol. If he continues to drink, it will only deepen his insomnia and dependence. Daughter, I am having a hard time without it. The Grand Duke spoke weakly for some reason. But Arya ignored it. Then she whimpered, put the bottle back on the desk and pulled out her card. I am afraid of people who drink. Tristan looked around the card, narrowing his eyes as if he couldn't focus well. After a while he barely read the card. Afraid? Arya nodded her head. Then he graciously let go of the bottle. There's everything you're afraid of. It seemed that he had no intention of drinking any more at the word afraid. He was pressing hard around his eyes as if his head was throbbing. I guess it's true that he's losing strength. The Grand Duke felt like he would not get drunk no matter how much alcohol he drank. Yet, he looked drunk. Obviously. Did he want to sleep somehow? How many days has he been like this? Instead of the Grand Duke who couldn't read her words, Arya asked the aide beside him. I don't think he slept properly for even an hour in 10 days. Even Dwayne, who is in a hurry to nag whenever he sees the Grand Duke, looked down today. He seemed genuinely concerned. 10 days? He held it for 10 days. Even if he tried to turn everything upside down, Arya could understand. He had been awake for such a long time, but it was even more surprising that he was able to hold a proper communication. I think that sooner or later, normal conversation will become impossible to. Grand Duke. Why, you should let the daughter know what she needs to know. The Grand Duke said with a playful voice and smiled. I'll tell you a secret when you can still talk to me properly. He flicked his finger at Arya. As she approached him with a puzzled face, he whispered into her ear. It was a terrifying sound, as if scratching the eardrums. Strangely, I hear your song everywhere. An unexpected horror ran down her spine. What does that mean? Arya couldn't understand exactly what the Grand Duke was saying. However, Arya could tell that she had been caught doing something secretly. Did you know that I am a siren? She bit her lips tightly. Cold sweat seemed to run down her back. Sabina, Carlin, and Lloyd. These three were the only ones who knew Arya's secret, but it's unlikely they would have told Tristan. Then how? Did he really hear the song? I heard it most clearly when I was fully embracing the devil's malice. She doesn't know how that's possible, but if the Grand Duke's words are true, it meant that he had known she was a siren from the beginning. Suddenly, she remembered what Lloyd had said in her last life. Sing when you need me. Your song can reach anywhere. And it really was. When Arya started singing her song, Lloyd appeared in the Imperial Palace. It really felt like he had heard her song. I thought it was a coincidence. Arya thought, maybe it was a mysterious ability, hidden in the devil's malice. But why? Tristan didn't ask her, he didn't interrogate her. He, unlike everyone else, did not seek to exploit her abilities by coveting it. He didn't even tell the world. You just didn't do anything. Considering the Grand Duke's circumstances, he must have been more desperate than anyone else. She could only stare at him with his faded grey eyes, where even the embers of hope had been extinguished. Faded grey eyes, it is white as if there is a thick fog, and the color is like ashes left behind. The bored eyes that seem to disappear as if they are momentarily blown away by the wind. 10 years later, Lloyd had grey eyes like the current Grand Duke. But now he had a sparkling obsidian. The pupils, purely black that it couldn't be seen, were alive at every moment. If that's the case, the Grand Duke's eyes must have been originally black. Like the current Lloyd. Is it contaminated by malice? Arya felt certain. Before Lloyd could have eyes like this, she had to unleash the curse completely before that. How long has he been doing that? Tristan smiled and said. It's funny. What's the use now? But Arya did not miss the words he muttered as if passing by. In fact, it was because he didn't even expect anything from me. He was too tired to hold on to such passionate feelings. He looked like Lloyd, who had chosen to go crazy. It was as if she was looking at her past self, imprisoned in the Emperor's cage. Arya took out her card. My songs reach anywhere. Anywhere. Battlefield, slums, brothels. Anyone, on wild flowers blooming among the bricks, even on the stones on the street that are always bright. No matter how miserable the place, no matter how low it is, even the bottom. Even in hell. Even if it's the devil. The Grand Duke's eyes darkened for a moment. This time, the contents of the card seemed to be read properly. If there is a darkness that is eating you, give it to me. Arya came back for that purpose. To accept anything in Lloyd's darkness, to make him shine again. If Lloyd's darkness had been passed down from Grand Duke Valentine, Arya was ready to embrace the Grand Duke's darkness as well. I came here for that. She clasped the card into the Grand Duke's hand. He looked down at it for a moment and then tucked it into his arms so no one could see it. It's ridiculous. Then he leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes and muttered. What the hell are you going to carry with that small body? Then Arya lowered her head and whispered in his ear secretly. I'll sing you a lullaby at night. And she gently brushed away the disheveled bangs that pierced his eyes. The Grand Duke's bedroom was incomparably easier to infiltrate than Sabina's bedroom. No spells or movement scrolls were needed. Because there was not a single knight guarding the front door. He must be strong enough that he doesn't even need an escort. Even in the midst of losing power, Arya sneaked into the room, and she saw Tristan lying quietly on the bed with his eyes closed. Are you sleeping? His breathing sounds even. Arya waved her palms in front of the unmoving Grand Duke with closed eyes. Well, even with insomnia, a few people will fall asleep, because they can't stay awake all day. As he lay down like this with his eyes closed, his unrealistic appearance like a statue stood out again. His complexion is also seriously bad. She was swept away in an instant when he opened his mouth, so she didn't even notice. His skin was rough and bloodless, his lips were bluish and chapped, and there was a pitch-black shade under his eyes. It's great that you've endured so far. Arya reached out her hand and gently stroked the Grand Duke's head as she gently licked her lips. Hush, hush, sleep well, lovely baby. At that moment, the Grand Duke's fingertips seemed to tremble for a moment. Did I see it wrong? Perhaps he's cold. Come to think of it, he's sleeping without a blanket. Arya grunted and pulled the blanket that was under the Grand Duke's body. But it couldn't move. She clenched her teeth and pulled it with all her might. Thankfully this time, the blanket fell out. As if the Grand Duke gently lifted his waist. Are you sleeping or awake? To say that he was awake, she was confused because there was no movement, as if he was dead except for the sound of breathing. Arya once again waved her hand in front of the Grand Duke to make sure he was sleeping. You are sleeping? There's no reason to pretend he was sleeping. She sighed and carefully covered him with the blanket. Hush, hush, sleep well, lovely baby. She hesitated for a moment where to put her hand, then placed it on his chest. Pat, pat. A song of sleep. It was a song she could sing very well. It was because there were many times that the nobles had called her to cure their insomnia. The stars, the moon, is full of light, Mother's hand gently shakes you. Arya tilted her head and continued to narrow her brow as she sang. Strangely, the more she patted, the more she felt the vibration in her hand touching his chest. Until the sun comes and hits you dazzlingly, sleep with an angelic face. It was then, it seems, that the angelic face was the problem. As soon as that verse came out, a short laugh burst out as if desperately suppressed. The Grand Duke burst out laughing out loud as if he couldn't stand it. As expected, he was awake. Don't laugh. Ah, right. The Grand Duke replied with a laugh. I told you not to laugh. How much time has passed? He's laughing until now. Tristan laughed, shaking his shoulders until Arya was tired, and he barely managed to get a laugh. Ha, really? It's the first time I've laughed like this. Until, he was barely laughing. Arya thought he was laughing so hard that he laughed whenever he said something. Tristan asked, leaning his upper body towards her. Did my sleeping face look like an angel? Nope. It was like a demon king sealed in a labyrinth. Arya wiped her face. She suddenly felt tired. It only works if you listen seriously. Arya made a face as strict as possible. Then the person who doesn't match the seriousness responded with a rebellious smile to her words. The faded grey eyes seemed to glisten with playfulness. My face is as pretty as an angel, so how can I not get up with excitement? Oh, get some sleep. Arya raised one of her hands and covered the Grand Duke's eyes. She only got one eye covered, so she raised her other hand and covered it. Close your eyes. The Grand Duke quietly closed his eyes. She squeezed her shoulders and tried to put him back on the bed. He didn't move, so she struggled and he laid down, as if the effort was imaginary. It's a shock, really. In fact, Arya responded calmly, but she was deeply shocked. It was because she had never seen anyone in her life hold onto their stomach and laughed while listening to her song. It hurts my pride. Even though she sang it without magical power as much as possible, she sang as softly as possible in case it would stimulate his madness. I'll sing it right this time. Arya coughed and asked. There are other lullabies too. The babies, mothers, the sun, the moon, and the stars appear there too. How did he know? Not only that, baby birds, foxes, and squirrels also appear. I will go. Arya was stabbed and slowly stepped back, her cheeks blushing. Since he has already burst out laughing once, it seems unreasonable to expect him to listen to her lullabies seriously. Should I come by the time he begged for sleep so he'll listen seriously? No, but most of the lyrics for lullabies are like that. Don't go. I really felt like I was going to fall asleep just now. Tristan pulled her hem with a smile on his face. It was a soft and gentle voice, as if to soothe a sulky child. You know how to say it like that. Perhaps he looked a little different because he was weaker than before. Arya stood in front of the bed again, led by the Grand Duke. He arbitrarily took Arya's hand and placed it on his chest. Try the hush hush again. Hush hush. She unexpectedly patted his chest. He closed his half-closed eyelids and let out a languid breath. She sang again. This time, she put her magical power properly. A dreamy voice calmly echoed through the quiet room. Baby, baby. Lovely baby. Now is the time to sleep. Even the sun was sleepy and went home, and the baby birds, foxes, and squirrels all went home. Baby, baby. Dearest baby. Now is the time to sleep. Shush. If you close your eyes and listen closely, you will hear the whispers of the stars. Baby, baby. Sweet dreams. Countless dreams twinkle within you. Don't be afraid and go to sleep. Goodbye, good night. If nightmares come, I'll take them all. Sleep well, baby. As she continued humming naturally, she looked at the Grand Duke's complexion. She didn't even have to put her hand in front of him and wave it, but this time she knew. He fell asleep, while exhaling with a relaxed face. The suffocating pressure that always flowed by the Grand Duke's side disappeared. His calm sleep gave off a different atmosphere. If not an angel, maybe he'll be like a fallen angel. Because it looks like the blood of an angel. Because it's the face that passed on the genes to the future Lloyd. After thinking like that, Arya poked the sleeping Grand Duke's cheek and stepped back. As she was about to try to leave the room, she glanced at the sleeping Grand Duke through the cracks in the door and greeted him good night. Have a nice dream. She hoped he could sleep calm audibly today. If nightmares come, she'll take them all. Saint, Sir Knight, Veronica answered in a bright voice as if she had been waiting, and she carefully checked Gabriel's face beyond the communication sphere. She smiled brightly, as if reassured, after carefully examining him for any injuries. I was always worried about your late contact. I don't know if you have gone through any hardships. Then Gabriel smiled softly at her. Veronica has always been the same. She was a person who resembled the constant sunlight. Her every word is so warm and cozy that it puts a smile on his lips. You don't have to worry about that at all. No matter how devil worshippers they are, they won't be persecuting an apprentice who is in a contractual relationship. Like it or not, they were in a situation where they needed help, so there was no way they could do anything harsh. They just ignored me. Being ignored has been Gabriel's daily routine since he was in the papal palace, so he was comfortable with that level of atmosphere. Are you still having trouble? No, not really. Even without persecution, you'll be ostracized. Isn't that better? Even if you get attention from those devil worshippers, it's rather unpleasant. Gabriel continued her words to reassure Veronica, but then stiffened. It was because he thought of Arya, the Grand Princess. Ariadne Valentine. At first he approached her without knowing that she was the Grand Princess. He was used to her smiling face while holding the bouquet of flowers handed to her by her handmaiden. The child he thought had been taken away and had been subjected to terrible things, was alive and well. At first I was worried that she might have been sold to Valentine's, but fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. To say she was sold, she had a face that was as full as the flower in her arms. He never understood how she could be so clear among the devil worshippers. She wasn't kidnapped, though, so he thought he would move on. If only she hadn't said she was the one who saved Gabriel from the lowest place. She's an unpredictable child. As the devil's bride, she casually prays, tames a ferocious monster, and calls him an angel. And she said the same thing as the saint. Well, it could be a coincidence. Even the circumstances overlap perfectly. Gabriel is ignored in the papal palace. Saint Veronica is the only one who cares for and cherishes him. Gabriel is ignored in the Grand Duchy. She is the only one who takes care of him and cherishes him. Well, not really. In any case, it was the Grand Princess' kindness. Now I know where this strange feeling is coming from. Gabriel realized later. He wondered why he couldn't be so harsh on the Grand Princess in the first place. I met someone who looked like the saint. Looked like? Yes, she's overlapping with the saint. Gabriel was anxious, worried, and missed leaving Veronica alone. So he was indecisive towards someone like her. I have sinned against you too. It was a rude thought for both parties. Humans have their own personalities and lives, and they tend to overlap others for the same reason that they have similar attitudes toward themselves. Gabriel felt sorry for that and bowed his head, reflecting on how immature he was. So, he didn't see Veronica's expression turn cold in an instant. Oh, but that's fake. What? Gabriel raised his head suddenly. He couldn't believe that the saint called a person a fake. Fake? Veronica, beyond the communication sphere, had a very sad expression on her face. I mean, it wasn't really me. Ah, that's true. You missed me. Gabriel blushed his face. He was ashamed that his heart had been read almost like a confession. But, it's surprising. I didn't know there were people like me at Valentine's Castle. No, it's completely different. I just felt that it was similar to reaching out when I was lonely. Really? Yes. And she's my lifesaver. That's the first time I've heard of it. Oh, I am sorry. It's a personal story. He couldn't tell where and how he met Arya and how he got saved. Because it was the personal history of the Grand Princess, he couldn't speak to anyone without her permission. That's really he's a very grateful person. Veronica muffled her lips and muttered in a slightly lowered voice. I thought a lot about whether Sir Knight might have been isolated on his own, then how to comfort you. And as if relieved, she placed her hand on her chest, with a smile as if painted. Gabriel said thank you for her concern. But, I think it's a great disrespect if you treat her while overlapping with me. That you will be sad when you find out later. Wouldn't it be better to distance yourself from her? That was correct. Gabriel nodded as he rubbed the back of his nape as Veronica recalled his mistake. I will. What's wrong with you? Arya turned to Gabriel, who sat in the farthest seat and raised his prayers. They originally prayed while maintaining a reasonable distance as they sat at both ends in the same chair, but he was far away today. Very far. He was avoiding her so openly that it looked rather strange. Well, Grand Princess. Huh? Arya looked up with round eyes as if answering his call. I would like to know if I can keep the key to the prayer room for a while. It seems like it would be troublesome for the Grand Princess to come with the key every day. Gabriel didn't seem to realize how strange the things he was saying now. The angel came to help us, but he was still an outsider. Gabriel blushed when he asked if they could give the key to an outsider. I am sorry. It was only then that he realized that he had asked for a nonsensical request. I never meant anything else. What's going on? I might be rude to the Grand Princess. I thought I'd keep our distance for a while. What does this mean again? Arya didn't know much about Gabriel's personality at this time, but she knows for sure that he'll be shoveling and suffering on his own. I will decide whether the angel was rude or not. So it meant to tell her what was going on. Gabriel had no choice but to be honest. I have someone dear to me. He hadn't even finished his speech, but she could guess who it was. He must be referring to Saint Veronica. I have been overlapping her and the Grand Princess from the very beginning. Arya was shocked at the words. She remembered something she had heard in the past. If you imitate a saint, does it make you feel like you're not a monster? Gabriel said sarcastically. At that time, she understood that she meant not to pretend to be a saint to use the healing powers that only priests can use. She never revealed that she was a siren, and she had never met Veronica yet, but when she heard the same thing again, she couldn't help but be surprised. Does it look like Veronica and I have a similar atmosphere? Arya tilted her head. She didn't feel good about something. It doesn't matter anyway. After all, Arya, no matter what others say, was a person who could be happy if only Lloyd was happy. It didn't matter whether Gabriel looked at herself like the saint or not. She had no regrets or disappointments. It was enough if he remembered the distant Arya and helped her once in a while. I don't know what's wrong with that. Yes, he must have thought she would be offended. Gabriel looked puzzled. It hasn't been a while since we met. Things like that happen, too. People are originally like that. People are like that? Yes. Recalling the people around you and what you've been through while accepting new things. Is that so? Yes. Arya nodded her head. That's not the case in all situations, but it happens quite often. When they encounter something similar to their environment that made up their surroundings, they are relieved and accept it with ease. And when they encounter the complete opposite, at first they feel repulsed. Of course, after that they get used to it, reject it, or change direction. That's why I started praying. She doesn't know if he knows. Although it wasn't Arya's intention for him to recall the saint in her figure, she thought it was good. She will be accepted easily. Yes, at first, you just have to find out later that we are a different person. Is that so? Yes. Arya nodded her head again. You have no friends. She swallowed what she wanted to say. Because to say that means he didn't have any friends. Anyway, she wondered what the hell Garcia was teaching kids. Making them feel guilty with just a natural human instinct. It seems like a seriously wrong way of teaching. Isn't that so? I am sorry. I've never been close to anyone other than the Saint. It seems so. Arya said it was fine, tapped him on the shoulder a couple of times, and then she held out a new card. If you look closely, you'll see how I am different from her. At those words, Gabriel's water blue eyes shimmering in gold widened. And slowly nodded his head. Oh, you were here. The next day, Tristan came to visit Arya. At his own will, he slowly leaned back on a chair and sent the servant and the guards out of the room. Are you okay now? Thanks to you. He was back to the way he was before he suffered from insomnia. Of course, in a situation where he is passing on his power to his successor in real time, he cannot be completely healthy. At least he looks fine on the surface. Arya was relieved. In fact, before that, she was so worried that he might have to be locked up in a detached palace right away. Here you go. At that time, a golden sparkle flew in. Arya suddenly grabbed it with both her hands as if catching an insect. This key, wedding present. Well, that shouldn't be too bad. Since she had received so many things from Tristan, Arya showed a shaky reaction. What key? Your room? Arya's eyes widened as if she had never thought of it. It wasn't an attic, not a prison or a cage for the sirens. Am I going to have my own space? In the meantime, she was using the guest room of the detached palace, so Arya's heart started pounding. With excitement, her cheeks blushed and she looked at the Grand Duke. Thank you so much. How come you are more happy than when I made your playroom for you? Well, she suddenly had a playroom like an amusement park, but Arya had no idea how to play. She just shivered, but having her own room was one of Arya's wishes. I handpicked the furniture and ornaments brought in. Handpicked? She suddenly started to get anxious. If you like it that much, would you go take a look now? The Grand Duke asked with a satisfied smile. It seemed like an impulsive proposal. She nodded her head as she was hoping for some sort of answer. Because I am curious about my room too. He said it was handpicked. Arya was very suspicious of the Grand Duke's aesthetics, so she decided to prepare ahead of time. Good. Tristan said so and suddenly lifted Arya up, like holding a newborn baby. You look happy. Arya staggered far away from the guest room, where she was staying, with the Grand Duke's long legs. Arya grabbed the Grand Duke's hem because of the sudden heightened gaze and speed. Suddenly they arrived in front of a door. The Grand Duke gently lowered her down. Arya grabbed the key and wiggled her fingers as she looked up at him. What are you doing without opening it? Well, she got nervous. Preparing not to be shocked if some extraordinary room pops out. Arya swallowed her saliva for a moment and shoved the key into the keyhole. The door opened with a light click. Wow, a new look of admiration escaped her lips. However, the sight beyond the door was more fantastic than she had imagined. I feel like I am in the forest. The vivid green walls and wooden moldings looked like a forest full of cypresses. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling was meticulously crafted with crystals in the shape of a butterfly. The paintings on the wall were all forests, cute wild animals, and flowers. The smell of fresh grass, flowers, and trees came from the flower pots placed here and there. It's full of things I like, he remembered. She took a step forward unknowingly and was startled. Fuzzy, green rugs were spread all over the room. At first glance, it looks like grass, but every time she walks, the floor is soft. Did father really decorate this room? Arya openly asked if this was really his sense. Sabina gave me an opinion. The Grand Duke then made it clear that he had received the help of his wife. Sabina Arya walked around the room, carefully touching every object. There were also many cute and strange animal ornaments. Each one was encrusted with jewels. Oh, it's a rabbit. Arya found a white rabbit doll lying on the bed and approached it. It was so soft and fluffy that her fingers could fit in it when pressed. Oh, that's not the one I picked. Arya looked down at the rabbit doll curiously at the Grand Duke's words. A gift from Sabina? Oh wait, rabbit. She could immediately know whose gift it was. Weren't you in a bad relationship with your father? Arya lifted her bowed head and stared alternately at the Grand Duke and the rabbit doll. Lloyd's gift being here made no sense if the room was decorated with the Grand Duke's initiative. Are they not even getting along? Before they didn't even get along, he casually declared his corruption. Then Tristan explained in one word. He suddenly appeared and he said he picked it up on the way and threw it. Well, Arya looked down at the rabbit doll with a subtle expression, and then she smiled and hugged it tightly. The doll had a peculiar smell to it. It didn't look like there was any hope at all between the two, father and son. Soft and fluffy, Arya hugged the rabbit doll. She hugged it very tightly. She dared to hold the rabbit doll Lloyd had given her in front of Lloyd. "Do you have anything to say?" he asked impatiently. But she didn't answer. Arya smiled as she buried her face in the rabbit doll. "You re-hugging everything?" Lloyd blushed slightly and glanced at the rabbit doll. "The reaction is cute. Will he be that cute even after he grows up?" She couldn't believe that such a cute boy grew up to be such an adult. "Of course, it's not that I hate adult Lloyd. For sure, he wasn't cute." She wanted to enjoy this look for a long time. Arya stroked Lloyd's head. Lloyd stopped what he was doing and stared at Arya silently. But was he used to it now? Unknowingly he followed her hand and he tilted his head naturally. He half closed his eyes and drooped the long, densely packed black eyelashes. "Oh, crazy!" although he suddenly hardened his expression and took her hand away with a curse. Arya looked up at the boy, widening her eyes. "Why are you cursing me?" In the moonlight, a pale blush appeared on the pale white skin. Lloyd rubbed his cheek with the back of his hand for a moment, then said with a straight face, "Read the letter. Did it come for her?" Arya was perplexed when she saw Lloyd's package of letters. Each of the dozens of letters had a family seal stamped on it. It was an invitation. Well, it's time to get anxious about it slowly. Lloyd's incident must have spread rumors in social circles. The Grand Prince fell in love with a lady and challenged the Emperor's authority, giving out his everything. Rumors of that kind must have spread. They going crazy wondering who the hell she is from. But why did Lloyd give me this? He wouldn't have told her to debut in society. Arya looked up at him. "I've picked out the best families out of all the letters. Choose one of the family to put your name on." Put her name on. It was difficult to understand immediately what it meant. "Choose your paternal family." Is that possible? Her biological father is still alive. Can she go for adoption? "Because Count Cortez has renounced your parental authority." Lloyd waved the envelope of papers. Inside was the contract that Count Cortez had written when he sold Arya. Arya seemed to know what the boy was thinking with this proposal. "You trying to hide the fact that I am a siren as much as possible?" "I think you want to," Lloyd replied with an indifferent expression. The content of the words, though, was not at all. "Isn't he rather considerate of her to the extent that it was delicate?" Arya smiled faintly. "He always says what she wants to hear, and he always knows what she needs. Everyone in this Grand Duchy was like that. You're just going to put your name up anyway, so you don't have to think too much. By the way, will they want to do it? Putting a girl they don't know who she is, on the family list." The nobles were generally proud of their families, especially if it was a high-ranking noble or a prestigious family. Then Lloyd replied as if she was worried about something useless. "Don't worry. Everyone will be equal in front of Valentine." "Well, definitely. Equally inferior. Even the Emperor would fold his hands." "You make a decision and that's it, because everyone knows I hate to change my mind." Arya recalled Lloyd's sword dialogue with his vassals. "It's not about knowing, it's about making people know." Once she nodded her head, she checked all the family patterns on the letter. "You picked a good family. All of them were only prominent families with a deep history and widespread names." However, she found a familiar family among them and hardened her expression. Plum Blossoms. It was a very famous family with a pattern that symbolizes a noble heart, faithfulness, and a clear mind. This is because it was a representative family that practiced noblesse oblige with an attitude of integrity as much as the pattern that symbolized the family. They run 10 orphanages in the capital, run charitable events constantly, and have more than 30 adopted children from their families. Moreover, they raised all adopted children into great talents. A noble among nobles who set an example, so it was known. The reality is completely different. County Chateau. This is the family that helped sell Arya to the Emperor for self-interest. It's like a song from heaven. It's like the closest touch to the sky. The first time Count Chateau visited the salon, Arya remembers being very puzzled. Because he had a high reputation as a good philanthropist and upright educator, she didn't know that he would come to hear the sirens sing. The imperial nobles are mostly corrupt people, but there are rare people who are like pine trees who keep their beliefs and dignity. However, people with noble and upright dispositions did not seek the siren on their own. It was when he came. Arya then began to doubt the character of Count Chateau for the first time. This gloomy basement of a mansion is not suitable for a siren. Could there be a better place for me than this? Heavenly song should be sung in a heavenly place. Heavenly? The Empire of Garcia, the only place where God's voice can be heard. Count Chateau secretly spilled the name of the Holy Empire on Arya. The Chateau family had a deep relationship with the Holy Empire in the early days. This is because, by doing good deeds in the name of Eden faith, they have earned Garcia's favor as a missionary in a foreign country. The Count then sent me to Garcia to win the favor of the Pope. It was until Count Cortez, who had heard of his intentions, became furious and gave a dismissal order to Count Chateau. Count Chateau was quick-witted. When his initial plans failed, he planned to use Arya in other ways. He planned to sell me to the Emperor. Chateau was one of the families that benefited greatly from religious wars within the empire. They received subsidies from the imperial and noble families as the number of orphans increased exponentially due to war. The more war orphans are not cared for in proper orphanages, the more crime and lawlessness the capital becomes. At that time, she never imagined that the empire would fall so easily. The nobles were happy to support them, and when they were suffering from a labor shortage because of the war, they were provided with an educated labor force from the orphanage. Of course, all the workers the county provided were all loyal informants. Count Chateau then carried out his plan in earnest. He went to the emperor, who was going crazy day by day to have Arya, and whispered to him that he should hold the execution ceremony in the square. His Majesty seeks you, Siren. Now you can rest in his cage. Still, she could not forget the Countess' suspicious smile, who came to the imperial dungeon and whispered. He dragged Arya to the emperor, who only hoped that she would rather die, and he used someone of her size and put a mask on and made him hold an execution ceremony. She was a child from an orphanage run by the county chateau. In order to completely erase Arya from the world, he killed an innocent life. He even ruined her face and broke her leg to make her look just like me. But it wasn't just that. After being imprisoned in the Emperor's cage, she learned something later. There were dedicated girls with a similar tone to Arya for many years, since the Emperor became addicted to SIREN songs. Educating those who have innate talent for singing, he dyed their hair the same color as her and put a mask on. The Emperor was already crazy then. Count Chateau was able to obtain great wealth, honor and power in the empire thanks to this. And he fled to Garcia as if he had been waiting for the Finetta Empire to crumble. Looking back, it was Count Chateau who gave the Pope the cause of war in the first place. This is because he brought Arya out to the world, who had been wandering in the shadow while belonging to the Cortez family. Thanks to that, she was honored and admired, and in the eyes of the Holy Empire, she became an excuse for war. As the Pope, there would have been no such loyalties to the Finetta Empire. Ariadne? Arya. Arya raised her head at the sudden name. She awoke from her thoughts quickly as if she had been bathed in cold water. Lloyd was holding her shoulder tightly. You are trembling. The boy pointed to her trembling fingertips. Why do you look like that? Did the chateau do anything to you? It wasn't because she was afraid, because anger is at its peak. Arya grabbed her fingertips and shook her head as if it was nothing. Because I don't know why the world is so harsh on me. Why? Because what did she do wrong? Why did she always have to live alone in so much pain? Why did she have to be the only one in pain? I didn't really want that kind of life. I didn't want anyone to take advantage of me and I didn't want to drive anyone crazy. And the truth is, it was a dark childhood that she can't even remember very well, yet there was definitely something called a dream. Dream on the southern island at the end of the empire, the sea is turquoise. What about the waterfall that pours down from everywhere your eyes meet? There is also a land of golden desert with only sand where nomads live. She heard that the jungles and swamps that bloomed endlessly were all green, so much that her eyes hurt. I wanted to see the whole scene. There were times like that. However, the dream that Arya had so desperately wanted did not come true forever. That's why it is called a dream, because it is a fantasy and a mirage. What are you thinking? Don't pile it up. It'll only ruin you. Lloyd forced Arya, who had closed her mouth immersed in thoughts. You can tell, in the past, she would have hidden it, because she knew that even if she prayed and prayed every day, it would never come true. Because I realized that I couldn't escape from reality, which is closer to a nightmare. But Arya, who did not even pray to God, opened her mouth. The thought of wanting to live selfishly, to the boy who will become the devil. I forgot, but I had a dream. There were a lot of things I wanted to do. What dream? I want to learn how to draw. I want to learn swordsmanship and I want to learn cooking. Then, I want to learn horseback riding. I want to travel. I like nature. I like to live and breathe. Drawing, walking, swinging a sword, cooking while camping, riding a horse. Once the words burst out, the words were endless. A wish that she had never told anyone or had a way to say. In fact, in return for choosing the Grand Duchy, she was naturally giving up on this dream. She thought she had to give up. I will teach you swordsmanship, until Lloyd takes her petty dreams seriously. I'll have to put a teacher for the drawing, teacher. No one cooks like Baker. Yes, she knows it very well. The animals follow you very well, so you will soon learn to ride a horse. Maybe you will be able to learn horseback riding. I know a place in the forest that you would like. Let us go together. Is there anything else? Lloyd asked. Arya shook her head. She couldn't take his eyes off the boy. You want what I want so much and give up quickly on what you want. It's yours. It's your heart. Don't give up. If someone tries to make you give up, if they try to take it away, even if you kill them, take it back. At that moment, the black eyes touched the invitation from County Chateau. Arya read a clear murderous energy. Lloyd, what are you thinking? I am thinking of taking him to the rabbit forest. No. While looking at the invitation from County Chateau with clear eyes, there must have been some kind of plot, but Lloyd naturally turned it around. I can take you to the forest until you re-bigger. Arya, who had been expecting inside, was shocked and opened her mouth. Why you said you take me? You too weak. Compared to Valentine, all humans are weak. No, you weak even outside the boundaries. Arya fell into her thoughts at those words. Now that he has found out I am a siren, don't he tell me he is determined to hide my energy and make me look weak? If so, does she look weak because of the time limit? I can't help it either. Arya would then be unable to live up to Lloyd's standards for the rest of her life. Swallowing a bitter smile, she spoke out absurd words. If I go for a walk with Lloyd, I might become stronger. What nonsense. Lloyd thought so, but he said as he held out his hand to her. Leave that aside and come here. He swept aside the invitations he asked her to look at. What are you doing? I'll hold you. Can't I just walk on my feet? You going to lie down ill for another few days? Wouldn't it be better to be piggybacked than to be carried like this? As she pondered that, Lloyd lifted her up. Why did I ask? And they quickly left the room and walked down the hallway. Cloud, who was guarding the front door, naturally followed them. I never felt this way when Grand Duke Valentine gave me a hug. At that time, she felt cozy and stable without any thought. Now it was difficult to breathe naturally and her heart was beating so fast that her body was twisted. Arya clenched her toes for nothing, then repeatedly straightened it, and as she glanced at the knights following him, she asked by telepathic message. Where are we going? Garden. Father smashed it. It was restored. There were many times when she went for a walk in the garden, but it was the first time she saw it in the middle of the night. If we went out at night, we wouldn't be able to see anything. Is there a point? Arya had a sudden thought, but it wasn't so bad. The scent of grass and flowers will not disappear no matter what time she sees them. Lloyd, it's meaningless if I don't walk on my feet. No exercise at all. Who doesn't know that? I am just holding you. They arrived in the garden. Arya opened her mouth wide in admiration. Heading inward, the garden grew brighter with multicolored landscaping. That's all magic stones. With illumination magic applied, the splendid shimmering appearance was as if hundreds of millions of stars were being picked and scattered. I didn't know this place before. She was mesmerized by the sight she had seen for the first time in her life. Why didn't I think of coming at night earlier? This would be a luxury that only Valentine, the owner of the finest diamond mines, can enjoy. Lloyd sat her on a flower swing in the innermost part of the garden. Arya removed the golden magic stones that were placed on the pure white rose. Putting it in her hand, she looked closely. It's like picking up the stars in the night sky. She felt proud. Arya smiled faintly and held it in Lloyd's hand. What is this? Resembles you? Where? The boy made a face that he did not understand. but he docilely put it in his pocket. Spry the fountain in the garden was lit with more colorful lights than the chandelier. It was so spectacular that she was blown away. The Milky Way seemed to flow in it, and it seemed to resemble a waterfall that Arya had wanted to see with her own two eyes someday. She watched it and opened her mouth. I like the Angelo family. Duchy Angelo. Among the numerous invitations Arya received, it was a family that was not there, and it was also a family that had not heard the siren song in her past life. It's almost unique. They didn't come forward like Count Chateau. They did a good deed without anyone knowing. They taught the war orphans to use swordsmanship to protect themselves. And the free distribution didn't stop until the safe was empty. The Duke and his children were at the forefront when the Empire was on the defensive, fighting to the end and dying. They were the ones who left after silently defending the Empire from beginning to end. It will not be easy to accept. There are few families who can be trusted as much as they do. Perhaps Lloyd had the same thoughts as her. He agreed with her and nodded his head. If it's Duke Angelo, it won't be easy. He's the one who will never break his stubbornness even if a sword comes into his neck. As expected, he was planning to put a sword to his neck. As Arya squinted her eyes and looked at Lloyd, he, too, had been staring at her with a similar gaze. But how do you know Angelo? Of course, this is one of the contributing founders of the Finetta Empire, but I don't know why you chose Angelo. Isn't he the Chateau a famous family? Lloyd sharply pierced the point. It's definitely strange if a child who has been abused knows the true reputation and substance of a good family. Arya was embarrassed inside, but she responded calmly on the outside. It's strange that a family reputed to be honest sends me an invitation. It seems that the boy was also suspicious of that part. He was silent for a moment. There must be something. I see. With that one word, it was over. Lloyd stopped talking about it and held Arya again. Let's go in. It's getting cold. She thought he would ask more questions, but the conversation was cut like a knife. For a moment of bewilderment, Arya nodded her head and wrapped her arms behind the boy's neck. As she melted into the darkness, she thought that only the eyes in his face were shining. A few days passed. Arya learned from Cloud what was called stretching. It's an exercise that stretches her body to loosen tight muscles and make her flexible. Contrary to how it looks, it is very difficult. Cloud makes it easy, so why can't she? Arya sat with her legs stretched out and reached out to her toes. Her fingertips were barely touching her ankles. You don't have to overdo it in the first place. It'll hurt your muscles. Cloud watched Arya anxiously and spoke in a worried voice. She did her stretching and lifted her head. Of course you were right, though. She's been hearing those words for 5 days. Isn't it time to overdo it even if my muscles would be slowly torn? It was when Arya was gazing at her toes with a vivid gaze. Young madam, dessert is here. Maronia opened the door and entered with a cheerful voice. Today is a Mont Blanc cake topped with marron cream. In a clear voice, she explained about the finely chopped marron cream and the Mont Blanc cake. A sweet and savory scent slowly spread through the air. Arya stopped what she was doing and jumped up and sat down at the table. Oh my, young madam. Are you listening? Sorry, I wasn't listening. Arya has been most looking forward to tea time between lunch and dinner lately. Because Baker serves the most soulful dessert, she picked up the fork with a look of anticipation. As if Maronia suddenly remembered, she spoke to Arya. But did you hear the news? Curious, talkative, and quick-footed, Maronia was a good source. Arya stared at her, putting the marron cream into her mouth. Although she ate only cream, it was not greasy, and a light sweet taste spread all over her mouth. Count Chateau is dead. What? The fork Arya was holding clattered. Who died? Why Count Chateau? Why is it that a normal person suddenly dies? Besides, he was the one who survived after Arya's death. She flapped her lips, in no mood to write the words on the card. Why did he die? They said he was murdered. He was found dead in the morning, but they didn't know who killed him. Arya did not see Count Chateau's future directly in her past life, but she could barely predict how he would live. He is a person who eats well and lives well until the end. He was no one who would give his life in vain like this. You. Then, as if Cloud cut off her words, he called Maronia firmly. Arya and Maronia looked back at the night, blinking their big eyes, startled. Then, Cloud suddenly showed signs of a sudden stagnation. Didn't he, the chief handmaiden, warn you to watch out for that? It was then that Maronia had realized Cloud's existence. But that S, she mumbled and stretched her words. I always give priority to the young madam. I don't think there should be anything hidden from her. The chief handmaiden will understand that. It's an ugly incident to hear for those who are still young. Please refrain from it. A 15-year-old said Arya was young. Of course, Arya is the youngest among them, but in terms of mental age, she is the oldest. What is that? It doesn't suit you. Why are you covering your mouth all of a sudden? Arya looked at him very suspiciously. Cloud scratched the back of his head as if in trouble. Anyway, more important news than that. Then Maronia spoke to her, completely ignoring the knight's warning, and that she is ignoring it openly in front of him. Arya admired her maid, whose courage was not ordinary. After the death of Count Chateau, the Imperial Guard started an investigation. Well, the orphanage run by the county was a hotbed of crime. Can you believe it? Maronia's shoulder trembled as if she had all the goosebumps out. Isn't he a famous philanthropist among the nobles? They did a test on children to develop a new drug. They said that children with outstanding abilities or appearance were scored and sold like slaves and received subsidies. In the orphanage of County Chateau, there were children who were promoted externally and children who were used from behind. Even the siren, Arya, had to go through a long time before the truth was revealed to the world. That's all the news I've heard. Now, the whole empire is in turmoil because of this incident. Maronia ended her talk there. As a thank you for telling her, Arya scooped out the Mont Blanc cake and shoved it into her mouth. She hugged Arya tightly with a happy smile. Actually, I don't know if I can say this, but it's retribution. Listening to Maronia, the current public opinion is, it's a shame for a nobleman. He died accordingly. Public opinion was not good even among the nobles, let alone the common people. Because they thought that even if they did the same bad thing, their dignity would be lowered if that fact was revealed publicly. Even if they did their crimes behind the scenes, at least they always had to be elegant and noble on the outside. It's funny, but that was the life of the nobles. If Count Chateau had just died, everyone would have been mourning and sad. Someone intentionally leaked the information, so that the guard had no choice but to investigate. No matter how ignorant she was, she had to know this. It's probably what Lloyd did. She didn't know exactly how and what he did, though. Arya looked back at Cloud. He turned his head slightly to avoid her gaze. You so bad at lying. Did you give the Emperor false information that Count Chateau was plotting treason? Arya cut to the chase right away. I don't know what you talking about. Lloyd answered her question calmly, turning over the papers. I am sure it's what you did. He doesn't even blink an eye enough to be sly. Lloyd meticulously scanned the papers he was holding, then he held it to Arya. Come on, sign here. Upon closer inspection, it was a document that was part of Arya's adoption process. The other side was Duchy Angelo, as requested. He said that the Duke would not break his stubbornness even if he put a sword to his neck. Less than a week later, the Duchy's side had sent the adoption papers themselves. It was close to a miracle. You've earned Duke Angelo's trust with this. Duke Angelo was a man of integrity who could not tolerate injustice. He has a belief that people's lives come before the blind law. He must have been furious like fire at Count Chateau. And if it had been revealed that Lloyd was the mastermind in this case, Lloyd would have been able to easily win his trust. Besides, he'll keep it a secret. Arya deeply admired Lloyd's resourcefulness. I know it's what Lloyd did, she told the boy who seemed to have no intention of telling her the truth. A person died, but to be honest, I think he died accordingly. It wasn't he just out of revenge towards the Count. Because of this, they were able to prevent the innocent deaths of children. The imperial family will manage it more thoroughly in the future in order to calm the public sentiment that has become atrocious. This was good for everyone. I don't know what you mean. Lloyd responded consistently and handed the papers back to Arya again. Lloyd seems to be a tough one to insist on. Arya stretched the pen and skillfully wrote her autograph. Ariadne, it was a sign she had been using since she was a siren. It was done unintentionally. The boy looked carefully at the flowing handwriting. Your handwriting seems to change every time I look at it. Sometimes it looks like a child, sometimes it looks like an adult. It's old-fashioned handwriting. It must be hard to imitate something like this. So sharp. What a scary thing is a human habit. Even if she tries to be careful all the time, it pops out suddenly while she's not careful. Whether it's handwriting, actions, or vocabulary used, things to do. Lloyd was smart. He was so observant that he would never miss Arya's subtle changes. While not answering anything, Arya made eye contact with the boy for a moment. The black eyes that glistened like beads were staring straight at her. I am sorry about Count Chateau, while telling a lie that feels heinous. But it's a good thing that the person who made you look like that died on his own. Lloyd ended the conversation with a bit of sincerity, as if he was talking to someone else. Lloyd, look at this. Arya stood in the place with a very proud face. Then, with her legs straight, she bent down, bringing her fingertips to the tips of her toes. Finally, I succeeded in stretching. Arya returned to the position again, showing a triumphant expression on her face. But Lloyd looked like a person who was in trouble on how to respond to a very boring joke. What does that mean? He wanted to say that, but when he looked into Arya's sparkling eyes with excessive expectations, he couldn't say that. Maronia and Cloud, who were watching Arya's stunts with Lloyd, clapped their hands as if they were waiting. Great. I am so proud. Sir Cloud, I thought you were always honest. Cloud was a fool, but honest. The honest fool said. No, I am genuinely admiring it right now, because it was the first time young madam succeeded to do stretching. That. Lloyd looked puzzled for a moment as he didn't know what to say. Then he murmured seriously, as he looked at Arya like an immature baby who couldn't even take a step. Should I postpone the schedule a little more? Why? She showed it in the sense that she had grown up in her own way. Trust me and leave it to me. She had no idea that what she was trying to brag would backfire on her. No, no way. Arya shakes her head, and she clings to Lloyd's arm. She was desperate. It's not a sin to be inflexible. Okay. Calm down. Was it a joke? He smiled warmly and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. These are the things you said you wanted to learn before. Look at it and schedule the day you want, according to the appropriate time. Arya shyly blushed and nodded her head. The peaceful days continued. Veronica didn't stop Gabriel when he volunteered as Valentine's apprentice. She actually had no reason to stop him. Because if he went to the Devil's castle, he would have suffered all sorts of hardships while in isolation for 5 years. No one will help. Rather, it was a situation for her to push him to go. Because Gabriel was a dog that she would use a lot in the future. She's been working hard and she didn't have to panic for fear that someone might steal him before she could tame it properly. He's going to the Devil's lair. I wish he had suffered a terrible thing that he will remember for the rest of his life. Then Veronica thought of giving her hand to the boy who had lost faith in humanity, pretending to be the only savior. In fact, it was so obvious what she was going to do that she was convinced that this wasn't a plan. It felt more like the certain future. Oh, sorry, Saint. It's prayer time soon. But, as she checks her dog each time during the periodic contact, Veronica feels it intuitively. She realized that the future she thought had already been set is slowly changing. You must not be late for prayer, Veronica said with a soft smile to let him go, and she sent Gabriel, who bowed his head, smiling until the end. The moment the telecommunication sphere was disconnected, she returned with a cold face, feeling no emotion. It's not ordinary prayer. For the Garcia native, prayer was almost as natural and habitual as eating. So, to always pray together means to share their daily life that much. I don't know if praying with my dog is intentional or not. I feel very bad. Veronica felt as if she was somehow about to lose her own dog. But, she'll be worrying for nothing. Because she clearly confirmed the trust and affection deeply rooted in Gabriel's gaze. She was sure, that girl couldn't and will never be more important in Gabriel's life than Saint Veronica. The first time is always imprinted in the memory. Veronica thought so and walked out of the room. But then, by chance, she overheard the priest's conversation. He was known as a reputable missionary. I only knew he was spreading the doctrine of Eden faith by establishing orphanages. Everyone would have believed so. Naturally, she heard the story of Count Chateau. It was because the rumors about him spread widely in Garcia. In particular, he was the most trusted by the Pope among the nobles of other countries, so the shock was even greater. There were even rumors that he would flee to the Holy Empire if he could. He was the one who showed such loyalty. He was about to change his nationality. Veronica overhears those words, and she is deeply saddened by it. she had kept an eye on him because she thought he would work well and be a good collaborator. Is that a trick? It was such an unnatural death. Ha, he's doing such a wrathful thing. How can you experiment with powerless and weak children who were born as human beings? He fell to hell because of the devil. Even if he dies, he won't be comfortable. Experiment? Veronica listened to the words and she appeared before the priests without hesitation. Ah, Sister Veronica. After she responded with a benevolent smile to the priest who greeted her warmly, she cut to the chase. Then what about the children in the orphanage? Well, it's very complicated. It's a foreign business, but it's also an orphanage affiliated with Eden Faith. The priest seemed to be contemplating whether to manage the orphanage directly with the Emperor's permission, or whether to leave it alone. This is quite. After a moment of thought, Veronica made her decision, and said, actually, at a time of hesitation like this, shouldn't it be time to care for the children who must have been deeply wounded? With a very sad expression, as she laid her hand on her chest with sad eyes that seemed to shed tears at any moment. I want to go and help myself. She volunteered to be the manager of an orphanage that lost their master. Arya recalled the necklace, which she had forgotten for a while. Veronica's necklace, which she wore around her neck naturally, had no effect, so it was forgotten as it was. Carlin said it was cursed. It was the necklace she found by chance while searching for the relic. Infused with the magical powers, it gave no response. But it was understandable. It's because that necklace was found on the site of what was once a temple of Garcia. She wondered whether it would react properly to divine powers. No, it was most likely. Arya fiddled with the transparent jewel on the necklace. Gasp, gasp. Sorry for being late. Then Gabriel came in through the door of the prayer room, running like someone is chasing him. You don't have to run. Arya was a little puzzled. Because the two had gathered in the prayer room to pray. There was absolutely no need to apologize for being a little late to prayer. It wasn't like they had an appointment to meet. But it's true that I've been waiting for today. Arya pulled out the card as she held out the necklace to Gabriel, who took a rough breath. Can you pour divine power here? This jewel? She nodded her head. As if it wasn't a very difficult request, he gladly spilled divine power on the necklace. Then, the transparent crystal shimmered in a brilliant golden color as if gold had been injected. Cook. At the same time, Gabriel let out a small groan and hurriedly removed his hand from the necklace. With that, the jewel became transparent again, just now. Huh? Arya blinked her eyes curiously, as if she knew nothing. She actually didn't know what really had happened. It was similar to when it was infused with magical powers, except that something slightly different happened. Just now, it felt like this jewel was trying to suck up divine power on its own. Was it his first time experiencing it? Gabriel stuttered, visibly embarrassed. I think what Carlin said was true. This jewel responds to divine power. It was a jewel that ate divine power. Arya has only magical powers, so she hasn't seen any effect yet. Well, it seems that even now, the divine power is not being effective at all. There seems to be something. Arya looked down at the transparent jewel, immersed in her thoughts. Then Gabriel asked, what is this necklace? I picked it up by accident. Where? The lowest place. But she couldn't tell the truth. Then because it was Garcia's item, and it seemed like it would be taken away because it had to be returned to the papal palace. Carlin accidentally picked this up, but I asked for it. Who is Carlin again? The shaman of this castle. Shaman what? Shaman? Maybe Gabriel didn't know until now. Still, it seems that he has been in this castle for quite some time, but his expression is like he had never heard of it before. His information power is so low. He was not interested in anything other than getting really strong. I am a fool for thinking for a moment that he might be the Pope's spy. Gabriel seemed to be shocked by the fact that there were criminals proudly in the Grand Duchy. How on earth never mind. Did he think that Valentine, who is the source of malice, is doing what it is supposed to do? He frowned slightly, not wanting to ask more details. Actually, it's a shame that I was sent for purification, but I don't have that much divine power. Really? Yes. The priest sent me here because he saw the potential for a big growth after seeing my changing eye color, but... Gabriel apologized, saying, I am still inexperienced, so I don't know exactly what this jewel is for. Well, I see. Arya, who already knew how far Gabriel would rise one day, was meekly convinced. Did he say he was the same age as Lloyd? Because he was still young. The use of the jewel was something he had to learn later when he became an adult. There was enough time. It is too risky to be seen by a priest other than Gabriel. Are you going to keep it a secret between the two of us? Arya secretly forced him to shut up and looked up at him. She had a persistent gaze. She was thinking that she would erase his memory if he did not keep a secret. Gabriel couldn't take his eyes off of the flower-like eyes that looked straight into his eyes for a moment. The scenery he saw that day flashed through his mind for a moment. Stained glass penetrating the dazzling light of the 5 colors, soaring birds, the sound of grasshoppers and a faint smile. Then he hurriedly averted her gaze and nodded his head. Yes, it's a secret. Today, you'll meet the elder madam. Elder madam, young madam. It was an unusual name. However, Arya and Sabina liked it so much that they planned to continue being called that in the future. Every other day, you go to see the head and the madam. Arya nodded her head. To be precise, it is the process of treating insomnia and treating a body that has not fully recovered. But she doesn't know how it would look to others. Maybe I looked like a child sleeping one day in her mother's room and the next in her father's room. She doesn't think so, but she had a strong conviction that it must have been reflected that way, and she felt uncomfortable. It was when Arya had a trembling expression on her face. Cloud said, "The Grand Prince will be very upset, Lloyd. Because I monopolize his parents. Know what's wrong with that?" Cloud showed an absurd response. No, because he is still 14. A teenage boy who still has 6 years left before his coming-of-age ceremony. I don't know about the Grand Duke since they don't get along, but how does Sabina know if he'll be jealous inside? However, Cloud answered Arya's guess with a blunt expression. It looked like he was saying something really stupid. Well, to make Cloud look like that, it means that he seems to be waiting for young madam to come. Oh, he meant that Lloyd will be upset that she didn't just go to Lloyd. Things like that happen, too. Well, but visiting Lloyd's bedroom in the middle of the night. A little something, isn't it? Arya glared at Cloud. Why are you looking at me that way? With a puzzled expression on his face, he said, "Ah." He let out a stupid exclamation and shook his head. The Grand Prince will never look at the young madam with those eyes. You're still 10 years old. You look like a very young child about the same age as his younger brother. Cloud was honest. That's very the 4-year difference isn't that big of an age gap. But that's when you're an adult. 10 and 14 is like the difference between heaven and earth. The funny thing is that the person who says that is also 15 years old. I know what you want to say, and it's a natural thing to say. Why do I feel so bad? Arya looked down at her palms for a moment. It looked a little bigger than when she came to the Grand Duchy, but it was still small. Yes, how big would a 10-year-old be? Arya was cute enough that it wouldn't be awkward at all to hear that she is called a baby girl. When will I grow up? The faster she ages, the sooner she will die. It also means that Valentine's incident is coming. There are no measures yet, but time is just passing. That's a terrible hypothesis. However, she had a contradictory thought that she wanted to grow up and grow old quickly. Spring of the age of 11. Parting through the petals fluttering in the wind, Arya reached out her hand in the air. The wind brushed past her fingers. As Lloyd said, she was able to ride a horse in no time. Although it's a pony, in fact, she used to ride wolves like horses, so it might have been a natural result. Kerr Silver wept lowly as it followed Arya as she rode the horse. It was as if it was saying, "A pony who can even take a bite took my seat. It's just a short ride." Arya patted Silver as if soothing it, and smiled softly. "I never thought I would ever ride a horse again." Sabina closed her eyes and let out a cool smile, feeling the wind hitting her in the face. Arya looked around. The place they were currently running on horseback was in the thick forest of the Ingo Mountains. Arya, who confirmed that no one was there, drove her horse and whispered close to Sabina. "I promised, I'll show you all spring, summer, fall, and winter. Until the seasons turn around a few times and spring comes again." Sabina, who remembered the promise, hugged Arya tightly. "She is so strong." Sabina hugged her tightly and pulled her in a flash. Arya lightly flew through the air, allowing her to sit in front of the horse she was riding. Her eye level jumped up in an instant. Whoa, Sabina was really strong. Arya was amazed. It was such a force that she couldn't even remember when Sabina was lying down with an illness. Of course she must be weaker than Valentine S. She was born with such strength and physique, but how hard it must have been for her to lie still. Riding the horse and enjoying her freedom without hesitation, Sabina shone more vividly than ever. Is that cool? Yes. Then learn swordsmanship from me. Sabina smiled brightly. Her bright red eyes curved nicely, revealing neat, pure white teeth. Arya stared at her as if possessed by her powerful words, and then she, too, nodded her head unknowingly. Sorry, Lloyd. She seemed to understand why Grand Duke Valentine fell in love with Sabina. Summer of the age of 11. That summer was exceptionally hot, so they floated a boat on the lake. There was a lake with a particularly beautiful view in the amusement park that Grand Duke Valentine had built for Arya. Fishes were swimming leisurely under the surface of the lake with their scales sparkling. Enjoy your meal. Arya threw food to the carp. Lloyd stared at her. He was dragged to ride the boat with her and sat across from her. Is sword training fun? His speech was a bit crooked. Was it dissatisfaction that he lost his position as a swordsmanship teacher to Sabina? Arya felt sorry to have monopolized his mother, who had barely woken up from her sick bed. Sorry? What are you sorry for? Every day I get embraced in Mother's arms. In the everyday embrace part, Lloyd sprained his hand for a moment while rowing. While receiving swordsmanship training, what is there to embrace for? In order to get a proper posture, she has to hold me from behind. That SBT, the boy mumbled hateful words and bit his mouth. It was no use telling Arya about it, who expresses infinite affection for Sabina, because she was sure to like her more. I don't know why you re sorry about that. Lloyd would have wanted to be hugged by Mother, too. Kissing. Huh, he would have wanted it too. She couldn't even finish the sentence. It was because Lloyd burst out laughing as if he was stunned. You re silly. What at this age? The answer he gave was to do as much as she wanted. What does he mean by this age? Still a child. It was Arya who was actually older, so she was embarrassed for no reason. She thought she was being too childish in front of a young boy. Of course I am a kid now. Then Lloyd spoke. I don't know what you re mistaken for, but it has nothing to do with Mother's affectionate behavior. Then, I wanted to make your dreams come true. It was a bland answer. He wanted to teach Arya swordsmanship and watch her move closer to her dreams. Because I only learned the sword, she was speechless for a moment. Lloyd acted like a grown-up who had gone through most of the hardships, but in this regard, he was a surprisingly likable boy. It's stupid. My real dream was with Lloyd. Horseback riding and swordsmanship were dreams of the past that she had forgotten. It's good if she can do it, but it's okay if she can tee. Arya's current dream is for Lloyd to free himself from the malice, find his happiness, and spread his wings freely. Then tell me what other things Lloyd is good at. There are many things I want to learn. Not philosophy, Arya added. Lloyd's eyes widened, perhaps astonished at her words, and then sluggishly lowered it. He thought for a moment, figuring out what he should teach Arya. So, she kissed you too. He seems to be misunderstanding something. Arya responded quickly. Kiss on the cheek. That's a habit. Lloyd asked suspiciously. He must have recalled the sharp memories of the first kiss. Arya stared at him and she said, the first was Lloyd. Lloyd was the first. Don't stress it twice. Lloyd was silent for a moment, and then he responded bluntly, as he unconsciously rowed. Arya made a flower base with her hands and glanced at him. What? Why? The blue lake on a summer day began to be colored with gold, and the light of the setting sun was shining on his face. Your hair has grown a lot, Arya said as she tucked his hair flowing down in front of his eyes and behind his ears. Autumn at the age of 11, Arya started learning to draw. You re-creative. The painting teacher tried to praise her for her hard work. Outside the window, the reddish leaves and the clear autumn sky were vast. But on the canvas, where Arya teased the brush, there was only a blackish-red mass that looked like it had burst and was crushed. What the hell did you draw? The painting teacher showed his imagination to the fullest. You re-describing a fruit tree and ripe fruit falling on the floor. It's my face. It's a self-portrait. He screwed. He was sweating profusely and desperately making excuses. You are very bold in expressing pink as a dark red color. I didn't know that you use the intense colors and wild style that are popular in the capital these days. Draw added desperately, haha, I am so straightforward and out of fashion. Arya realized that she had no talent for painting at all. Since she is a siren who is said to be gifted with an artistic sense, she expected that she would be good at drawing as well. Is this bizarre? Then Vincent approached and spoke to him. Draw signaled to the second prince not to do so. But there was no way Vincent could tell a lie. You really don't have any talent. Don't be too disappointed, you can't be good at everything. Arya wanted to know why Vincent said all these things. It's only been a year, but shouldn't he grow older and more mature? Well, I am good at everything. In the words that followed, Arya thought so. She looked at Cloud without saying a word and picked up the newly written card. Sir, Vincent looks bored, how about going to the festival together? Soon it was the harvest festival. As if announcing this year's bountiful harvest, the light shining through the window was as soft as the melody of a violin. Cloud looked out the window for a moment, then nodded his head. If it's an order, Cloud was a knight who obeyed everything that he was ordered to. Then Vincent shook his head desperately with a pale, tired face. Sir, Cloud should escort sister-in-law. Never mind. If the young madam promises not to leave the castle alone while I go to the festival, there's nothing I can do. That is negligence, sir. What is negligence? Ark. Vincent grabbed the back of his head and staggered. No matter how much Vincent prepared his mind, he couldn't help but be shocked. At least you should know about negligence. Why? At least if you're human. Vincent sat down on a nearby chair and wiped his face. It looked like he was carrying all the worries of the world. Can you get up? Sir gives me a fresh shock every time. It makes me think that I'll lose my mind. As expected, the prince seems to be too weak. Don't just read books, do exercise in your spare time. Why are you nosy? Wait, do you understand the word nosy? Then, Cloud made a face as if he knew what a fool Vincent was. I am worried about the prince, not just the nose. If you just study at a young age, your head will be damaged. I don't think it's going to be damaged worse than Sir S. It was when Vincent mumbled in a very low voice. Maronia, who had been watching the scene from afar, muttered a little as if to herself. Festival, it will be fun. Arya stared at her, put down the brush, and got up from her seat. Let us all go together. Then the painting teacher gave a blatantly relieved expression. She tried street food for the first time. It was salty and spicy, unlike baker's dishes that preserved the natural taste as much as possible. What is this taste? Very stimulating and intense. Arya felt like being struck by lightning and ate one of the skewers in an instant. If you eat a lot of that, you will get sick. Vincent chuckled and this time presented a skewer topped with a sweet sauce. Firecrackers shot into the sky and flickered brightly in the night sky. It's spectacular. Maronia was mesmerized by the brilliantly lit fireworks. It is said that when you kiss on the cheek under the flames, your first love will come true. Is she old enough to believe that? If the flower water died on your nails in summer remains until the first snowfall, your first love will come true, something like that. Maronia glanced at Arya's cheek as if regretfully. Even so, you shouldn't even think about surpassing the one who owns it. She put her hand on her conscience and said, it is an act of abandoning humanity. Then Vincent smiled and added, and it is the act of abandoning one's own life. One day you will disappear without a sound, a rumor or a trace. Hearing those words, Maronia sighed and trembled as she took a deep breath. What kind of fairy tale are you talking about? Arya felt they were unnecessarily serious about kissing on the cheek, making them cute. Considering all the promiscuous cultures seen in the noble society, that was close to a light greeting. You must be sad that he didn't come. Then Vincent said teasingly. Even if you couldn't share the kiss of the oath, it would have been an opportunity to try the kiss of the oath. He must have been talking about what happened at the wedding. Arya wrote a new note on her card instead of raging at the little boy's blatant provocation. Sir Cloud, Sir Vincent have something to talk to you over there. Then she handed the card to the knight and pointed at the bottom of a tree far away. Even though it was far away, it was in a high place, so it was a position where he could see the situation from where Arya stood at a glance. In other words, it meant that it was not too much for him to leave the spot for a while. I have to escort the young madam, so please keep it short. What nonsense, Ack. And Vincent was dragged like a piece of paper with Cloud's ignorant grip. Winter at the age of 11. Arya walked on the pure white snow that no one had stepped on and climbed the steep hill. Not long after that, the hunting groundskeeper's hut appeared, covered in white from the snow piled up to the roof. Young madam, welcome. On the hill, the hunting grounds keeper waved his arms and shouted loudly. The stable keeper, who was quietly walking behind Arya, grumbled, if he is going to jump up and down with that size, then there is going to be an avalanche. Cold. With each exhalation of her pale breath, the hazy breath obscured her vision and then disappeared. Dana said as Arya gripped her coat tighter, warm yourself up in the hut by the fire, I'll make you some cocoa. She added, oh, and the marshmallow too. Now she knows it is a marshmallow. Arya blushed and pouted her lips. And she soon confirmed the identity of the carnivorous rabbit. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't get used to the sight of the cute little rabbit scurrying around and eating meat. Isn't it really cute? The hunting grounds keeper squatted down in front of the rabbit pen and asked with a happy smile. Well, it looks cute, on the outside. Would you like to throw some meat? Something feels odd. The basic common sense that rabbits should eat hay collided in her head. So, instead of answering, Arya had no choice but to show a bitter expression. But has he misunderstood her expression? What are you showing the young madam? Dana screamed. Why are you angry? It is the cutest rabbit in the world. The hunting grounds keeper tried to explain, flinching his big body at Dana's insistence. But even that was not successful because when their master was threatened, the cute rabbits suddenly showed their teeth and started to inflate. Why are they so big? Suddenly, the rabbit inflated like a balloon and became the size of a kangaroo. Wherever the cute and cuddly figure went, it suddenly started to make a ferocious cry while biting the iron bars with its teeth. The stable keeper clicked his tongue. Right, didn't I say that it is a monster? I am sure it'll eat people too. What, they don't eat it? Is that so? But, if today's event remains a nightmare for the rest of her life, how are you going to take responsibility? Then, the FCE of the hunting grounds keeper who gave a vicious impression turned into tears. That it is actually the cutest animal I know, so I thought the young madam would like it. How sad it was to see the large size getting intimidated. She seemed to feel his desperate efforts to somehow win Arya's favor. Dana hugged her tightly as if protecting Arya's front. Young madam, you must be scared, aren't you? But Arya stuck her head out of the warm embrace, and she fearlessly shoved her hand into the iron bars. Young madam, you'll get your finger cut off. The hunting grounds keeper was terrified. Until now, he insisted that it was the cutest rabbit in the world. You crazy punk. If a rabbit that eats off fingers isn't a monster, what is it? The stable keeper was terrified at the same time. When Arya's hand touched the top of the meat-eating rabbit's nose, both of them put on an expression that seemed to run out of breath. However, the rabbit only sniffed and smelled Arya's hand, then it suddenly shrank like a deflated balloon and returned to its original compact shape. It was a more gentle monster than I thought. The stable keeper made a stunned sound. No, it is not that gentle. The hunting ground keeper secretly spat out the truth unknowingly, then took a breath and looked into Dana's eyes. Dana stared at him for a moment, but somehow, Arya was unharmed, so she seemed to have softened more than before. The carnivorous rabbit twitches its nostrils at Arya's touch. Ugh, I get scared every time even when I know that wild beasts follow the young madam well. The stable keeper, who watched the scene anxiously, stroked his chest. It is not a beast, it is a rabbit, you shut up. And he condemned the hunting grounds keeper who made excuses to the end. Well, the Grand Duke and the Grand Prince also tamed them, so still it is a monster rabbit. He unconsciously intertwined the Grand Duke and the Grand Prince with the monster, but belatedly shut his mouth. A quick glance reveals that, fortunately, no one has heard of him. The stable keeper stroked his startled chest. Phew. Arya stroked the carnivorous rabbit's head, and she pretended not to hear the sigh. She had saved one life today. Ah, Grand Princess. Gabriel turned his head. As he looked out at the snow fluttering outside his window, he could feel a presence. You came to pray today. Arya took the key out of her arms, put it in, and turned the doorknob. They came in and out often, so there was a warm atmosphere in the prayer room. It was thanks to Carlin who cast a heating magic for Arya. Wasn't it cold to wait outside the door? Arya asked. It is winter, when the toxic chill permeates to the bone. The world outside the window is all white. But what was he looking at while standing still alone? Today is a special day. Then Gabriel gave a different answer to the question. Arya tilted her head. Because it was a special day, did it mean that the waiting wasn't boring and he didn't even feel the cold? Is it your birthday? She asked because it was a special day. Then Gabriel said no, shook his head lightly and smiled. It's Nua's birthday. Ah, the anniversary of Garcia. It is the day on which Nua, a demigod between gods and humans, was born. Garcia was the only one who claimed that the Son of God actually existed. In the Faneta Empire, the road was running rampantly saying that God could not have children among humans. This was because the emperor was claiming to be the son of God in order to gain legitimacy in the bloodline of the imperial family. He borrowed only a human body, and his soul was undoubtedly the son of God or something. In my eyes, it's just a skit that isn't even funny. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if God looked down on this scene? Because there is a son that God did not give birth to. However, seeing Gabriel taking Nua's birthday really solemnly, it seemed that she had to pretend to be serious. It's a happy day. Yes, very. The boy replied brightly and wiggled his frozen red fingertips, and he held out the box he had been carrying for a long time, whose purpose was unknown to Arya. Yes, he was giving it to her. Arya widened her eyes and pointed at herself with her finger. Your bag got worn out a lot. Is it an acceptable gift? Arya looked up at him without taking the box he was offering right away, and she stared intently. Then Gabriel, who realized the meaning of that gaze, was embarrassed and added hurriedly. In Garcia, it is a day to give gifts to those you are grateful to. I am also giving this as a token of my gratitude. The Grand Princess took care of me every time, and thanks to you, I was not alone and my life was saved. She did take care of him a lot. They prayed together in the prayer room every morning, noon, and evening. Even if it was called prayer, it took about 5 minutes. To be more precise, she pretended to pray. He was forced to live here for 5 years, but I thought that anyone would be resentful if they were alone, so I took care of him. Anyway, as long as he was grateful, it's acceptable. Arya's senses were getting dulled by the piles of gift boxes that were piling up every day. It didn't mean she didn't cherish the hearts of others. It means that she no longer attaches great significance to a gift. She opened the box, then there was a cute little kid's leather bag made to fit Arya's size. Thank you, I'll use it well. With pure delight, she transferred the cards, ink and fountain pens to her new bag. Then she looked up at Gabriel with a faint smile and told him to wait and went to the kitchen. After a while, she returned with a small cake in her hand. It's not an anniversary of this country though. Arya remembered Dana's words. She said anniversaries are supposed to be celebrated with family and friends. She still didn't know how Gabriel celebrated Noah's birthday, but at least it wouldn't have been in such an atmosphere that no one knew and didn't care. It must have been lonely. That's what life in a foreign country is like. Besides, he's from Garcia, so everyone will be reluctant or hostile. This is nothing. It's okay if I take care of him. Do my duty as a human being and not cross the line. Arya felt relieved, not knowing that an anniversary is the perfect day to permeate other people's memories. She put a candle from the kitchen on top of her cake and lit it, and she hesitated for a moment. Since it's the Son of God, the age doesn't really matter, right? At that, Gabriel burst into laughter and bent his eyes softly. The white boy's smile resembled a snowflake that melts when touched. Yes, the heart is enough. And, as she always has, she had a brief evening prayer with Gabriel. Cough, cough, young madam. It was a day before the new year. Baker, who had always cooked for Arya with his soul, suddenly came. She looked up at him with a puzzled expression. You don't need me. Hey, she does need him every day. It's because she was no longer able to live without Baker's cooking. He was an indispensable. Arya thought seriously. Baker is very precious to me. And she said with all her heart, young madam. When the chef was overjoyed and burst into tears, she felt some sort of remorse. Can I have that card? He spoke reflexively, then belatedly regained his mind and shook his head. No, this is not important. It's weird that there are times when Arya's cards aren't important. She was rather curious about Baker's reaction. And she waited for his words to follow. Actually, when I heard that the young madam wanted to learn how to cook, I waited impatiently. After waiting desperately for her to come, he finally couldn't stand it and spoke to her first. He waited 1.5 years. Arya, who had completely forgotten about it, widened her eyes. Maybe you forgot, no, my dream is to be a cook. Of course, it's a distant past, but it's not a lie since she was young. After Arya quickly handed a card, she pondered what to cook. Come to think of it, it's Lloyd's birthday soon. Last year she couldn't take care of it because he was at the academy, but this year, she really wanted to take care of her husband's birthday. I am thinking of preparing a separate gift for him, but cakes are the best for birthdays. While it has become like this, she should bake a cake. Young madam. But when Baker saw the card, he had a somewhat perplexed look. Arya couldn't figure out why he was reacting like that, so she blinked her eyes over and over again. The Grand Prince doesn't celebrate birthdays, he doesn't even want to take care of them. It was something she hadn't thought of. She didn't know Lloyd doesn't celebrate his birthday. Well, I've never celebrated my birthday in my past life, but it was because the environment surrounding Arya was so extreme. Sophia, the only one who knew her birthday, was unable to afford her daughter's birthday while she was still alive. But Lloyd has a family. It's also a decent family. She never meant to criticize him by being high and mighty. Arya celebrated her birthday in a very loud and colorful way this spring. She also received a present from Lloyd. I wish I could congratulate you on your birthday as if it was natural. A person who knows that their birthday is a day to be blessed by everyone who passes by. Her heart was aching. She thought she knew what he's thinking when he didn't celebrate his birthday. It's probably the same reason as Lloyd's bleak life of repeating work and training all the time. I will take the responsibility. Let us make a cake. Arya decided to go ahead with this no matter what Lloyd said. And after a while, she realized what a complacency it had been. Hey, the sheet smells like fart, one cook mumbled in disbelief. The people who worked in the kitchen of this Valentine's castle were all good cooks, even if they were kitchen assistants. They were astonished that there were people in the world who turned food ingredients into poop. Smells like fart. Isn't the word too harsh? Arya's flower petal-like eyes fluttered in shock. The cook then quickly withdrew his remarks. Oh no, it smells like a fragrant flower. If the cake smells like flowers, wouldn't that be a problem too? Anyway, Arya sighed deeply and had to discard the fart-smelling sheet. Young madam, I will measure the ingredients for the cake and place them in order, so what if you add them in? Then Baker said, who was watching her anxiously next to her. Arya firmly shook her head. With that, can she proudly say that she made it? Besides, the cooks stir all the dough because I don't have enough arm strength. At the very least, the ingredients must be put in properly. Arya was on fire, and after several failures, she was able to create a plausible cake. I have to tell him when it's 12 o'clock. Arya gave a long yawn and got her body up. She had a hard time waking up late into the night because she was young, but after desperately persevering, the time was approaching. She went to Lloyd's room with a box of cake, candles, and matches. Well, about 3 minutes left. Arya checked the wall clock near Lloyd's room, and it was when she lit the fire with matches. Suddenly the door swung open. What are you doing? Why did he open the door? Lloyd felt the presence standing in front of the door, and as he opened the door, he was bewildered to see Arya burning a match. Playing with fire? Looks like that. Arya was stunned by the conclusion Lloyd had reached. Why is the wife playing with fire in front of her husband's bedroom? The surprise is gone. Arya looked at the grandfather clock. It was still 2 minutes ahead of the hour. Although she was caught, she stubbornly took the cake out of the box and lit the candle. And she held it towards Lloyd. Happy birthday, birthday. Then Lloyd remembered that New Year's Day was the day he was born. He gently wrinkled his brow. Even if it was the birthday that Arya and no one else took care of, he couldn't pretend to be happy. His lips hardened, because he never thought that it was never a curse that he was born in this world. I am sorry I couldn't be happy, Lloyd told Arya, who would probably be disappointed with his reaction. But as if she knew how to react, she said as she placed the cake in his arms. At least for me, you're a blessing. I want to say, I will try my best to make Lloyd feel like a blessing too. Because you said you didn't want to burden me. What should she say? Arya, who had been thinking for a while, rounded her eyes and smiled naturally. Let us make it together. As a blessing. The bell rang announcing the hour. Ring, ring, ring. It was the moment Lloyd first recognized his own birthday since he was born. Spring, summer, fall, winter. After several seasons, spring has come again. Arya welcomed spring at the age of 14. He is starting not to get in touch. Veronica tilted her head. Then, her fine blonde hair flowed down like a wave. She tapped the communication device on her desk with her finger. It's amazing. There must be something in the Devil's castle that made you lose your mind. She thought she was enough to captivate him. Veronica smirked at the vain laughter, then she smashed the communication tool by throwing it against the wall. This punk. Originally made unbreakable, the magic ball bounced off the wall and rolled over the floor back to her feet. She couldn't stand her anger and let out a wheezing breath. I made a mistake. It would be the end of the story when she picked up a dog that had been wandering around unsettled and put him into perfect obedience. Such a simple task. Damn it, I shouldn't have sent you to Valentine. Gabriel should have felt a deeper sense of loneliness, despair and disillusionment in the Devil's castle. In total isolation, he should have considered only Veronica as his savior. But in the last step, someone dared to intercept her loyal dog. Without that dog, my plan does it completely fail? Should she rebuild it? Was this a goal that can be achieved without the dog? Nervously biting her nails, Veronica stopped doing what she was doing. No, this is how life was with its original will. Not moving as she wished. Not knowing when and where it's going, and it's easy to get upset if they don't manage it consistently. There is nothing to be agitated about. It's just a natural process. Dogs also forget their previous owners when they change owners and serve the new owner who gives them food without hesitation. Veronica looked around. She then found several plaques of appreciation lined up in a row at the top of her bookshelf. It was a plaque of appreciation given to the priests and saints who performed the most volunteer work that year in the papal palace. Veronica never missed a plaque of appreciation since she became a saint. That's right. She picked up one of the crystal plaques of appreciation and slammed it in her face. Many times, many times. Phoo! Veronica spat the pool of blood out of her mouth and then rubbed it roughly with her hand, spreading it across her lips. Then, after picking up the communication sphere that had fallen on the floor, she immediately contacted Gabriel. Saint, Sir Knight. Her tears fell as if it had waited. Swish, swish. In the silence, the sound of turning the papers at an accurate speed, like a pendulum, echoed. On the black wooden desk, books and documents were piled up like a mountain. Arya didn't read a book, but stared at Lloyd sitting opposite her. The man sitting with his back against the pouring sunlight seemed to wander between the vague line of a boy and a young man. It's dazzling. Arya frowned. Then, his hand, which had been filling the parchment without stopping, stopped abruptly. Lloyd looked up. His dark eyes, which were deeper than when he was young, were revealed under the long eyelashes. What? Lloyd asked, covering the beam of light that had penetrated the window with his wide back. Arya, whose glare had improved even more, opened her eyes properly this time. It's just that Lloyd suddenly seems to have grown up alone. If you re 18, you re an adult, although he still had 2 years left before his coming-of-age ceremony. The Feneta Empire was particularly strict, but in other countries, he was already of an age that was recognized as an adult. But not yet, Arya said with all her might. She somehow couldn't admit that Lloyd had grown up. Arya's efforts to grow up quickly were overshadowed, but he also grew so much that he was ahead of her. Right, it's not like that. The boy, no, young man. Lloyd answered silently without any reaction. Compared to the time when he cried I am not a kid, he has grown so much that she couldn't recognize it. Arya muttered sullenly. You're not cute. Sorry about that. Look at that. He didn't make a fuss like before. He just turned his back to the light like a halo and smiled a little bit like a frown. His calm and serene demeanor, not as violent as before, made him look decadent again. I can't make eye contact for a long time these days. She can't even make fun of him. If that's the case, she thought she was going to get beaten up again. Arya had no choice but to avoid Lloyd's gaze, who was staring at her sternly. She had never been like this. She was strangely awkward and shy. It's strange, he murmured. Arya thought he had just heard her thought, and she was stabbed and trembled. But Lloyd's eyes were on her papers, not hers. Embarrassed, she wiggled her fingers for nothing, and asked. What? Diamond market price is booming. Diamond? It was the only material for mana stones. It was a business almost monopolized by Valentine, who had the purest diamond mine. It was also the main source of income. Suddenly, did you reduce the supply? No way. That means external factors acted. It was not that there was no place other than the Valentine that supplied diamond. However, it could not match the quality or quantity of supply. Then the other diamond mine owners have cut supply, or there is a problem with the distributor. The probability of the former being extremely low. Unless it is a Valentine's diamond, it is not traded at the highest price. Then the latter, if there was a problem with the distributor, it meant that either the ruling management or one of the families they were dealing with was stealing the diamond. It is embezzlement I couldn't even imagine, Lloyd whispered lowly, and he smiled. I think we need a major change. It was completely different from the smile that has its freshness towards Arya. It was an arrogant yet fully ripened smile, with a subtle color that spreads like a fragrance. It is not good for the heart. Arya turned her gaze away from Lloyd as if on fire. It is really unimaginable. Who would have known that someone with a gut protruding out of their stomach would dare to rob Valentine's resources? Arya felt uncomfortable. Is there still someone who can go against Valentine's planting? Seeing an example of Viscount Cavendish and Count Beaufort, is there any in both empires, that even the Emperor and the Pope, touch Valentine recklessly? Valentine, who cleared the gutter and became the #1 villain. If they have the courage to do that, they'll be a warrior, so why are they embezzling? It must be either a real idiot or up to something. The former is good, but the latter, even if it is the latter, nothing will happen. Arya didn't worry at all, because it was Valentine. Rather, she had to worry about the distributors, whose soul Lloyd would rip out with his hands. And if the price of diamond goes up, they'll get some resentment, but it is a matter of finding the cause and dealing with it quickly. It would be nothing. Arya ignored it. Anyway, more important than that matter. Arya looked into Lloyd's eyes as if to confirm again. In fact, she was staring at him for some other reason. It is still black. Arya was relieved. Today, too. Fortunately, the jet black eyes had not yet faded to grey. Things aren't going to get any better. Still, Grand Duke Valentine was losing his malice, and Lloyd was inheriting his malice. She could not find a way to purify the devil's malice. It was just the Siren's song and Gabriel's divine power to prevent malice from corrupting. I kept trying, but the devil's malice could not be purified by the Siren's song. The past days when she was motivated to do it right away were overshadowed. Not yet, but it was obviously not that there was no way at all, because her healing song worked well for Sabina, who was about to die of malice. The question was, how to find a way. If there is no information, there is too little. Arya didn't know very intimately about her own race, the Siren. In fact, all she knew was the rumors she had only heard from the nobles and information from Count Cortez. Besides, obviously, I was known as the only surviving Siren. She couldn't even get information from the same Siren. If Sophia had been alive, she might have told her many things, but she was already dead by the time Arya returned. I even mobilized Vincent to investigate in every way, but to no avail. It was just nonsense information that Arya already knew or didn't know. It can't be like this. Time flew by, and the year of Valentine's incident was approaching. What will happen this winter? It is at most several months ahead. Perhaps. Arya trailed off. Are there any Sirens still alive? Well, they have lived in hiding from generation to generation, so it is hard to know. What if Sophia was only lucky enough to be caught, and a horde of Sirens was still living away from the world? I might be able to get the information. If she is lucky, she'll get help. Arya almost had a little bit of hope, but it was so unlikely that she soon regained her composure. She wants to seize even the slightest possibility. I can look it up if you want. Then Lloyd pulled out a piece of paper from among the graves of documents and held it out. Without even rummaging, I thought it was just a pile of papers, but did you remember exactly where it was? Arya lowered her gaze with a slightly tired face. Upon closer inspection, it was a list of new route development projects. It was also so risky that there were only things that no one would invest in. So, to put it bluntly, they will sink as soon as they set sail. I think it is a scammer. Even the names of the families were unknown. At least they had the will to set sail. Really? Have they read any exploration novels? Arya looked through the list in the paper without any expectations. Wow, some wanted to sail to Navron Sea. I was told that there was not a single ship here that returned safely. They were adventurous and have plans and were almost suicidal. If one is bored, but full of money and wants to scatter money in the air, it is the perfect investment. Even if they have a will to go, I think they will get the money and run a boat and run away. Why was this in the approved documents? It was so stupid it's strange that Dwayne didn't take it out first. Then Lloyd answered, it's a business that will fail if it's not Valentine's. It seems that the Grand Duke's aide also put it in as a joke. Meanwhile, Tristan was still called the Grand Duke. So what will Tristan be called if Lloyd inherits the title of Grand Duke from him? Previous Grand Duke. Arya thought inside. If you don't have any clues, it wouldn't hurt to hang around here. Well, it does. Come to think of it, the siren itself was often dismissed as a legendary monster until Saphir appeared. Even if there were records, it was recognized as a novel rather than a history book. Siren doesn't leave a trace and is hiding. She was wondering if she could find those vain dreams by unraveling all the world. But even if she does, it's like finding a needle in the desert. If it's not enough, you can send more. Lloyd said indifferently. Valentine's capital was rotting because it wasn't overflowing, and there were countless people who wanted to invest. You're going to do it even though you know it's an investment that is sure to fail. What's that about? Arya had only seen the nobles whose family was faltering due to failed investment, so Arya was dumbfounded at Lloyd's waste of money. If you think about it, that's the only way to find the siren. It's a serious waste of money, but... Arya paused without continuing her thoughts. She found a familiar name in the documents. Atlantis, a city of legends, the hometown of the sirens who were submerged in the sea 1,500 years ago. It was the only old story Sophie told her while she was alive. This person, Arya pointed her finger at the one claiming to find the treasures of Atlantis. Some may have known Atlantis, because it's on the record. But it's rare that people with a sane mind set out to find a legendary treasure that no one believed ever existed. Can you call this person? Either they bragger, crazy, or really know something. Arya put her hopes up for the last time. It's a secret, but I am descended from the royal family of Atlantis. He was a crazy bragger. Arya let out a sigh at the thought that she had been expecting too much and she was an idiot. She took the time to listen seriously, and there he goes talking nonsense. Besides, that man's eyes. You're not cheating on me. It seems he really believes that he is a descendant of the royal family. How surprising. How did it happen? If he had been a scammer, she would have charged him with trying to deceive Valentine and kicked him out, but if he was out of his mind, it would be ambiguous to do so. Arya looked at the man with pity for a moment, then stood up from her seat. She commanded the Black Falcon. Send him back. Wait. I am not lying. Trust me. Yes, you seem to really believe that, but, she knew the truth. Atlantis is the Siren's hometown, although this is the only known truth in the world. If there is a royal family in Atlantis, the descendant will be me, a siren. Arya thought to herself, it wasn't even funny, and since it was a dynasty that was already buried in the water 1,500 years ago and disappeared, what was the use of the royal family? But the man, who had been brutally dragged by the Black Falcon's hand, suddenly strained his neck and shouted. There is proof. Proof? We have a family heirloom. Look at this. There is a map that opens the door to Atlantis. He took the moment as the Black Falcon stopped for a moment, and quickly rummaged through his clothes. And he pulled out something unknown from his arms. It was a mass of something covered in barnacles, sea trash. To be honest, it looked like that. There was a lot of stuff stuck together and the shape was distorted, so she couldn't really recognize it other than a lump. It was said that if the ancestors sailed on a boat with this map in their arms, the entrance to Atlantis would be opened. The Black Falcons who watched the scene silently exchanged glances, then they put their finger next to their head and turned it around. He seemed to have gone crazy, so they were saying to get rid of him quickly. If it's that simple, why haven't you opened the entrance until now? The man panicked and stuttered. My family was poor from generation to generation, so I didn't have enough capital. In fact, there was no one in my ancestors or family who seriously tried to explore like me. It was just too obvious. Who believes in one story passed down from generation to generation and goes out to sea carrying barnacles? That looks more like thrash. It looks like that person was really trying to do that. Arya asked. Why are you so serious? Actually. There seemed to be something behind the hesitation and twisting of his body. Actually, I wasn't interested, but I broke the Lord Si Serve's favorite teacup, and I was in debt, and I ended up sitting on the street. So, that was why he was aiming for 100,000 gold in search of treasure. Somehow, looking at the business plan he put out, it seemed that he was focusing on the treasures of Atlantis, not on Atlantis itself. I was in a situation where my wife and children would be sold as well. The matter was more serious than she expected. I told the Lord about Atlantis and the map with the feeling of grabbing straws one. Then he told me that he would give me a chance and ask me to find the treasure. That Lord has a bad taste. Arya thought. You don't even believe that the guy will bring you the treasure, you re just pretending to give it a chance for fun. And as long as the man has a keen eye, he would have known that. But he had no choice but to do it, because there was no other way. It seems he didn't believe that he was a descendant of the royal family, but somehow wanted to believe. If he didn't cheat on her, the situation would have been so desperate. Arya pondered for a moment, then held out her hand with a new card. Give me that. Anyway, it seemed to be true as far as what he had heard of his ancestors. As Arya spread her palms out, the man hurriedly shoved the barnacles into her hands. That was the moment. Gasp. What? My God. The mass of barnacles, which were close to sea garbage, was suddenly engulfed in white light. Arya herself was so shocked that she almost dropped it. Oh, that scared me. The barnacles that covered it fell as if it was peeling off the skins, and the light that made him frown quickly faded away, leaving only the pink bear inside. The identity of the lump was a pearl. It's a conch pearl. The most expensive pearl in the world, a pearl with a pale pink, porcelain-like texture, produced from a large snail shell. Just enough to fit into Arya's hand. You don't even need to find Atlantis with a conch pearl of this size. It's not just enough to pay off your debt, it's more than enough to buy a permanent residence. It was when Arya was writing her card kindly for the man. King. Suddenly the man knelt to his knees. Arya was just speechless, she had nothing to say. Really? Is the young madam a descendant of the ancient royal family? And as the Black Falcon began to talk, she became even more speechless. That's what it was. I wasn't a descendant of the royal family, but in fact my role was to deliver a map of Atlantis to the descendant. Fine. Think as you please. Apparently, this man was too impressed with the marine adventure novels. It seems that there is something really. Because she was a siren. But other than that the barnacle fell, nothing special happened. Arya looked around the conch pearl. Should I take this on a boat? Then the entrance will open. With a very suspicious look, she picked up her fountain pen. Sell this jewel to me. Of course, if she pays it right, the prince will be staggering. But it was clear that it would cost less than Lloyd's reckless investment plan to send an endless probe. Then the man, very moved by the thought of being able to pay his debts and protect his family, banged his head on the ground. Of course, King. He was still obsessed with his role-playing. The king has come. Lloyd seems to have heard the news too. Arya glanced at Lloyd, who teased her with a playful smile. It's okay, show me your wounds. Lloyd rolled up the sleeves of his shirt without hesitation. Then it revealed a deep wound that had been roughly wrapped in bandages. A cut to the point of almost showing through the bones. Arya unknowingly twisted her face and bit her lip. I've been seeing it regularly for years. She never got used to it, and she didn't know why she felt like crying every time she saw it. Arya had to sing a healing song while coughing several times because of her watery voice over and over again. Don't cry. Lloyd reached out to reach his hand towards Arya's eyes. His forearms were tight, with only traces of dried blood remaining with the wounds fully healed. Unlike before, he was surrounded by strong and thick muscles. Is Lloyd's hand this big in the first place? Arya's gaze suddenly touched the back of the young man's hand with blue veins. He didn't have anything like that when he was younger. Arya thought blankly. She then realized what she had just been thinking and she avoided his touch in surprise. No, it was a misunderstanding. It's definitely not because I hate Lloyd. I know. Who cries for someone you hate? Lloyd said with a grin, as if she was worried about nothing. You said you wouldn't touch me when you became an adult. It didn't seem like Arya had withdrawn because she was afraid. That's also a misunderstanding. If she reveals it's a misunderstanding, there's no way for her to explain why she did it, so she just kept quiet. More than that, it's strange. Arya tilted her head. Why wouldn't he go cray? Of course, she never meant him to go crazy. It was rather fortunate, though. Considering the speed that the emperor, the imperial family, and the nobles went crazy in the past, he should have gone crazy earlier. Lloyd did not show any signs of addiction before suffering from madness, not at all. Even though she was anxious every day for fear that he might become addicted like the Emperor. What if listening to this song starts addiction? So she was terrified the whole time. Besides, he obviously said that Valentine's direct lineage can easily go crazy. But he didn't go crazy. So is Tristan. He was fine. Even if he wasn't addicted to SIREN's song, it was strange to think that the future that would come to him was death or madness. That's so. It is fortunate, but... So, what happened in Arya's previous life? She thought if they were addicted to SIREN's song they would go crazy. So, sometimes, she felt guilty, wondering if it was her fault that the empire collapsed. She often had terrible nightmares in which the horrors of the past were reproduced as they were. Even after she returned, she often had to suffer from the trauma. But what if that's not true? It was certain that only those who heard my song went crazy. It was when she was immersed in her thoughts. She suddenly felt a light breath, and Lloyd's face was right in front of her. His cool body sense rushed in with her resting breath. Your complexion is bad. Are you sick? His red lips were close enough to touch. Arya was so startled she thought her heart was jumping out of her mouth. You're not suffering alone again, are you? She quickly shook her head. Lloyd frowned slightly, as she showed a very suspicious reaction. He brought his face closer. Arya sighed and held her breath. Their foreheads touched each other. No fever. Lloyd, who approached without any interest, quietly moved away again. He looked at her red-hot face and tilted his head. No, do you have a fever? If you're sick, don't hide it. I am not sick. Arya mumbled as she rubbed her cheeks, which were burning red. Her face just got hot. You're really treating me like a real child. Even as the years passed, he became more and more overprotective. She suddenly remembered what Gabriel had said about 4 years ago, as if it was quite obvious. The Grand Prince will never look at the young madam with those eyes. The 4-year difference isn't that big of an age gap, but that's when you're an adult, and 10 and 14 are the difference between heaven and the earth. Yes, that was very common sense, so she got even more annoyed. According to that logic, the age of 18 and 14 is the difference between heaven and earth. She realized again. Lloyd is coming of age. The 2 letters adult brought up the memories that had been locked under the water. The Devil Grand Duke, Lloyd Cardenas Valentine. Actually Arya had met him a few times before her death. The most memorable was at a social club hosted to promote Arya to high-ranking nobles. Wherever Arya headed, there were always incidents and accidents, because not just 1 or 2 high-ranking nobles who were obsessed with her to possess her fully. However, the Count knew Arya's value more than anyone. He had no intention of selling her even to the Emperor, and those who were addicted to her songs went crazy. It was like that day too. If a noble couldn't have a siren, they'd rather die and... Now I am. The Devil Grand Duke took his chance by subduing the nobles at once. Listening to the song, the memory at that time was engraved in her mind so strongly that she could not forget it. Want to die? Last hope to do, achieve something. It was an indescribable horror. The nobles, who were drowning in alcohol and drugs, fled in confusion. Arya stood on the stage, stiff and only breathing heavily. A bright red blood splattered on the Grand Duke's face, who was all achromatic. The Grand Duke let the blood run down his cheeks, and when it seeped into his lips, he made a smirk and wiped the blood from his lips with his fingers. It looked like a smear after painting a bright red lipstick. Dirty. At the same time, the grey and crimson eyes that were clouded were intertwined in the air. It was bizarre. As the nickname Devil Grand Duke, it was a bloody appearance in itself. However, the Grand Duke's gaze, who contained all of her, permeated her skin and reached her heart through the veins. Her heart raced like crazy, thinking she would harden like a stone and never to move again. He licked his blood-red lips. Go on, I am listening. At that time, I was already. Was I in love with you? When she thought of the red color of that day, when she saw the lips painted before blood. Lloyd nailed that he wouldn't touch her when she became an adult. She thought it was a little bit disappointing. In Lloyd's eyes, I won't be seen as reasonable in the slightest. At least it would be better if she was 24 or 20. By then, unfortunately, she will have already returned. She didn't know maybe it was already after he passed away. I have a husband, but am I going to die without a proper kiss? That's a bit, it's a sad life, isn't it? Even if she can't confess, it's okay if she kissed him once before he died. In a sense of friendship. No matter how open noble society is, no one touches their lips as a sign of friendship. If forced, it's generally called molestation. In order for Arya to kiss him, she had to choose between molesting or confessing. It's done. Why doesn't she just give up? They had no intention of doing it in the first place, so why was she worrying about it? That. Arya's gaze touched Lloyd's red lips. Then his large hand stroked her hair. Like touching fragile pottery, Lloyd ruffled her hair lightly, then he said. Don't get sick. His hand slipped away in an instant. Arya patted her hair, which was still warm for no reason. There is absolutely no need for a saint to carry it alone. It had been a while since Veronica contacted him in tears with a large bruise on her face. Gabriel was at a loss for words for a moment and was startled to the point of being dazed. He asked as he felt his eyes flash in a moment of rising anger. What happened? Who did that? However, Veronica cut off contact with him that day, only shedding tears without saying a word. And her wounds were increasing day by day. Gabriel was nervous. He could not leave the room because he was nervous, lifting and releasing the communication device every day. He was so overwhelmed in his heart that whenever she contacted him, he begged her to talk to him. Ugh. Then Veronica groaned a little. She put her slender hand on the side for a moment, then quickly pretended nothing was wrong. But Gabriel had already seen it clearly. Then, at least tell me whose work it is. Veronica was silent for a long time. And the tip of her mouth, which had hesitated for several times, was open at last. Saint Veronica. She was just going down the stairs. Veronica heard the sound of stomping and running. She smiled and turned her head. Brother Barham. Barham, who came hastily dressed, was agitated for a while. Do you have anything with me? Is it sister? Yes. Did sister do it? He asked fiercely. What did he mean when he asked suddenly like that? If he asked that QY, who would understand? It's because he was so incapable of dealing with it. She almost clicked her tongue. Veronica gave sad eyes that emanated from the depths of her heart, and she reached out her hand towards him. Brother, please calm down. Put it away. Barham shook her hand violently. Veronica kept her head down, looking down only at the back of her own hand, which was reddened. Yes. Needless to say, it's sister. Who else but you would spread the absurd rumor that I secretly abused you? Now the papal palace was in turmoil. Rumors spread that Barham had been harassing and abusing Veronica because of her low divine power. It was an absurd accusation. But between Veronica, who was loved by everyone, and Barham, who was attention-grabbing for his harsh words and actions, it was obvious whose side the priests would take. I don't know where you got hit, but you re-ent doing this to me. Noisy. Veronica frowned at the voice that rumbled in her ear. Now seeing her not even managing her pretentious expression in front of him, Barham was very upset. But you know, right? As if she couldn't even look at him now, she fixed her gaze only on her nails, not on Barham. Veronica snapped and fiddled with her nails, and said, It's not a completely false rumor. What? Isn't it brother who persecuted me because I had low divine power? Persecuted? It wasn't even funny. Of course, he admits that he sometimes was harsh on Veronica by finding useless faults. But it was because Barham felt a strange sense of incongruity in her and who she was, and noticed a hint. Although there was no exact physical evidence, he had a strong sense that she was somehow dangerous. He had only the idea that he had to somehow kick her out of the papal palace. I knew you were like this. I thought I knew something strange about you earlier. Strange? Yes. Do you think I am doing this just because you have low divine power? It's because everything from your eyes to your actions is so creepy that I can't even tell you. She's strange. Veronica tilted her head. By the way, Brother Barham was born with the divine power of intelligence. And she mumbled in a low voice, almost as if she was talking to herself. Her gaze, like glass beads, with no emotion at all, turned to him. Barham was startled without knowing it and took a step backwards. Right. Talking more will just make me feel bad. After all, people like you should be expelled from the papal palace. He looked like he had decided on something. Should I kill him? Veronica moved reflexively, stepping on his leg as he quickly turned his back. And while he stumbled on his foot, she pushed his back. It was a spiral staircase that was so steep that the incline was dizzying. Barham couldn't scream properly and fell down the stairs as it was. I didn't mean to kill you like this. Veronica thought as she looked down at the man who was convulsing on the floor so dark that it looked like he was immersed in darkness. She was slightly impulsive, but for some reason, she just thought that she had to stop Barum from doing what he set out to do. There is nothing we can do about dying. No matter how high the divine power, if he fell from the stairs by mistake, he was instantly killed. He could not be revived. Veronica still went down the stairs just in case. It would be difficult if he got lucky and survived and gossip about it, so she had to watch him die. Those with high divine power were cumbersome to deal with because of this. Veronica looked at Barum, patting him with her feet. As expected, there was no hope. It felt like he was going to die soon. But it was then, kook. As she brought her face closer to check the sound of his breathing, he vomited blood. Perhaps that was the last spurt. He died completely soon after. Really disgusting. It was dirty to the end. Without hiding her contorted expression like a monster now, she rubbed the back of her hand across her red-stained cheek. It even got into her mouth. At that moment, Veronica stopped her movement. She was so shocked that she couldn't think properly for a moment. The divine power it improved. At first she thought she was mistaken, but the energy in her body, which she had always felt insignificant, increased, even a little. Surely, no way, was it possible to increase her divine power by drinking the priestess' blood? Veronica looked down as if ridiculing Barum, who was not even moving anymore. Her brown eyes, which had never felt any emotion, began to twinkle with an eerie light. Veronica turned her head away, clenching her fists instead of reaching out. No, not now. Barum was dead and there was blood on his body, and Veronica's divine power suddenly increased. Anybody would be suspicious. Moreover, even drinking his blood would only increase her divine power the same as dripping water into a dry lake. It works, but, in fact, it was almost non-existent. There must be a way to apply it. Veronica remembered the orphanage at that moment. When Count Chateau died, she said she would take responsibility for it instead. She will soon be assigned to the great temple at Finetta. At that time, she would be formally appointed as the orphanage manager. There were also 10 orphanages. Things were going fun. I wish that day would come sooner. Veronica whispered and smiled broadly as if tearing her mouth open. Tristan became half jobless. He currently entrusted most of his authority to Lloyd. He hasn't lost all his strength yet, and he hasn't lost his sanity to the point of going crazy. Actually, he has an excuse that he is losing his power, so maybe he is living the jobless life he has been wanting for a long time. Arya had reasonable doubts. Tristan, who was lying at an angle, enjoying a glass of wine and picking grapes, looked drowsy and relaxed. Not like some kind of Dionysus, he was enjoying heavenly paradise alone. No matter how powerful the devil may be, he was likely to despair as he was losing the power he had enjoyed. She had to admit she was glad he looked happy. Father. Daughter. Soon after, her title was settled as daughter. She wondered if she should tell him that when she becomes a daughter she will be their family line. It didn't matter that she wasn't a real daughter anyway, and he called her whatever she wanted. I heard from father that once the malice was completely gone, you would be plagued with madness. Aren't you dissatisfied that I am not crazy? Tristan looked at her questioning face and smiled. Originally, I should be confined to a separate palace by now, but I don't run rampant anymore. I think it is thanks to your song. Thanks to the SIREN's song? He didn't go crazy because of the song. She wondered if it was like that. Then, from what Arya and Vincent found, there was no record of being addicted after hearing the SIREN's song and going crazy. Even if there is a saying that the song was so beautiful that they lost their mind and were mesmerized for a while and then their ship crashed into a reef and sank to death. Of course, it was a tragic story, but wasn't it distinctly different from being addicted to madness? Considering the dire circumstances she had gone through before her death, there should have been at least one case in history where one died of madness from addiction to the SIREN's song. But it is certain that only those who have listened to my songs for a long time in my past life were crazy. What was it? Arya made a strangely uncomfortable expression. So it is not true. Did someone deliberately frame her? If the siren had lived in hiding all their lives, not widely known, and they took advantage of the fact that Arya, who was alone, didn't know much about the siren. But who? If they framed Arya and benefited from that, it was, in fact, something so obvious that she could see it. As Arya became the sight of people all over the world, the benefit could be for the country, Garcia. What if Garcia really conspired? After making all the established rulers who control the empire go crazy, they start a war. And they blamed the Siren, who has more healing power than divine power, as a monster. It's a win-win situation because they can get the Finetta Empire and get rid of the Siren, which was a thorn in their eyes. And the sign they made and put forward, that is, Saint Veronica as a hero. It was the perfect scenario. Her heart was overflowing with suspicion. But if that happened, everything that Arya had believed would fall apart, because she thought that the saint who had burned with justice, had set out to save the Finetta Empire from the monster. I thought she was a hero, but if Veronica only pretended to be a hero to win the Finetta Empire. The nobles were crazy because of Arya. It was because of her that the emperor became a tyrant, because of her the empire declined and fell, and because of her the innocent people died. All the tragedies of the past were actually, what if it was just a ploy? It might have been a speculation. Arya didn't know if that was just to comfort herself that she did nothing wrong. But what if it's true? If that was true, it wasn't the time for Arya to be so laid back now. Just keeping her secret wasn't enough. If the Holy Empire's intention was to destroy the Finetta Empire, war would break out with or without the Siren. I was wrong. Once she changed the direction of her thoughts, she kept thinking only of that case. However, even if Garcia was really the subject of the conspiracy, there were doubts. The question was, how did they drive people crazy? They can make people crazy by using divine power borrowed from the power of God. It was then, Tristan tapped and touched Arya's nose, who was in deep thought. Want some grapes? It wasn't that useful though. At that moment, Arya recalled the power most closely related to madness. The devil's malice. A devil in the Holy Empire, but it couldn't be. Because they hated to fall into the devil's temptation and be corrupted and to die. They, who started foaming bubbles in their mouth just by looking at the devil's evildoers, asked the devil for help. She can't even imagine. And after calling the devil, they've been watching Valentine more closely than anyone else. What in the world? Can Father imagine Garcia getting involved with the devil? Can you imagine me getting involved with an angel? Not at all. Arya was convinced of Tristan's answer and drew her conclusions. Then it wasn't the Pope's judgment, but someone acted arbitrarily. Who? In the end, her doubts were back to square one. Here, Arya thought as she reflexively chewed the grapes that Tristan had carefully peeled and put in her mouth. Actually, it is not that there was not a single person suspected now. In fact, there were many suspects. Quite a number of Garcia's priests that Arya has known through her past life. And Veronica. At this point, Arya had no choice but to think of Veronica's necklace again. For some reason, she thought there must have been a hint there. It started raining from the sky, but Arya took her umbrella regardless of whether it was raining or not. Where are you going in this weather? Maronia said anxiously and held the umbrella in Arya's hand. Arya gave a brief thank you with a thank you card, and then she rushed to the training hall. She cut the escort after promising Cloud that she would never leave the castle. I need to meet Gabriel right now. She will be able to meet him in the prayer room by simply waiting for Gabriel to come. But she didn't have the patience to sit still until then. The thing I feared the most was, undoubtedly, that Lloyd would go crazy for the song I sang. But maybe, it wouldn't happen. How can she stay still? There is no such thing as peace of mind. Arya wanted to see Gabriel right away and she wanted to confirm that there was someone else who framed her. As expected, she thought he would be here. Arya saw him training alone in the corner of the training hall, even on a rainy day, while being hit by the rain defenselessly. How many times did he practice? The way he continued the sword dance seemed more natural than breathing. The neatly cut, pure white silver hair soaked up a lot of rainwater, and he followed the quick movements to shake the water in all directions. Since when has he been like that? The chest of the young man, who still had a youthful face, shook violently as if he was holding his breath. It was indistinguishable whether it was raindrops or sweat drops flowing down the chin. But it was that moment. Gabriel's hand suddenly slipped. He found Arya looking at him with an umbrella belatedly. Grand Princess? Without even a single gap, the sharp figure was shattered in an instant. Ugh! He even cut off his finger with his sword. It was an incredibly stupid mistake for Gabriel. He looked down in dismay at his finger pouring out blood. Arya walked over to him. What brings you here at that time? Arya's lips were fluttering. Yes. He staggered unlike Lloyd, who was able to read the shape of her mouth. Arya moved her lips a few more times, then sighed and reached out her hand. Then she raised his large, trembling hand to examine the wound. Drops of red blood ran down his fingertips. It wasn't a very deep wound, but it was mixed with the pouring rainwater, and it got red enough to look excessive. This will heal soon. If it was Gabriel's divine power, it was when Arya was relieved inside and let go of his hand. At that moment, drops of his blood dripped on the necklace around her neck. "Ah, my blood, I'll wipe it off right away." He was very bewildered and grabbed the jewel in the shape of a drop of water dangling from her neck. He was going to wipe the blood on his sleeve. But it was then, a feeling he had before, a strange sensation, as if the jewel was ravenously sucking the divine power with its wool, spread rapidly throughout his body, that too, with the momentum to suck up all his energy and kill him. Kook. It was incomparable to what it was back then. Gabriel had no choice but to let go of the jewel due to the rapidly diminishing energy within him. "What is this necklace?" he was confused and muttered. After absorbing the divine power at will, when he saw the jewel shimmering in a divine light, a terrifying feeling came up all over his body. The jewel became transparent, as it had never changed. But, something different from last time. Something definitely changed this time. Arya also felt that something unusual had happened and made a serious expression. "It looks dangerous." "Why?" She looked at him asking for an explanation. Perhaps it was a structure that activates when blood with divine power is smeared. Gabriel had just come to a conclusion after sorting out the sensations he had been feeling a while ago. Obviously, if someone with less divine power than me had touched it, they would have just died. They would be drained of energy. This time, Arya was also surprised. Died? She had no idea because Gabriel didn't look so painful. When you run out of energy, you die. It reminded her of Carlin making a fuss, emphasizing not to pierce her core. "I think it would be a good idea to formally ask Garcia." Gabriel did not continue his words, but his words trailed off in a muffled tone, and he stared into her eyes, as if in disbelief. Eyes. Eyes. Arya blinked her eyes, and as she looked around, she looked into a pool of rainwater that was glistening. What? Her eyes, which were dark and vivid pink, were gleaming with gold, just like priests with divine powers. Golden eyes, a symbol of divine power. No way, this jewel was it a jewel that absorbs divine power and made it usable by the wearer. In a way, it was a useful jewel, but it would be completely useless to Veronica. Veronica's divine power was as famous as Gabriel in the past, because she had bright golden eyes that were bright enough to shine even in a dark basement. Arya clearly saw and remembered it clearly. Was it possible that a jewel could use divine power? Did Gabriel have the same thoughts as Arya? The young man asked quickly. He saw it before his eyes, so he couldn't even say it was impossible. Oh my God, such a thing exists. It was an unprecedented phenomenon. Gabriel looked confused. Arya stared blankly together with him, who stiffened and fell into shock, and then she came to her senses first. "Let us go inside for now." Then she pulled on the hem of his robe and pointed to the guest room where he was staying, the annex. Gabriel was drenched in the rain. Arya looked around his room, which seemed to have no servants, then found a towel in the corner and handed it over. "Oh, thank you." Gabriel, who seemed still in awe, accepted the towel belatedly, in a very grateful way. Arya looked up at him again. Compared to when he first came to this castle, he was so big that I couldn't recognize it. She had to tilt her head high enough to meet his gaze. And, as expected, Gabriel, Holy Knight Commander Gabriel. Of course she knew. He was dispatched from the Holy Empire, and whenever he saw Arya, his face was full of contempt and he said, "Listen, monster, Ariadne Cortez." Contrary to his cold impression, he had golden eyes burning hot. "Your sin of daring to disrespect the authority of God can only be repaid with death. Soon, the den of the heathens will be cleansed." And he declared war with a frost-like voice. "When that day comes, I will hand you over to the Inquisitor." It was a declaration that she would never ever die comfortably. What happened? Arya just stared at him, then Gabriel asked with a genuinely worried face. It felt strange to have the same face as in the past and completely different words and expressions. Arya rummaged through the bag she had received from Gabriel a few years ago and pulled out her card. "I mean, it looks like there is an angel besides me." Did she nail it right away? He clenched his fists for a moment and repeatedly opened them, and then he finally opened his mouth. "Can you give me that jewel?" This was another unexpected development. "Why?" Arya, of course, expressed doubts. I think I've said it before, but there is someone who is very meaningful to me. He was talking about Veronica. But she has little divine power, so she's always struggling with that, because she doesn't think she can tolerate a lot of suffering. Ah, that's how it happened. The scattered pieces of the puzzle now fit perfectly. In fact, it was not Veronica who found the relic and necklace in the lowest place. It was Gabriel. Because the priest said that Gabriel's birthplace was the lowest place. If so, that made sense. Gabriel found the relic and the necklace in the ruins of an old temple. When he found out what the necklace was, he seemed to have given it to Veronica. However, the question was, didn't he say this necklace is dangerous? Can I give something dangerous enough to suck up all your energy and kill you? Had he noticed a contradiction in his own words? Gabriel continued to speak in a hurry, even though he was bewildered. I don't know, but it might be okay if I pour divine power enough to satisfy the jewel. It's still a guess. But it might be satisfied after the person died, right? Arya thought that if this was the cursed jewel as Karlan described, the probability of that would be very high. Gabriel was speechless even more. It seemed that he hadn't been thinking about it until it was too late. I am sorry, it was a mistake. Gabriel admitted his mistake sooner than expected, bowed his head and apologized. I lost my reason for a while. Something unpleasant happened to the saint, so. Something unpleasant? She didn't hear what it was. Gabriel completely shut his mouth, saying that he couldn't go into detail about the saint's personal history. The saint will be disappointed in me if I give her something like this. It's an object that devours the divine power and imitates it as her own. It is not suitable for her. No, didn't she wear it every day in her previous life? Moreover, as far as Arya remembered, Veronica's eyes were distinctly golden each time she looked at them. Everyone remembered it that way. Maybe in the past, he didn't give it to Veronica right away without even thinking about it. Maybe. But Arya soon changed her mind. He was blind enough to be called a loyal dog, so he might have really done that. He might have given it without thinking deeply and only later noticed the side effects. Oh, wait. At that moment, memories of her past flashed through her mind. The priest's murder case. An unfortunate incident that took place in the great temple of the Feneta Empire. It was an incident in which as many as 10 or as few as 3 priests were murdered throughout the year. Every time a corpse is found, all the blood has been sucked into it, so there are even ridiculous rumors circulating that it might be the work of a vampire. As time went on, they were killed with not only their blood but also all their energy sucked out, and eventually came to the conclusion that it wasn't the work of a human. In the end, the culprit was never identified. But when she recalled the memories of that time, unpleasant rumors came to mind as well. Everyone used to say that Grand Duke Valentine was the culprit. The reason was simple. Because it happened in the Feneta Empire, and it was something the devil could have done. It's just that when something happens, people want to call Valentine the devil. Because it's interesting. Although no evidence was found, it was closed as an unsolved case. But then, in this case, she had no choice but to know who the culprit was. Because, soon Veronica was sent from the papal palace to the Feneta Empire. Also, to the great temple where the incident took place. I heard that Saint Veronica, like Gabriel, was later revealed to have divine power. But now, it hasn't manifested. Rather, it was from killing and stealing. At first, the conspiracy theory was gradually being constructed closer to the truth. Circumstances and evidence were gathering one by one. Nonsense. I cannot believe it. Arya was in shock. But the situation fits it well this far. Veronica was actually a murderer. She wasn't a saint, contrary to what Veronica was actually known for. She had been blinded by power enough to kill people, taking away their divine power and making it appear as her own, earning the respect and praise of the people. If this premise was true, what about the rest? She somehow felt nervous and restless. Arya suddenly stood up from her seat. Then, she followed his curious gaze. This is not the time. She quickly tried to get out of the room but paused and glanced back at Gabriel for a moment. She had something to ask. What do you think about killing innocent people? I guess it's because I asked for the jewel. I'll fully reflect on it. No, she was not being sarcastic. Arya shook her head and told him more clearly. I just wanted to ask your beliefs. You re-asking the obvious. There's no reason an innocent person should die. Gabriel answered straight away. It didn't sound like a lie. Above all, Arya had already met Gabriel once in the lowest place. He jumped in to save her from peril, even when he was so weak that he couldn't even beat the vagrants. He is an undeniable good man. He had an upright personality that was closer to a paladin than anyone else. Gabriel was like a straight river, a river that rushes towards the sea. She thought that if she had met him without knowing his future, they might have been good friends. I can't believe he'll change like that in the future. If the reason for such a change was to make the Saintess wish come true, Arya had something she wanted to say in advance. Even if the Saint wants it, please don't insult the Saint, there is no way she would want an innocent death. Gabriel said with a hard expression on his face as if he had been insulted. I am asking if you're going to follow the Saint even if it goes against your beliefs. As a test of my faith? No, to ask what is the path for the Saint. Will he follow her or lead her on the right path? You in your previous life chose the former. Arya hoped that in this life it would be different, because she liked Gabriel before he fell for Veronica's beliefs. Gabriel, I told you not to doubt the path you walk. She wrote with all her heart, not by the title of angel, but with his real name. She hoped this young man would make the right choice in the future, taking the path he had dreamed of. Then, reading the card, Gabriel's eyes widened. He didn't know what unpleasant things happened to the Saint, but it was as if he had forgotten his essence for a while because of it. I will keep this necklace a secret. It has no effect when I am wearing it. Not even the angel should tell this to anyone. I understand. Gabriel paused for a moment, then nodded slowly. Don't even tell the Saint. I am not going to say anything, but I hope you don't speak of the Saint like a bad person. Gabriel nodded in displeasure. Looking at that situation, it seems that he already believed in Veronica as if he had faith in her, so Arya became infinitely anxious. People will do anything if they can get what they desperately want. What do you mean by that? It means that even the Saint is a human being. Just like him who kicked his beliefs and became Veronica's dog, killing innocent people. Arya did not write down her following thoughts. Instead, she wrote something else. I want to tell you that your Saint is not a god but a human being. And shrugged her shoulders. I didn't know you'd say that. It was an insult to the gentle and almost divine character of the Saint. The Grand Princess must be saying that because she doesn't know her very well. On the one hand, Gabriel was a little disappointed in her, though just a little bit, for judging someone she didn't even know. But Arya knew, it must be the first time someone had said this to him. Gabriel could not even imagine doubting Veronica. Arya planted in him the buds of doubts. Go and ask secretly. Even if he wants to confirm that this was never going to happen, he will definitely think about Veronica. Arya was sure, and I hope the results don't go the way I expected. Arya wished so. Arya was dreaming. The reason she was convinced it was a dream was because she was breathing underwater. Had it been real, she would have drowned as she had never learned to swim. Wow, the muffled sound of being submerged in water, bubbles that rise with every breath. Wherever Arya's eyes could reach, there was only pure blue water. She waved her hand. A blue wave rippled between her fingers and moved forward in front of her, like swimming. Is this a place called the sea? She was seeing in her dreams a sea she has never seen before. It was a wonderful experience. So pretty, although it was in a dream, she didn't feel it. Arya patted the fish passing by her, then she felt the touch of a fish that had swam leisurely in the sea until then, and ran away when they felt her touch. I can touch it. This is the first time she had ever had such a vivid dream. Arya went a little deeper. She of course thought there would be something like seaweed or deep sea fish down there. A city. To her surprise, she saw a building that had been eroded over time. A submerged coastal city. Atlantis, SIREN's hometown. A legendary city that was said to have sunk and disappeared 1,500 years ago was unfolding before her eyes. A very strange dream. As soon as she got used to the sea, she swam more proficiently than the first time and headed for the largest building. As she entered the glassless window sill, she saw a chandelier that had nothing but the frame left. It is silver. If this was Atlantis, this building must have been the Lord's castle. It has been preserved almost as is. Arya thought so, and she looked around the inside of the castle. Fortunately, the building was submerged in the sea and nothing collapsed, so it was easy to see. Then something shiny caught her eye. It was when she was looking around at what was supposed to be the study. It was a small storage box in a cylindrical shape. It has a structure that opens when she turns the dial to set the password. It seems to have been enchanted by preservation magic. Does it contain any important documents? Arya picked up the box without any doubt. But at that moment, the sound of cracks in the building was heard. Boom 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 what? Arya hurriedly turned her head and looked around. There were cracks in the pillars that seemed to support the center of the building, in real time. No way. An ominous feeling ran through her head. It's just a dream anyway. Why was her survival instinct suddenly sounding the alarm? She felt an eerie glint across her spine. Run away. Arya quickly tried to get out of the window. At that moment, there was a sound of something breaking. She was very nervous and looked up. A huge building rubble was about to fall towards her head. Ark! She barely escaped. The wreckage brushed against her shoulder. She thought it was just a dream, but she was struck with a distinct pain she hadn't thought of. Isn't this a dream? She didn't even have time to think deeply. In the midst of the pain, she had to stay as far away as possible from the collapsing building. Arya grabbed her arm, where something was obviously wrong, and she swam desperately. And at that moment, gasp! She woke up from her dream. Arya bit her lips tightly. A terrible pain rose through her left arm. It was the first time since her return that she has felt pain to this extent. She felt like screams would come out if she let her guard down. She bit her lip until blood oozed out, examining her immobile arm. Why? The wounds in her dreams were carried over into reality. Then this is not a dream. But Arya obviously got up from the bed, like waking up from a dream. She had never experienced or heard of such a case in her life. Furthermore, she brought this too. Arya looked down at the cylindrical box in her right hand, making her even more confused. Arya realized it later. She put her hand in her arms and stuttered, and pulled out what was caught on her fingertips. Conch pearl. It was the map to Atlantis. Arya first hid the box very deep on her desk. She then looked at her injured left arm. Fortunately, it was not completely broken, but appeared to be slightly cracked. What to do? If she got treatment from a doctor, all of it would be reported. If it was Karlan, he would keep it a secret. But although he knew how to stabilize energy, he lacked the ability to heal trauma or internal injuries. As soon as Lloyd told me not to get hurt, it was unfair. She let her guard down because it was a dream, but Arya lived her life carefully and cautiously in reality. Arya belatedly said, and she remembered the necklace she had confirmed its effect today. Her eyes turned golden, so she pulled away from it for a moment. I hope it works. She dubiously looked for the necklace and with one hand hung it around her neck. And as she laid her hand upon her wounded arm, she poured out the divine power. Divine power was the first energy she had ever dealt with in her life, but she was able to get a feel for it sooner than she thought, because she was very good at manipulating energy. This really works. Arya was engulfed in a pure white light, and she murmured as she looked down at her intact arm as if it had never been injured. She swung her arms around, but there was no problem. However, as soon as she used her energy, the necklace lost its power and returned to its former plain jewel appearance. She checked the color of her eyes reflected in the mirror. It was back to the original pink color. The divine power is simpler than I thought. For the Holy Empire, Garcia, these words might be blasphemy. However, compared to the SIREN's magical power, divine power was very simple. She was healed by simply pouring energy into without any delicate process. Compared to SIREN's song, which had to pay attention to pitch, tempo, and even the fluctuations of the lyric, it was ridiculous. If this was enough, even if you don't have a talent for dealing with energy, anyone would really be a priest. As long as you have proper divine power. Neither the magic she heard from the wizard in her past life nor the magic she heard from Karlan in this life seemed so simple. It's kind of weird. Arya felt puzzled. If she had to compare divine power, it was like magic engraved into an artifact. It didn't come naturally, it looked more like it was made easily by human hands. No way, she dug too deep. Arya shook her head and waited for the dawn to come. Vincent Valentine, the young man pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses that were slipping away with his index finger. Is it because he wears glasses? He was now quite a scholar in the atmosphere, although it was a flaw that he was too flashy for a scholar that drew attention just by passing by. Sister-in-law, actually, there is something I have been wondering about for 4 years. Arya was surprised by that. She wondered how Vincent had been quietly embracing his doubts for 4 years. Wasn't he Vincent Valentine the one who solved the question on the spot, whether the other person cursed at him or not? What is it? She was genuinely curious. Arya read Vincent's serious mood and responded seriously. Why on earth do you call that priest candidate an angel? Was this the question he had been holding for 4 years? Arya straightened her tilted body back towards him, giving him a sullen look. But Vincent was still serious. He has become a muscular gorilla now. At the time his gender was vague and he was new, so I didn't think it was strange to think of him as an angel. Muscular gorilla. He seemed to be saying that because Gabriel was taller than others and had dense muscle like a knight. But why is he an angel until now? Now we have to change his title. Something like muscular gorilla. He lowered his voice seriously. Aren't I closer to an angel just by looking at my appearance? It wasn't a joke. Vincent was genuinely asking so. Even if you go through all the myths, temples, and history books, angels are portrayed with blonde hair and blue eyes. Who cares? Why was he upset? Arya decided that it would be better to just not deal with it. She then started doing what she was doing, completely ignoring him. What is that? Vincent asked, pointing to the cylindrical storage box that Arya had been fiddling with before. There's a password to it. It just so happened so. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure out how to open it. As if Arya had been waiting, she handed it over to Vincent. Her gaze, which seemed to be slightly expectant of him, was also shown as a bonus. You are a genius. No, you think a genius is someone who solves problems quickly. You always raise me up only when you need me. You a genius, so you smart. Sigh. He was upset and angry for no reason. Vincent was disappointed. Vincent, who likes Arya as his person, always wanted her attention and praise. Is this the end? This is a level with no problems and only answers. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't do anything. He was stuck. Vincent looked through the box, squeezing it here and there. Then, with a click, a rolled-up paper the size of a thumb came out. There's the question. He unfolded the paper. Arya looked at the paper over Vincent's shoulder. Le sol fa re mi, on the paper, only 5 notes are drawn. Arya blinked her eyes. What does it mean? But to her surprise, Vincent seemed to immediately know what that meant. Ah, this is a pitch name. Pitch name, what? But with this, no matter how many combinations I put together, words do not come out. It seems that it used an extinct ancient script rather than a modern script. Even Vincent seemed to have put together all the characters of the world in his head for a brief moment. A genius is really a genius. He said things so stupidly that she sometimes wondered if he was just a genius because of his habit. Arya stared at Vincent in surprise. This is something from a certain era. What's with those eyes? She shook her head as if nothing had happened. That's at least 1,500 years old. Yes. No matter how much I do, I don't know about ancient scripts 1,500 years ago. Most of the ancient characters haven't been handed down to the present day. Vincent shook his head as if it was going to be difficult, but at the same time, his scholar's blood seemed to be boiling, so he held onto the paper tightly and did not let go. I think if I know the regional characters, I can find it. Arya hesitated for a moment when she heard his murmur. She wondered if she could really say this, but she also had no choice. As Vincent said, there was no way to solve it on one's own. That's an Atlantis relic. Vincent dropped the box he was holding. He must have come to his senses late, so he hurriedly picked it up and hugged it like a treasure. How do you get something so precious? Got it from the sea. If you don't want to say it, say so. That's true. You probably heard that I happened to get a map to Atlantis a while ago. Yes, I heard about it, but I thought you were scammed. Of course, as soon as Arya saw the man, she thought he was a maniac and tried to chase him out. And even after she bought the pearl, she was still skeptical. Even if it's true, sister-in-law hasn't gone out to sea yet. Arya knew that she had to sail on a boat, but she didn't. As she slept with the pearl in her arms, she found Atlantis buried in the sea. She also found a storage box from the rubble of the building, and she went so far as to bring her wounds from there into reality. Who would believe this? Somehow dreams and reality connected. She never even heard of such a thing existing. It cannot be created using any energy. To what extent was this? If she told Carlin, he would be terrified and say this is a very dangerous thing against the Providence. Legend has it that Atlantis was actually the hometown of the Siren. So, as long as you have a map, you can go through your dreams. What nonsense is that? Vincent looked down at the box and habitually tried to find a fault in it. he said shyly, his cheeks blushing. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He had heard such an absurd thing to say, but he passed it over like nothing. Apparently, he was more excited to find a relic from the legendary island. Even when I saved someone who was about to be kicked out of the gutter, he never made that kind of expression before. How could he react like that only when he saw a difficult problem that was almost impossible to solve? As expected, he was out of his mind. Will you keep it a secret? That essay given, he had an atmosphere that he'll never speak of it even if a sword was put on his throat. Why don't you share this dreamlike opportunity with others? She didn't think anyone would want to share a chance to solve a difficult problem. It needed infinite trust. I am glad you have a unique taste. Arya smiled brightly and patted him on the shoulder. I'll solve it somehow. Vincent cried out again. Arya clenched her fists as if cheering him. Good morning. Arya met Gabriel, who had visited the prayer room for morning prayer. A future killer who was too faithful and will pray to God even if the sky should fall. The reason why she was using such an analogy was because Gabriel had a face as if the sky had fallen. It's the first time I've seen that kind of expression. She didn't know what was going on, but she was now weighed down by despair. What's going on? Yes. You have a bad expression. Ah, did it show? Gabriel groaned as he patted his face. He didn't seem to realize that he was the type of person who showed all his emotions on his face. It must have been that his emotions rarely changed. As the Grand Princess said, I think I deified the saint during that time. As expected, it came up. Since he crossed the continent, I thought he had at least one means of contacting Veronica. For example, something like a communication device. What did you say? I didn't tell the truth. I just asked what she would do if there was a way to increase her divine power. He had been too open about it. Arya almost shouted, you idiot. She was so frustrated. That was like bragging that there was a way to get divine power on Valentine. Are you an idiot? She sighed as she clasped her trembling hand behind her back that had wanted to grab Gabriel's collar. You don't have any tricks. Had he never lied in his life? Arya thought that if it was Gabriel, he might be. Then, she said that I was not the kind of person to speak nonsense, and asked if I could find a way to increase divine power. Hearing what he said, she had no idea why he was desperate. But rather than those desperately needing eyes, Gabriel couldn't continue to speak and made a strange expression. He looked full of anxiety. Sometimes people express more with their eyes and actions than with words. She kept pushing me. As expected, Arya became desperate at the thought that her own hypothesis might indeed be true. This was possible because Gabriel left Veronica as their trust was not so strong. But what if it was after she became a saint? She couldn't even imagine. By then, Gabriel must have been brainwashed enough to believe the sun was rising in the west, if it were the words of the saint. Then he must have thought, judged, and acted the same as he did in his past life. It was fortunate that Gabriel came to the Rand Duchy at this time. There is no time to despair. She raised her head with a firm expression. Gabriel was still confused. He didn't seem to know what to do. Arya wrote down a new card and held it out. Maybe the saint will come to see you soon. Yes. He was so surprised that he didn't even notice that his title was changed from angel to you. That. Does she have to? Then, when an opportunity to increase divine power has come, will she wash her hands and stand still? I would have thought it was impossible unless I was born again. In a previous life, it was a divine power that Veronica tried to obtain by killing even a priest from the same empire. This was better. It was necessary to pull her out of Garcia's field of view as far as it could, and watch closely what she was up to. Originally, enemies should be kept closer and monitored. It's a secret between the two of us. Arya pointed to her necklace. Of course, she had to be able to believe him. She stared at him with wide-open eyes as he spoke firmly. He was going to keep a secret from others, but he was that naive, and it seemed he would fall over if the saint dug a trap skillfully. Just don't say anything. It's a bit. She stared at him without a word. Gabriel nodded his head reluctantly, knowing that it was his fault. I have a duty to guide the saint in the right path. Where are you now? It was then. Gabriel's words and Lloyd's messages were heard mixed at the same time. It seems that I had to go to the Imperial Palace for a while because of the Emperor's poor trick. I shouldn't have said anything to the saint and made her take the test. She is a kind person who always takes care of sick people, but I prompted her. Prayer room? Could it be that you were with that apprentice again? But she was only swayed by temptation, and she will soon recover. Oh, it's chaotic. She already has sensitive senses, but when the two men spoke at the same time, her head rang. Even Arya couldn't understand what was being said at the same time. Reluctantly, she raised her hand and covered Gabriel's mouth. Then the endless chirping of words finally stopped. You stay there and wait. Huh? She was just wondering if Lloyd could hear anything. Arya trembled unknowingly as the message was dripping with gloom. At the same time, the door to the prayer room swung open. Things turned a little weird. Arya was startled, and she released her hand that was covering Gabriel's mouth. This is like. It felt like she was caught cheating. No, why should she feel that way? Arya was extremely embarrassed. Actually, I was just dealing with an idiot who trusted people too much. But she had no excuses. Lloyd came up to her in the blink of an eye and hid Arya behind his back. It's too close. Lloyd looked down at Gabriel with a chilling look in his eyes, and then smiled strangely. Of course, he wasn't smiling because it was funny. I should have taken care of it earlier. It was the kind of smile the devil would make when he was thinking about what to do with the worm crawling under his feet. Arya smelled the insanity she had forgotten for a while because of the continuous peace. The silver-haired young man, who had been silent for a moment in the sudden situation, understood the situation belatedly and said, We just talked for a while. Please don't misunderstand. I won't misunderstand. He won't. Arya was relieved as she swept her chest inside at his answer, which sounded natural without any hesitation. She thought that Lloyd had rushed to her and separated the two, because he thought she was having an affair. I didn't misunderstand. Then, I just made sure of one thing. Lloyd cut it off as soon as Gabriel was about to say something. And exhaling slowly, he tilted his head, and glided his fingers across the gold ornament embroidered on the collar. It was as if he was trying to calm his messed up reason for a while. Your pretty eyes, it looks like you got it finally. He was talking about Gabriel's eyes that had gained explosive divine power and became bright gold. You might not want to lose it again. If you're going to be pursuing something hard, you'd better stop and look at your future before you get in trouble. As Lloyd said so, his eyes didn't smile at all, only the corners of his red lips raised. Because he was in front of Arya, it was a refined expression. At that moment, Gabriel gulped and almost looked at Arya without realizing it. Using his desperate self-control, he managed to return his eyes to the original position. There has never been such a thing. It was a word mixed with deep hesitation, even for himself. Arya read the chilling tension between the two men and shook her head. How am I supposed to explain this? Because the past and the present were so complicatedly entangled, her head was also entangled. It was true that she had to help Gabriel on the right path so that she can avert some future catastrophe. She really needed him to stop a saint who was going to frame her and kill her after starting a war. I should explain the necklace. Arya raised her hand to take out the necklace hidden under her clothes. Then, realizing her intentions, Gabriel stretched out his hand in surprise. Didn't you say it's a secret between the two of us? He desperately grabbed Arya's hand and clung to it. No, like this again. Of course I did say that. The misunderstanding was deepening. No matter how much it was a secret between the two of them, Lloyd was an exception in Arya's book. Aren't you going to let go of your hand? It was then. Lloyd's murderous intent exploded and he grabbed Gabriel's wrist. It didn't seem like Lloyd gave much strength, but she could hear the sound of something cracking and bone breaking. Ugh! Gabriel let out a small groan and let go of Arya's hand in a trance. Then he wrapped it around with the other hand. His divine power was excellent enough to heal injuries in an instant, but it seems that his wrist was broken. I think he said a long time ago that he was going to crush my hand. Even then, it wasn't empty words. Arya stood blankly, feeling the power of Valentine once again. He could even break the wrist of a young man of a similar size with just a slight grip. It was like a hawk snatching a prey. My hand must have felt so soft to him that it could be crushed with just a little bit of force. She decided to re-evaluate Lloyd's patience in childhood. She wondered how unbearable it must have been when he touched her. She would have been hurt if he had given a little bit of force. Don't worry. The bones will attach quickly. Then Gabriel, who was holding his broken wrist, said to Arya, as if to reassure her. Arya felt sorry for him, as she hadn't even thought about him, let alone worry. Well, why does he have to say something that could lead to misunderstanding that it is a secret between the two of us? She would normally take care of the wounds, but now she only thought that he could take care of it on his own. For a moment, there was silence for a long time, to the point where she could hear ringing in her ears. Lloyd's eyes deepened and darkened, and it was pinned to Gabriel's neck. He seemed to be contemplating about breaking that, instead of the wrist. He felt a blatant urge for a brief moment, suppressed it, looked at Arya's face and held onto the string of reason. "Come," Lloyd said to Arya, who was pulled away by Gabriel's random pull. Without hesitation, she walked right next to him. At the same time, a stillness like midnight came to the eyes that had been lit up with flashes. "A secret between the two of you?" Lloyd asked telepathically. Arya answered straight away like a sword. "Absolutely not. No, that's actually right, though." She didn't want to receive any strange misunderstandings. "But if I tell Lloyd the truth, Gabriel will notice right away." Looking at Gabriel earlier, she thought he was an idiot. He wasn't an idiot. He's just a far more upright person than everyone else. Who doesn't he know that the world is twisted? And there are times when he makes judgments clouded only by Veronica. So if Arya divulged the truth about the necklace, he would have noticed. Then, the disappointed Gabriel might go to Veronica and tell her about the necklace. If she keeps the trust from this side, only then will Gabriel keep his promise. She quickly clarified the message before Gabriel made another strange noise. "There are people that the knight loves as much as his life, but he is doing this because he is afraid of any harm to that person. The secret is directly related to that person's honor." Ha! When she told the truth, he sighed. Why does he not believe it? "I am serious." Arya looked straight at Lloyd with transparent and clear eyes that didn't show a single lie. With just her gaze, the young man's momentum softened a little. "I believe in you. I do. That bastard. How can I believe it when he looks at you with those eyes?" His black, sharp eyes widened as if they were about to tear Gabriel's inner feelings apart. Arya was a little frustrated. Gabriel wouldn't he be interested in anything other than Veronica? It seemed strange because Lloyd appeared right at an exquisite moment, but Gabriel had only mentioned Veronica all the time. It was a little less than in the previous life, but Veronica was still in his head. He must rather be a little reluctant to me. He must have felt an ambivalence of emotions. He was grateful for Arya for taking care of him sometimes while he was in the Grand Duchy, but it must be annoying for him to understand the nature of the saint who he believed in like faith. Wasn't it such a complicated and subtle feeling of liking and resenting something? He must be trying hard to deny his feelings inside. He seems to be coming to his senses late because there is someone he cares about. But Lloyd sent this message. His gaze touched the bag that Arya was carrying on her shoulder. "Are you talking to yourself?" Arya tilted her head, as it was somehow like a tone derived from experience. Lloyd left Gabriel on the spot, grabbed her hand and led her out of the prayer room. It was a very delicate, feather-like force that was different from when he was dealing with Gabriel. His hands are rougher, much bigger and much stiffer. When she took Gabriel's hand to examine his wounds, there was no feeling or emotion. Suddenly, she can clearly feel Lloyd and her holding hands. Arya felt a cold sweat on her hands. She naturally pulled her hand out, so it didn't seem rude. Lloyd then frowned as he looked down at his empty palms. The distributor was clean, he said as soon as he got to the room. Then he took out a letter with the seal of the imperial family from his arms and threw it on the desk. It was a summons from the imperial palace. The one that was embezzled was the diamond that was paid as tribute to the imperial family. In conclusion, the diamond case that he forgot because he thought it would be no big deal was actually the emperor's scheme. Surprisingly, that is. Arya asked. There's nothing to gain from stealing it. The diamonds sent to the imperial family were quite large, but their purpose was set like a sword, and it was more closely managed. It meant that anyone in the middle doing the embezzling would soon be found out. So, the diamond was a means, not an end. It was a means to bring Lloyd to the imperial palace. Somehow, the emperor has been particularly quiet lately. The emperor has been in constant contact since Lloyd's wedding. It was an effort to somehow get the rumored Arya out of the castle and into the imperial palace. At first, it seems that it was just a sense of shame and light curiosity, but after ignoring it until the end, it went beyond and became an obsession. The Grand Duke only tore up all the letters that came from the emperor when it was related to me for 4 years. As an emperor, he would have had no choice but to use a hard way. Are you still not coming after I did this? Like that? Arya felt like she could understand why Tristan described the emperor like the kid next door who was whining and begging. He was thinking of getting someone to embezzle diamond and then frame Valentine for reducing the amount. And since the Emperor only needs to summon Lloyd to the palace, the official who he had used will be killed and dealt with. That's just what an emperor would do, she thought to herself. I didn't have imagined it because it was so stupid. Ha! Lloyd laughed out loud, and said as he unbuttoned his shirt. Arya was about to lose her gaze to his bare collarbone, but she quickly turned her head away. It wasn't good for the heart. It's not like he just called you out to see your face. Maybe they had prepared something like a trap. She asked worriedly. It was because she remembered the moment in the past when she was taken away by Count Chateau's schemes and imprisoned in a cage after her legs were broken at the hands of the Emperor. Yes, there must be something to gain. Even if they tie me up, we would die together. That's right. The Emperor could neither imprison, punish, nor kill Lloyd. The moment the devil's malice within Lloyd's body was opened, the Emperor would lose everything. He has no choice but to act like a kid next door. It wasn't because it wasn't enough. But for Valentine, he had no choice but to use it. Although they continued to ignore the Emperor, he was still the master of a continent. Just because he was born with a lineage, doesn't mean anyone can do it. I can let my guard down, although the empire gradually declined as the Emperor's reign prolonged. Besides, they were destined to lose the continent to Garcia sooner or later. However, the current situation was different. If the Emperor's mind was intact, she could not know how history would change. However, she did not want to send Lloyd alone to the Imperial Palace. Arya pulled out a word from her heart as if she had made up her mind. I am going to. Lloyd's reaction was immediate. What, it will be over if I just go and visit the Emperor by myself? But Arya shook her head. Now that she knew what Veronica had done in the past, she couldn't wait for things to come to pass, and just quietly hid. I found out that hiding didn't solve anything. Did he read Arya's sincerity? Lloyd tried to add a few more words, but then paused, and closed his mouth. Are you going to go into the social world? If necessary. I know how you will be treated in that lowly place, but I just have to keep an eye on you. And he said as if he had read Arya's thoughts. To a woman who had suffered all sorts of treatment in the social circles in the past, the unreasonable accusations were rather familiar. I might kill them. It was a quiet voice without highs or lows. The intense emotions were not revealed in his voice, so it was heard more sincerely in Arya's ears. No matter how twisted they may be, no idiot would openly insult Arya. Lloyd stands by her side with his eyes wide open, so who will let their mouth loose? But Lloyd didn't like the attention and the unpleasant gaze towards Arya. Arya rolled her eyes and said, I have a legal father. She said, remembering the Angelo family. Oh my, the young madam is going out of the estate. Young madam, it's dangerous outside the estate. Conspiracy and betrayal strike everywhere. Was the news that Arya was leaving the estate that shocking? The employees screamed. On the outside, they seemed to warn that there won't only be those who love and care for Arya, like in Valentine. It's not just good people like us. They are the ones who smile and stick knives in your back. As they continued, they secretly appealed that they were a good person different from them. It was to show a good side to Arya. You seem like a good person to me. They were only good to her. She knew that there was not even the slightest bit of kindness to others. Arya remembered the employees who did not blink even when people died one after another. Of course I am like that too. Still, Arya wasn't brazen enough to say that she herself was a good person. You gave up your conscience to look good on me. She was about to say that there was nothing more dangerous than Valentine in the world, but she soon stopped. In fact, from Arya's point of view, they were right to some extent. People at Valentine's castle were several times safer than outside the castle. You were the only one. Arya patted their heads in that sense. What just happened? Maybe the voice of the young madam. When the employees heard her message, they looked around in amazement. Yes, that's me. Wow, you finally wore an artifact made of mana stones. I heard that the voice heard through telepathic magic is similar to that person's real voice. Then one employee was amazed. You have a voice that is as pure and transparent as a lark chirping. Isn't that too typical of a statement? They all scolded the employee. In fact, it was only when they heard Arya's voice that they immediately understood the rhetoric. Oh, that's the lark's chirping voice. Come to think of it, she was curious about something. It was only after Arya heard those words that she had a question that came up late. But why am I only using mana stone artifacts now? Of course, it was Arya's choice to carry the bag. It was because the employees constantly begged for cards, so handing them out one by one has become a happy everyday routine. However, no one has suggested the mana stone artifact so far. No one. That's because the young madam who often walks around with a card is so cute like a bunny huak. The employee, who had made the polite lark remark, was astonished as if out of breath as they spoke their words. It was because Lloyd, who they did not know when he had come, was looking down without expression. Take it. Lloyd nodded at the other employee and removed that employee out of sight. He was using a gentle expression, but it sounded like he was saying drag it away. I hope he didn't listen to it. I am not sure. This must be a dream. Congratulations. The Grand Prince has just etched your appearance into his memory. Save me well, you should have stopped at the lark. Another employee who was dragging him tugged at him and clicked his tongue. Arya thought to herself as she had heard all their whispers. Is it because I am cute? Then at the wedding he suggested that she just throw away the bag. The fact that the employees think I am cute, he doesn't like it. It was then. Shall we go? At Lloyd's words, Arya suddenly came to her senses. When she turned her head, he reached out towards her as if to escort her. Arya wriggled her hand hidden behind her back and she placed her hand on top of his. She thought it would look weird if she took too much time. Then Lloyd held her hand tighter than usual, as if tangling it together. As if he didn't even want to let go. A pink blush began to slowly rise on Arya's pure white cheeks. Hey, brother. Sister-in-law. Let us go together. It was then. Vincent ran from afar, waving his hand haphazardly. Taking advantage of that moment, she quickly pulled out the hand grasped by Lord. Are you surprised that I suddenly interrupted you? Suddenly, I have something to do at the Imperial Palace. Vincent, who was continuing his talk with a smile like a sunny day, took a deep breath when he saw Lloyd's expression. Gasp, that scared me. Are you possessed by the devil? Arya raised her head at what he was saying. Lloyd was expressionless, but it was nothing unlike the usual. Why are you picking a fight? Arya asked with a sullen expression. Vincent was troubled. The voice of his sister-in-law, the daughter of a siren. As he was going to the Imperial Palace, he was looking forward to hearing from her in the future, even in a message. A voice that is as pure and mysterious as her reputation floating in the world. I can't believe I get to listen to things like that. Vincent sincerely lamented. So, why did you follow me? Lloyd asked. But Vincent had a very strong foreboding that somehow he had to give a convincing answer. If he wants to live, that is. I have something to investigate. I wonder if there are more specialized materials in the Royal Library. The Valentine's Library would not be lacking. That is how much I am researching something really amazing. After reviewing the materials on the Imperial Palace, I am going to go to the Academy to investigate. Lloyd's gaze narrowed, and it turned to Arya. She, who had always told Lloyd to do what he wanted, shook her head today. He finally sighed and sat leaning his back. Vincent, who was saved from being driven out of the moving carriage, swept his chest. The master is waiting for you. Arya followed the courteously polite butler into the castle. Wow, Angelo, it would not be an exaggeration to say that compared to Valentine's castle, this place was a very different story. The contrasting scenery than the Valentine's castle, which was the height of splendor and luxury, unfolded. Wow, I thought it was an abandoned house. Arya quickly stomped on Vincent's foot, who spoke without sense. It is a bit frugal for a duke's family, but isn't this a bit too much like an abandoned house? Maybe it is not a stone. Arya traced the rough material of the wall. Of course it wasn't a stone. However, although it was very strong material with a greyish tinge, it seems that they used materials that were not aesthetically pleasing. This is the first time I've seen a building that is so thoroughly pragmatic. She didn't know it would be this much. Arya walked down a desolate hallway where she couldn't see a single common piece of art. Then she glanced through the old, faded curtains with slightly weary eyes. Not a single picture is hanging. But why did they decorate the wall with ornamental swords as regularly as a street tree? There were more than a couple of things that were questionable. I think I can see why the Angelo never looked for the siren. There was no way someone who neglected even their place of living to such an extreme would come to enjoy the luxury of paying 100 million chars for one song. All the money goes to rescue the poor and prepare for any possible invasion. Vincent muttered in admiration. Arya heard that, and she stopped her steps for a moment, then pulled out a decorative sword hanging from the wall. She thought it was decorative, but the blade stood sharp. Is this also in preparation for an invasion? Arya learned why the Angelo family was able to respond quickly when there was a war. When they went to the kitchen for some reason, the chef seemed to be stocking up food rather than cooking. I don't think there is a single book at this rate. When Vincent saw the brutal castle, he guessed to himself and murmured. Then the butler, who had been quietly guiding the way, stopped walking. If the prince wishes, I will have you guided to the library separately. Oh, would you please? Vincent, who only followed on the way to the imperial palace and had nothing to do with the Angelo family itself, replied quickly. The butler personally called an employee, ordered to guide Vincent to the library, and then walked again, and, in front of one door, the butler stopped. My name is Martin Angelo. Martin, the master of the Angelo family, stood up with a cane engraved with an eagle, and politely greeted Arya and Lloyd. His stubbornness seemed to come out of his tightly closed mouth. Nice to meet you. My name is Luther Angelo, the second son. And the grey-haired young man who had been silently standing next to the master got up and greeted. The eldest son has urgent business, so he left for a while. I see. Yes. And silence passed. Lloyd, didn't he seem curious at all about the whereabouts of Angelo's eldest son? Suffocating. Arya thought as she looked at her legal father and legal brother. She thinks she understands why Lloyd said that they would not break their will even if a knife was put in their neck. Compared to them, Arya's gaze fell upon Cloud, her escort knight, for a moment. Why do you look at me that way? Suddenly, the escort knight who had grown as big as the other young men asked. No, compared to them, he seemed to be more flexible. She did not speak directly, she just shook her head. It was about time that she missed Vincent, who had suddenly run away to the library. Duke Angelo broke the silence and said, It must have been hard for you to come a long way, but I have to tell you without a preamble. Please speak. The gutter rat is alive. Pardon? It was really to the point. Arya was speechless for a moment. What do you mean? Lloyd, who had been silent for a while with Arya, asked in a low voice. It was 4 years ago that he overturned the gutter and completely cleared it. The gutter, which was the home of the rats and the city of pleasure, was completely closed. And it was currently managed as an estate under Valentine S. So just like any other ordinary estate. But, the gutter rat was still alive. She can't believe he was alive and never showed up. If he hadn't been caught by the Valentine S information network, he would have been stuck somewhere underground and didn't move even a single step. It can't be alive. Lloyd said firmly, it was a perfect job from execution to checking the body. Of course I knew that too, but we witnessed a person with the same face as the gutter rat. Are you mistaken? I wish I did. Arya thought later. Come to think of it, in her previous life, the Emperor pretended to execute Arya and used a replacement. If the gutter rat had used the same technique, it would not have been completely impossible. But it would have been a situation where he had been taken away from the stronghold and escaped with trickery. At that time, Arya belatedly thought of a possibility. What if the wizardess brainwashing was released earlier than expected? Wizard hands. She was told that he was doing well after getting a reward in the gutter clearing operation, and that he was moving to a new estate and making a good living. So far, she hadn't had much of a concern for him, because he took the stronghold and killed the gutter rat, and then was woken up from the brainwashing. Arya obviously believed he would just give up on the gutter rat. It was because he was obviously not loyal, unlike the ordinary prey and limbs of the gutter rat. He was more of an opportunist than a loyalist. In the first place, he has to wake up from his brainwashing after the gutter rat is dead. The story that the gutter rat is still alive. Arya concluded that her song didn't work properly and he woke up in the middle. She didn't know anything else, but she believed in the effectiveness of her song like a rock. Arya was too shocked by it. That can't be true. No, really, that can't be, unless the gutter rat dies and comes back to life. While still unable to calm the confusion, Duke Angelo spoke again. We found out about it by accident. By accident? It was witnessed by our employee who clearly knew what the gutter rat's appearance was like. The Duke's explanation was as follows. The employee, who works at the Duke's castle, went down to his hometown and found the gutter rat hiding in a mountain near the estate. Near that mountain, there is a rural village without even a lord. It is a village where they earn a living by cultivating medicinal herbs. Are you saying that the gutter rat was hiding in that village? Yes. It was when he was puzzled when the village chief, who delivers the news once a year, did not appear. There was no explanation after that, but they were able to guess roughly, because it was all too obvious what the infamous gutter rat would have done in a sparsely visited rural village. And the Duke confirmed the two people's guesses and said, it was strange, and he went down to the village, but he said that the villagers were withered to death. Withered to death? Yes. Literally, it seems that all the water was taken from the body, and they died dry like a skeleton. Arya was startled when she heard this. This was because it was a typical phenomenon that occurs when all energy is taken away and death occurs. Those who can manifest energy are called wizards, shamans, and priests. But that is not to say that the average person lacks energy. Every human being has a little bit of energy. Ordinary people just embrace it without knowing how to manifest it. The gutter rat was killing people and stealing their energy. Over the course of 4 years. If, indeed, he was really alive. It is the same technique as Veronica. The difference was that Veronica only aimed at priests with divine powers. Consequently, it seems that the gutter rat is sucking energy at random regardless of the ability of the people in general. But, if he did something like that, nothing would happen, wouldn't it? Rather, the different energy absorbed inside the body would collide with each other, and there was a high probability of causing a major side effect. As if Arya had absorbed Karlan's magical energy into her body, and then vomited blood and lay groaning. Could the gutter rat not know that? And if he is with the wizard now, wouldn't he know more? What was the alternative reason? She was full of doubts. The eldest son also heard the news and hurriedly left to investigate the village where the gutter rat was spotted. The Duke said he was going to tell them when he got the exact evidence, but he added that he was telling him now that they had come this far. In case you don't know, if the gutter rat is alive, Valentine would be the one that deserves the most grudge. At that moment, Lloyd grabbed Arya's hand, who was standing next to him. Startled, she looked up at him. Seeing that he wasn't looking at Arya, it seemed like he was acting unconsciously. This time, she did not avoid the hand he was holding, but held it tightly. Sister-in-law, Arya saw Vincent running down from the end of the desolate hallway. His footsteps were light as if flying through the sky, with a bunch of unknown scrolls in his sides. This library is crazy, really. Whether Vincent sarcastically asked if there was even a book in a place like this, he changed his stance in an instant. Aren't this all ancient records? He took a few deep breaths, then said, trying to calm the excitement. It is a material that is not known to the academic world, but how did they get it? These things are piled up like a mountain in the library. There is no need to go to the Imperial Palace. It was as if Vincent had forced his family to climb the mountain, and rejoiced when he accidentally discovered a rare medicinal herb. Judging from that figure, it seems that there was also data about ancient Atlantis, which sank 1,500 years ago. How can things work out like this? In fact, Arya, who thought it was good enough to crack the code, was also surprised. She didn't know that there were still records of the SIREN's hometown. She was half giving up. I said it was a bit strange. No matter how much relief for the poor and preparation for war, the Duke's family couldn't be like this. Vincent clicked his tongue, saying that it was these ancient materials that should be paid more than works of art. Looking at the vast amount of research materials in the library, it seems that all of their fortune was invested in it. Was it that bad? What sister-in-law asked me to do, I think it will be resolved within a few days if it goes well. Oh. Arya nodded her head, looking at the eyes in anticipation of the unexpected news. She had a bad premonition when it was said that the gutter that she thought was dead might be alive, but fortunately, there was good news. I'll stay here. If you are going to the Imperial Palace first, I'll take the relic as soon as the code is unlocked. Arya nodded her head. Vincent hummed and looked to Cloud, who was standing behind her as he tried to leave. Sir, please help me for a few days. Normally, even if Cloud was right next to her, Vincent wouldn't look at Cloud at all, so she wondered why. Cloud seemed to be surprised too, so he opened his eyes wide and looked back at Arya and said, I will obey your orders. Do whatever you feel like. Sir, you have been my escort knight for several years, but it is a temporary job. After all, you cannot bring a personal escort inside the Imperial Palace. And this time Lloyd was accompanied by a bunch of black falcons. It is unlikely, but even if they were attacked, the assailant would never be able to pierce that many black falcons. Above all, Lloyd will always be by my side. That is a huge relief. Vincent muttered with a slightly tired face. Did he feel like he couldn't have a proper conversation with anyone because he felt it wasn't safe enough? But why did you want Sir Cloud? It was the first time Vincent had asked him for help, so she had no choice but to ask. I know the Sir's only strength. What is my strength? That's right. Sir, won't know what I am doing next to you? I don't know why that's a strength. That means it's automatically kept secret. But, unfortunately, Cloud didn't seem to understand. It's okay to rejoice a little more, because there are few people as trustworthy as Sir. Arya slapped Vincent's head with a bright face. In conclusion, the wizard Hans did not die. Although he thought I'd rather be dead. He barely survived after begging for his life, begging with his hand to the gutter rat. Master, Hans called the man in the black hood. He smelled like a rotting corpse, but Hans didn't care. It was because his sense of smell had been dulled by being so close. Master, only after Hans called the other person again did the man turn his back. Unlike the terrible stench that makes one dizzy when one approaches him, his appearance was surprisingly intact, because it was the same as the appearance the gutter rat had had in his lifetime. A shell made of human skin. Hans remembered something he had made once with the skin of a snake. He named the creature taxidermist. Actually, he was a little happy back then. He was flattered, because he felt like a god who created new life. Then the gutter rat, who had been watching the process from start to finish, called out to Hans. Make me too. Yes. I want you to make me that too. A body of eternal life that does not die. That's what the gutter rat wanted. He decided that he would become a chimera himself, and ordered Hans. But, as the master saw, that creature is unstable. Don't you know that unless you swallow a taxidermist and nurture it in your body, you can't survive? In order to keep the chimera moving, it had to inject endless energy. And it had to be in the body of a truly living being. At least in a few years it might be possible to make it perfectly, but now it's too early. Child, please think hard, the gutter rat said, interrupting Hans' concerns in the middle. Energy can be absorbed, and you can keep polishing the body. That's a good way. Hans, who had no conscience since getting a job in the gutter, found the last king of immorality that even Hans could not think of. He said, oh, as expected the master, and he was admired. It was just like that at the time when he didn't do what he thought of and just continued living. But now, can you say that it is alive? Hans thought. He didn't know he was going to be successful. It was the creature he helped create, but it was bizarre. Human chimera. He had nothing else to say, neither alive nor dead. Now that you have absorbed enough energy, you must start. Are you talking about it already? Yes. It looks like our tail will be trampled on soon. Hans said after putting his fingers through the curtains and peering out. I haven't even picked a suitable shell yet. After that, the gutter rat said as if he found it genuinely pitiful. Hans almost made a sneer without realizing it. The gutter rat was obsessed with good-looking and beautiful things when he was alive. Even now that the gutter rat had become a monster, he wondered if he still cared about the appearance of human beings. No matter how he thinks about it, it's not normal. This situation and the gutter rat, and himself, it's disposable after all. If this job is done safely, you can go back to a new one. It will be difficult if there is a trace. That's right. The man muttered and laughed. Then, even Hans, who felt quite accustomed to the gutter rat's new appearance, had no choice but to feel a sense of creepiness. It was bizarre, as if something that was not human was mimicking a human being. Bring any shell. At the rat's command, the wizard had no choice but to answer, yes, master. Wow, the young madam is finally making her debut in the social world. Maronia was so moved that she even had tears in his eyes. She had no complaints about Arya leaving Valentine's estate. However, since she became Arya's dedicated handmaid, she had one thing she always dreamed of. I wanted to brag about our young madam, who is more lovely than a fairy and more sacred than an angel. Maronia was excited at the thought that she could finally achieve one thing on her bucket list. Debut in the social world. Could the current situation be wrapped up in such a romantic word? Arya trembled. The place she was heading to today was not a fancy banquet hall. It was a battlefield full of enemies everywhere. In fact, it should have been called a participation in war rather than a debut in the social world. It's strange to have called Lloyd at this time. Lloyd had already visited the Emperor. Naturally, the diamond case ended with the mistake of an official. But Lloyd couldn't go back. Because today was the anniversary of the founding of the Finetta Empire, all nobles entering the political world must enter the palace to attend ceremonies and meetings. Besides, this year's founding anniversary is at the same time as the social season. The capital was crowded with nobles from all over the country. The emperor blocked the way out so that Lloyd couldn't go back immediately after looking at his business. If he made up his mind to fight the emperor, of course Lloyd will win. No matter how much, he couldn't blow his fist while saying damn emperor, because he wasn't allowed to go back. Valentine's indirect rebellion, such as the wedding, was indescribable, but if confronted head-on, they could be detained. Even if it was Valentine, that's why neither Tristan nor Lloyd tried to set foot in the imperial palace in the first place. Because they were the ones who would wield their swords first if they can't communicate. How frustrating it must be for the emperor who can't speak and can't even wield a sword. It looks like a lot of planning. It seems that the newly elected priests of Garcia have also arrived. Did Veronica come too? She was sure Veronica would come. It was highly probable. It was because Gabriel called for the saint, telling her how to increase her divine power. No, actually, she didn't say she would come, but it sounds like she would, considering the obvious results. Of course, even if that wasn't the case, she was supposed to come anyway. It was certain that the time had advanced from her previous life. Then there will be a welcome banquet. Somehow, her back hurts already. Ah, so beautiful. As Arya immersed herself in many complex thoughts, Maronia adorned her with constant admiration. Anyway, she doesn't have to go out and get belittled. Is it pretty? No, I think I am going to go blind. Gasp, close your eyes. Young madam. Suddenly, Arya glanced at her mirror and reflexively closed her eyes. Then Maronia whispered in her ear in a very serious voice. Did you know that? The legend of Narcissus, who saw himself reflected in the lake and fell in love with himself and eventually died. Little madam should never look in the mirror. She clenched her fists and added, because you re so beautiful. Arya was stupid for taking it seriously. Arya decided to just leave Maronia, who was decorating her with a lot of effort. I think she'll just take care of it herself. She smiled very proudly as she put on a sky blue velvet dress on Arya. The see-through cloak and gloves that reached her elbows were engraved with mystical patterns of shiny silver threads. Clothes are wings. It's really like wings. In particular, the sky-like cloak that naturally hangs like flowing water. Every time she moved, it cut through the air as softly as a fairy's wings. This is really the best. A 14-year-old cannot have charisma, majesty, or dignity. Arya decided to emphasize her mystery as much as possible among the strengths of her appearance. Then she exudes an atmosphere that she was somehow inaccessible, in a different sense. Wow, you a fairy that no one can deny because I decorated you with full determination, Arania muttered in admiration. It wasn't overly excessive makeup, and although it was set to a subtle level, it truly made her a fairy. Little madam, did I say I love you today? She said it at least 10 times. But Maronia never got tired of speaking out her confession of love. Arya smiled softly and nodded her head. Love, it was then. I think we have to leave soon. Lloyd, who she doesn't know since when he was, leaned against the door and tilted his head. He said, tapping his fist lightly over the door only after Arya stared intently at him. Knock, knock. What kind of person knocks after coming in? Maronia, who had spread her arms to hug Arya tightly, staggered backwards from that position and crawled into the corner. She was struggling to run away from the threat of murderous energy. It feels like something like this has happened before. But it was different from then. Once upon a time, Lloyd would growl and openly threaten if there was anything he didn't like. Now, Lloyd didn't speak harshly or made a harsh face. Just being there gave people unspoken pressure. Shall we go, wife? Arya heard her name as wife was unfamiliar to her, so she fiddled with the tip of her earring for nothing. Dressed neatly in the banquet white robes, Lloyd was shining enough to say it hurts, but it was definitely unfamiliar. It's white for some reason. His hair is black, and his eyes are black. Why did Lloyd, who would wear even black shoes and use black interior furnishings and decorations, wear pure white? Trying to be an angel today. That's not it. Arya wanted to tell him that it wouldn't be, no matter what Lloyd did. But when she saw his smiling face as if he was ashamed of himself as he spoke. Angel. He looks like an angel. The angel was neither Gabriel nor Vincent, who claimed to look like an angel, appearance-wise. Arya realized that the angel was Lloyd. Angel, stop. Yes. Arya stopped sending her 10th message for the overburdened Lloyd. He feels comfortable when she calls him a devil, but why does he hate it when she calls him an angel? Lloyd said he would be an angel in the first place. You are the angel, am I an angel? No, nothing. Lloyd didn't he want to say something, but hung up in the middle. There are two ways to annoy people, the first is to stop talking. Originally, the ceremonial robes are unified in white. I am going to the banquet right away, so my clothes look like this. In fact, Arya knew it too. It was just because it was fun to see him embarrassed after a long time. There was only one thing the Emperor was good at: to call in Lloyd and see him in a white robe at an imperial event. And that was it. It would have been better if the Emperor evaporated and disappeared like this. Arya thought she would never see it again, so she imprinted the white Lloyd intently into her eyes. Gra, Grand Prince and Grand Princess Valentine enter. The servant stuttered heavily. Even the trumpeter did not blow the trumpet vigorously, but took a vain breath, and the sound broke off. As the two of them entered the banquet hall, the numerous nobles who had gathered there miraculously split in two. As Lloyd moved without hesitation, the cluttered interior of the social season was swept away. Wow, looking back, it was like this. Arya suddenly recalled her past life, and she nodded. At banquets, salons, and other gatherings, whenever Lloyd appeared, people's reactions were the same. They tried not to say a word or even make eye contact in front of him, no matter what they cursed and talked about from behind. What were you worried about? Arya asked, not through the mana stone, but through the wedding ring artifact where she could talk to Lloyd alone. If this is enough, we don't even need to go to the Angelo family, right? There's nothing wrong with having something ready. It's not like he wouldn't leave her for a moment. Lloyd replied that way. Everyone seemed to have no intention of insulting Arya. Rather, they turned their head unnaturally, fearing that she and them would accidentally make eye contact. When they sent me the invitation, of course, I thought they would flock like dogs. She wanted to see them separately and take a closer look, but would it be a different story if she had Grand Prince Valentine next to her? She also thought it was better not to deal with them back then. I found out that the Valentine's vassals who stuck on their origins were very brave. After all, they have to have that courage to become a vassal of Valentine, because they can have a subject who can even make eye contact and tremble at their masters. And from the opposite end, people who wouldn't want to even set foot in the devil's castle. So, the people I met at the castle are the ones who have been filtered out at least once. At least those who have the guts to talk to the Valentine's bloodline. So, were most of them from the Grand Duchy? Arya nodded her head in acceptance inside, but I can understand that. They can even bring an escort into the venue. Of course, they also want to avoid Valentine's blood relatives that have disaster-level powers. In the eyes of the nobles, it would just look like a living, moving human weapon. It's like jumping in front of a bomb with bare body to argue with Lloyd. A sane person wouldn't even do anything to stand out, and as expected, they were all sticking to the wall. Actually, if he put his mind to it, he can kill all the nobles here. Even so, they would have known no matter how Valentine was, they wouldn't commit such a crazy thing. But in the first place, fear was a law that eroded reason and made it useless. But still, even at this moment when everyone was terrified and avoided, Lloyd became the main pillar of the group, because there was not a single nobleman who did not cast their gaze on him in this banquet hall now. Whenever this happened, she thought that fear and envy were surprisingly connected emotions. Well, this is pleasant. Luther Angelo, the second son of the Angelo family, who followed to protect Arya, also looked very awkward. It seems that he has made his own resolve. It is the first time in my life that I have been able to go to a banquet hall like this. He was also a target of fear and seemed to be awkward. It must be the first time that he has been treated like this since he was born as the son of a duke. If it had been the way it was, the nobles would have been clinging to him. Well, then, how about enjoying it since it's like this? The center of the hall is empty, so dancing with your partner will get you a lot of attention. Arya tried to have a conversation with her legal brother for the first time. Then Luther was silent and answered in a very bitter voice. I wish you had asked if I had a partner first. Arya couldn't keep up with her words. A heavy silence came, which was worse than before he tried to talk to him. She picked up a glass of champagne on the table and handed it to Luther as a consolation. Thank you. Luther took the cup and drank it at once. The drink was bitter. Lloyd looked at the legal siblings with a puzzled look. What if the two of you danced together? Then, Luther proposed. Arya said she blinked, as if she had never thought of dancing. I can dance. It was true. She never learned it. She attended so many banquets, salons and gatherings, but she had never socialized. Because she was an entertainer of courtiers. Who would want to see an entertainer in a dress and dancing gracefully? You don't know how to dance? Then Lloyd asked. It was as if he had never thought of it that far. The etiquette is natural, so of course I learned it. Without speaking, he frowned slightly. It was his mistake that he misunderstood and did not ask separately. I'll teach you. Lloyd held out his hand, as if for her to hold it. Finally, I have something to teach you other than swordsmanship. Was he happy inside? Lloyd, who rarely expresses a particularly pleasant emotion, painted a faint smile on his lips. Because I am good at everything I do with my body. A brilliant chandelier shone brilliantly above his head. Then, one summer day, on a boat, as sun scorched, she remembered the promise she had made with the boy. Teach me what Lloyd is good at. Perhaps he still remembered the words that seemed to have passed at that time. He remembered that too. Arya couldn't take her eyes off that look. She was captured helplessly. It was when she tried to place her own hands over Lloyd's, as if possessed. The Emperor enters, the servant ignorantly announced. Arya frowned. Why, now? Even the nobles, who did not think of falling from the wall, bowed their heads, forgetting their fear for this moment. And Arya kept her head stiff and she smiled as she saw Lloyd, who seemed uninterested in whoever came in. His interest was fixed on Arya from beginning to end. It was a complete disregard of the person. You don't even turn your head. The Emperor who entered the banquet hall must be looking at Lloyd's wide back. It's so conspicuous, so there's no way he can find it. Because they even stood in the center of the hall. What's this? Arya laughed bashfully. Lloyd's tall stature and broad shoulders covered her, so she couldn't see the Emperor entering. He thought I might be a little scared if I actually saw the Emperor. The Emperor was her worst tormentor. Arya only lived to the age of 20, perhaps because of the result of the Emperor's abuse. Even though she was seemingly okay, she was worried inside that she might be left with the trauma of the abuse she had received then. But it really doesn't matter. Far from trembling or shrinking at fear, Lloyd covered everything. Maybe not right now, but someday she'll have to pay for her sins. That was the first thought she had. Teach me, but not now. As Arya said so, she pointed behind his back. Lloyd didn't like it very much, but he was forced to turn his back. And he stared at the Emperor with a stern attitude. I don't know how long it's been since I've seen Valentine in an official like this. Is this the first time since I ascended the throne? Then, suddenly, their eyes met. The Emperor's eyes widened as he looked at Arya, then dulled out. The expression he makes when he has a plan. Arya could easily read the Emperor's expression. At the same time she felt great discomfort. It meant that in her previous life he had tamed Arya to her liking. I had to match the mood and comfort of the Emperor one by one. Arya's past life flashed through her mind quickly. Days filled with pain and misery. It was a memory she would rather have cut out. I can understand why Grand Prince Valentine looks unfamiliar after not showing his face for a long time, but everyone, please welcome him. It was about the time she was getting fed up with the ignorant gaze as he scanned him up and down. The Emperor smiled kindly, and he looked at Arya and Lloyd and told the avoiding nobles, as if it was too much. Isn't he our hero who silently defends the Empire in the dark? A hero who defends the Empire. The nobles, who had no idea what was going on with Valentine, put on an expression saying, what kind of nonsense is that? As if there was any reason to call the devil a hero. As if they had heard a funny and horrendous joke. They will never know. They will not even try to know. Pretending to praise, but saying that you'll be eaten by darkness for the rest of your life and you won't be able to become a hero. Lloyd seemed to read the inside too, but he only raised his eyebrows for a moment, and showed little reaction, because he didn't feel anything. Rather, it was Arya who was angry. How dare you say such a thing? Arya flapped her lips. The only thing that allowed him to safely ascend to the throne. It was because of the sacrifices of each individual Valentine who gave up on love, happiness, and the future. She wanted to shoot back like that, but then she bit her lip. You can mess everything up with one impulsive mistake. Instead, she smiled mischievously. Greetings, Emperor, the son of all nations and the bright light. Arya gently curtsied by grabbing the hem of her dress, which Maronia painstakingly picked, and then releasing it. It was a message using the mana stone. Her cheerful voice echoed through the heads of the nobles in the venue. That voice had the power to make people stop all thoughts and listen to her words. "Oh, you are the rumored Grand Princess." The Emperor looked startled at her voice for a moment. It was pure, the sound of clear and transparent water drops falling on the lake reflecting the clear blue sky. And the Emperor showed a hint of disappointment on his face. "It's a pity she can't speak." He seemed to think so. Arya had to do her best to gather the expression on her face, which was about to become hideous for a moment. "I've heard rumors that Grand Prince Valentine fell in love at first sight and gave you a keepsake generously. I don't think it's a false rumor." The Emperor's gaze, which added so, reached Arya's earring. Exactly the crystal on her earrings. Field steel. At first glance, it seemed worthless as if it was just crafted from a piece of iron. But in fact, it was difficult to obtain even with money, and it was a gem with a value that could never be bought no matter how much you paid. It was because a lot of wizards had to stick together in order to craft that jewel. "Oh, you recognized it. I also have a knack for jewelry." The Emperor replied playfully. Arya knew it too. Even when the treasury ran out when he went completely crazy, he didn't spare money on buying jewelry and luxuries. "Valentine's wealth, are you jealous?" It was already predicted long ago that Valentine's wealth would be something that even the Emperor would envy. So, she smiled innocently and said, "Your Majesty's eyes are as good as I have heard." Was it rumored like that? Arya spoke to him, who she seemed to be in a good mood, in an elegant tone that showed no sign of malice. To a pig's eyes, a pearl necklace would just look like a worthless stone. A clever twist on the proverb of a pearl necklace around a pig's neck. At first glance, it sounded like a compliment to the Emperor who recognized the value of the earrings, but the smile slowly disappeared from the Emperor's face when he heard those words. "I am glad. He got it." She was worried, but he seemed to understand what Arya really wanted to say. Because it meant that the Emperor and all nobles who ridiculed Valentine's value without recognizing it were nothing but pigs. "Pig, sure, that's right," Lloyd muttered next to her, like talking to himself. His eyes were scanning the Emperor up and down. It was an unexpected reaction. "You can't say that here." Arya forgot to be polite and almost burst out laughing while holding her stomach, but she desperately endured it. It was because she was here right now, and if she laughed, the acting would end without a gain. The Emperor struggled to hide his trembling lips. "You say impressive things." It's strange." At this point, he would throw everything aside and run wild. Arya swallowed a puzzlement and looked up at him. Hiding his anger in an instant, the Emperor said with a polite face that seems to have a plan. "My heart is heavy because of the Manamont incident that made me doubt you who are loyal to me." She doesn't know if it was because it was before he went crazy. He maintained his composure, even while covering the crazy couple, who turned the Emperor into a pig, with loyalty. Arya was deeply impressed. "After today's banquet is over, I have prepared a separate dining table for you, so I hope you will come." "Then that's right." Judging from the fact that they were summoned separately, it looks like the Emperor was really planning something. It should rather be good. Just try to play tricks on Lloyd. Arya thought she would put him to sleep with a song and just get away from the place. She got a contact from Vincent. Arya, taking a brief break in the break room, accepted without hesitation. "Sir Cloud, don't move it like that. Treat it as delicately as if you were holding a newborn baby." "I don't remember holding a newborn baby. Have you ever seen a person holding one?" "Yes." Don't you know a metaphor?" "Metaphor?" As soon as she received it, she could hear Vincent and Cloud fighting again. For some reason, the pattern of conversation between these two people remained the same even after several years. Sister-in-law. At that time, Vincent from the communication greeted her with a bright face. After having a meaningless argument with Cloud, he belatedly realized that Arya answered the contact. "I have some very good news." Arya rummaged through her bag in anticipation. She couldn't use even the best mana stones as stacks, so she had to communicate with cards again when using the communication sphere. "Did you crack the password?" "Not yet, but it's almost done. Hopefully, I will be able to solve it all within this month." "Then why did he call her?" "You just thought, what am I calling you for then?" "I didn't say anything. I can read all your facial expressions." Was she too obviously disappointed? Arya patted her own face with her hand, gently avoiding his gaze. Don't rush me too much. No matter how much data I have and I am a genius, do you think it's easy to learn a new language? Vincent started making lengthy excuses from time to time. Besides, this Atlantean language is so different from the official language of the Empire in its structure. In any case, the fact that the progress is slower than planned is absolutely not due to his lack. It was a lengthy explanation. Anyway, I'll let you know as soon as it's finished. This is not something that takes long. Arya picked up the card as she cut his endless excuses halfway through. I know. Where in the world is there a talented person like you? Maybe it's because he's always scolded, but at an unexpected moment, he was given praise. Vincent didn't respond right away. It wasn't an empty word to make him work hard. Her expression was telling him that these words came from the heart. Vincent hesitated for a moment, unlike him, and then asked with hesitation. Did I become sister-in-law's person? Well, maybe this is what I said about the 0.1% chance. Arya was speechless. She really didn't know that Vincent would still care about it 4 years later. It has been like that since a long time ago. Idiot. She showed the card as if to tell him why he was asking something like that. Then Vincent, who had been staring blankly, answered with a bright smile like the sun. You hear, the dinner the Emperor invited was overly extravagant than expected. And the place was too wide. It was just that there were no people, but with a little exaggeration, it looked nothing like the banquet hall they had been in a while ago. I guess. Arya knew this place well. She would know better than anyone. There was not a trace of it now. But right in the middle of this wide hall, there was going to be a huge cage that could fit a person. Arya was locked in that cage, and for about 2 years she sang for the Emperor. The nursery, the Emperor called the cage that way. Contrary to what she had remembered, now, only a very long table was prepared. Just like an ordinary dining room. No, it's not ordinary. After all, it's the Imperial Palace. Arya thought as she looked at the white tablecloth, luxurious candlesticks studded with jewels, and countless empty chairs and utensils. It was really well decorated like a dining room. What are you doing standing there? Come on, sit down. The Emperor, who sat at the top of the table, gestured to them to come. Dozens of escort knights and servants following the Emperor were lined up along the wall. A breathtakingly solemn atmosphere. All of the servants had expressionless faces, as if they were wearing masks. Somehow, Arya felt an indescribable strange feeling in all these scenes. I am sure I remember there was a circle engraved on the floor here. Arya followed the handmaid to the table and sat down, then she sniffed the white tablecloth with her nose. Again, as she remembered, there was a magic circle. Originally, it was a room made for engraving this. It was a magic that amplifies the effect regardless of the type of energy. I am sure you trying to do a trick. It was obvious. But for some reason Arya didn't feel like running away right away. Because, no matter how hard she tried, the effect of her singing would also be strong. Well, I don't know if they can stop all my songs or not. Lloyd was right next to her. Whatever the Emperor may do, Lloyd can stop everything. No, in the first place, what the hell was he trying to do with Lloyd? She can't even imagine. There was no sense of crisis. Before Lloyd came to the Imperial Palace, he said, even if he tied me up, we would die together. The Emperor could neither imprison, punish, nor kill Lloyd. If the Emperor touched Lloyd the wrong way, there would be chaos in the world and the Emperor would die. I don't know. How could she not know what the Emperor was thinking? Arya told Lloyd about this. Through the wedding ring artifact that only the two of them can talk to. Be careful, I am not sure exactly, but I think he is trying to use some kind of magic on Lloyd. She didn't know that this wedding ring could be used in such a situation. Apparently, Lloyd had foresight. What? Magic? It's a room with amplification magic. Then Lloyd looked at her as if how in the world did she know that? Arya asked if it matters now, and she shrugs her shoulders unnoticed. I'll tell you later. Well, this time, it seemed like he didn't want to just pass it by. Obviously, it was some kind of imperial secret. Arya nodded her head. Then Lloyd added one more word, to make sure she was worried for nothing. I am not blaming you. You were worried. It was not delivered in real words, but it seemed to be heard. It was a choice I made not to worry Lloyd, but it made me worry. Arya had no choice but to stare at Lloyd. And, she thought to herself, She wondered if she had to go back and tell the story of the future to some extent, hiding only a few fatal truths. Anyway, it's highly probable that it's mental manipulation magic. It's pretty well known that Valentine's weakness is that. Arya sent her message sternly. It was because she realized too late that if a Valentine was mentally manipulated, even they could be helpless, weren't they actually vulnerable to madness? Ha! Then, as Lloyd looked down at Arya, he let out a breath, whether it was a laugh or a sigh, and he murmured a little as if passing by. Cute. See you. She heard words that shouldn't be heard. No, was he saying that in a situation like this, her face had no choice but to get burned in this dire situation? I don't know what the trick is, but you don't have to know it. Saying so, Lloyd got up from his seat once. Huh. Arya, who had her hands covering her blushing cheeks, was bewildered. Why are you getting up all of a sudden? The meal hasn't come out yet. Even the Emperor stuttered as if he was bewildered. I'll just go back. What? No, why? I am not feeling well. What? The Emperor seemed to doubt his ears because Lloyd put on a really absurd reason. A servant who was carrying appetizers stood tall and was wandering helplessly. Perhaps they might be the biggest victim today. I am not feeling well. To be precise, it's disgusting and I feel like throwing up. It's disgusting and feeling like throwing up. Isn't that too much? Although she sympathized with his words from the bottom of her heart, that person was still the Emperor. If you're going to say something, turn it around a little. No matter how disgusting the Emperor is, to say that he is disgusting to his face is blasphemy. But it was then. What is this energy? Arya was starting to feel really disgusted and about to vomit, as Lloyd said. It's hard to breathe. A faint sensation that was barely felt at first, gradually deepened, and now began to be distinctly felt as if she could grasp it with her hand. To put it bluntly, it felt like mixing up all kinds of garbage. It's dirty and sticky, like it's sticking to your skin. The gutter rat? Arya was startled. It smelled like the gutter rat that had been explained directly by Carlin the other day. Very faint, though. Arya jumped up from her seat and quickly looked around. Knight, servant, maid, kitchen assistant. However, there was no one anywhere that matched the appearance of the gutter rat that Arya had heard of. They had a creepy expressionless expression as everyone was taught when they first entered the palace. Meanwhile, the Emperor's efforts continued. No matter what. I have prepared a meal, so why not get a drink? Because I don't know what I am going to do because I am very unwell. I might end up being rude to your majesty. There is no greater rudeness than this situation now. Are you breaking an imperial order? That's right. The Emperor seemed to be at a loss for words because his opponent was so proud and shameless. Then Lloyd, who smiled darkly, twisted his lips and said, I am a loyal servant. In this part, no matter how much Arya believed in Lloyd unconditionally, she couldn't agree with it. I can't help without leaving a piece of advice that becomes blood and flesh to your majesty. Would you please let me go at this point, your majesty? This is the last piece of advice I give as a loyal servant. Since when did intimidation become advice? It means that if he tries to do more here, Lloyd won't let it go. Arya paused for a moment, and she stiffened, but she decided that it would be better to get out of the imperial palace quickly. Lloyd, it looks like the gutter rat is hiding here. But it was then. Arya's eyes met one of the servants, who was bowing his head. Even as his eyes met head-on with the Grand Princess, the mouth burst open and laughter leaked out without showing a sign of embarrassment. Then he lowered his head and started muttering something. Arya thought she had just seen a hallucination. When their eyes met, the servant smiled. What? A language she had never heard before. No, it was around the time she thought it was more of a spell than a language. The servant suddenly pulled out a dagger from his arms and took it to his neck. UHHK. What? Kayak. Gasp. At the moment of the self-injury, screams erupted from all directions. It was an indescribable horror. Flowing blood began to seep into the magic circle spread throughout the room. He suffered fatal wounds that would not be strange even if he passed out immediately, and the bleeding was profuse. But the servant was fine. Arya stiffened as the servant lifted his head and met her gaze accurately again. He staggered, got up, and went straight to Arya without any hesitation. He ran as if to kill her. No, he tried to run. How dare you? After Lloyd knocked down a nearby knight, he cut the servant with a stolen sword. The whole place was instantly dyed red. Some of them vomited and some collapsed and passed out. Arya didn't close her eyes and looked at the servant who collapsed like a marionette doll with a broken string. But then, the servant rose again, a bit clumsy. So, that body, she couldn't believe it was moving. Arya stiffened, pale and tired. Even she, who resolutely reacts to most things, was surprised by this. That being said, it was almost like a walking corpse. A walking corpse, the gutter rat, she realized later. What if the gutter rat had a body that did not die even if it was killed from the beginning? Then everything fits. It also solves the question of why the gutter rat was still alive. Arya hastily turned her head away. The knights who found the gutter rat drew their swords, and they blocked the exit quite naturally. That is, the escape route from which Arya and Lloyd could escape. I can't let that violent thing get out of here and mess with the Imperial Palace. The Emperor shouted loudly. It was an act that could never be done unless they were all planning to die together here and now, but that couldn't be. Then, no way did the Emperor bring in the gutter rat. It didn't sneak in. From the beginning, the two had devised a plan. The two had no contact in previous life. They weren't meant to be friends with each other, but they were just a symbiotic relationship. The Emperor simply tolerates the gutter rat, and the gutter rat does not serve the Emperor, but he is aware that the Emperor is the owner of this empire. She never imagined that they would cooperate with each other. Oh my God! How far has the Emperor fallen? Arya suddenly remembered the conversation she had with Karlan the other day. The words that were said so much that it would stick to her ears like a scab, telling her not to go against Providence, which had already been set. Changing the future is like taking the old cog out and replacing it with a new cog. Wouldn't it be better to change something else for the world to roll again? When Arya breaks the law, a new law arises. The new law will demand a higher price and will strangle her. That was the situation she was facing right now. A new law. The Emperor and the gutter rat become one team. Suddenly, the magic circle engraved with blood on the floor slowly began to contain silver, red, and gold light. It was a response to various energies in the gutter rat's body. At that moment, Lloyd and Arya, who felt the strangeness, turned their heads at the same time to stare into the air outside the window. Just now, barrier magic. He used a circle with amplification magic in this room, hiding nearby. Lloyd lifted his finger and pinpointed exactly where it was. Upstairs. Maybe a vent. Right. For some reason, she heard something constantly popping out of the vent. Perhaps the wizard, Hans. After Arya discovered the identity of the opponent who had set the barrier, she had no choice but to be even more certain of what she had already been certain of. Lloyd, the gutter rat. Arya hastily sent a message. Of course Lloyd had already guessed from that moment on, and he answered without showing any signs of surprise. Yes. Is there a way to finish it if it doesn't die? It was then. A hole pierced his neck, and the gutter rat made a strange noise. In the first place, it made no sense that the body made a sound. He swept his chin in surprise and looked down at the fainting kitchen assistant right next to him. And changed his body. It was an invisible process, but she had no choice but to know. The servant fell on the floor, stabbed the kitchen assistant with a dagger, devoured his blood, and collapsed. Phew, you devil bastard. You can cast spells if you can speak. Then, the kitchen assistant, who had been lying down, jumped up with a pale blue face. He was already dead. I wonder why there were more servants in this room than necessary. The servants here might actually be sacrifices for the gutter rat, so that he can defeat Lloyd and achieve victory at any cost. Crazy bastard. There was no other way to call it. Arya glared at the Emperor. He just looked a bit nervous, from a distance, as if he was just watching from the other side of the river. Well, even if you look at me like that, I can solve it. Do you know how many Imperial nobles are in the Imperial Palace right now? To commemorate the founding of the country, all the powerful people are gathered. Now, if the gutter rat escapes from this room, many people will lose their lives. That was what it meant. When all the nobles die, this country is over. But, why are the knights standing in front of the gate, even though they can save the Empire from danger? It was an absurd sophistry. Arya saw a glimpse of the smile on the Emperor's lips, sure of victory. At that moment, Arya, whose reason was cut off, licked her lips. She intended to sing the Song of Doom. Had Lloyd not suddenly raised his hand to cover her mouth? Showing off your powers in front of the Emperor and the gutter rat. Arya came to her senses as if she was covered in cold water. Come to think of it, she remembered it belatedly. The taxidermist. Chimera. A bizarre life that is neither alive nor dead, created in the gutter. Obviously, the SIREN's powers didn't work on those snakes. Because it was not a life born in nature. Obviously, it would be the same for the gutter rat. There was a very high probability that it would not work even if she sang the song. Even if I die, the gutter rat caught the fact I am the only surviving siren, it will be enough to change me into a new body. She hated to even imagine that. Arya wiped the goosebumps sprouting over her forearm, and she bit her teeth. Then, Lloyd raised his body. It seems like I have a business to do, he said as he brushed off the blood flowing from the sword. And slowly, he moved. The shadow of the sword hung long behind his back. Ha ha, that's right. The gutter rat gladly answered. For 4 years, every day, I've been thinking only of you bastard. For today. Ah, Lloyd replied dryly, as if he had no sentiment whatsoever because he had already heard such words countless times. I am sorry, I thought you would give me a more creative answer. At the same time, the sword he was holding slashed in a very insincere way. What had just been shaped as a kitchen assistant fell on the floor. Kua the rat, who was groaning with a bizarre sound, killed the servant again and changed into a new body. Once again, the whole area was covered in red. The gutter rat changed into a new body again. Damn it, if only I had my original body. Do you think it would be different if it was your original body? Devil bastard, the gutter rat murmured grimly, and picked up the sword that was lying on the floor. At the same time, the two blades collided violently and exploded in flashes. Just once, while swinging his sword, Lloyd broke and pierced the blade that the gutter rat was holding in half. Again, this time it is the body of a knight. The knight resisted, but ultimately sacrificed his life because of the silent pressure from the emperor. Finally, at last, the emperor's most elite knight. The body of a well-trained knight. It will not even compare to this weak body so far. You talk too much. I'll kill you properly, you devil bastard. Armed with confidence, the gutter rat rushed in, and he bounced off the wall at an incomparable speed and crashed into the wall. Quang! The wall cracked and dented. At the same time, the sound of something properly crushing could be heard from the gutter rat's body. Lloyd calmly raised his sword, as the gutter rat searched for his new body, and stomped his fumbling hand into the ground. Karg, do you feel the pain even if you become a moving corpse? Or do you feel hallucinatory pain in an area that is not there? The gutter rat screamed desperately. It sounded like the screams of someone who had changed his body. Her shoulders trembled. At the same time, Lloyd's gaze returned. Arya, does it matter if an innocent person dies? He asked. She couldn't understand what the question meant. It was only that his eyes, which had turned black with the afterglow of the slaughter, seemed a little unfamiliar today. I don't care. But you Arya couldn't help but agree. She couldn't deny it. It was because it seemed like an unavoidable situation in order to deal with the gutter rat. However, she finally shook her head after contemplating. It didn't matter. After hearing Arya's answer, Lloyd stopped killing the gutter rat that changed bodies. Gutter rat, are you going to do that until everyone here is dead? No, exactly, until the devil's malice is taken from you. Aha, was that the purpose? Lloyd smiled strangely as if it was understandable, then drew his sword. The gaze looking down at the soaring and scattered red things was terribly boring. The gutter rat saw the large hole in his hand and grasped it with his other hand and clenched his teeth. Arya, no matter what happens in the future, no matter what happens to me, never. What? Never sing. Lloyd, who had begged her not to reveal her abilities, got up from his seat. Chain, and threw the sword he was holding, with his arms outstretched towards the gutter rat. It was a reckless act. Arya, the emperor, and even the gutter rat became dazed, at a loss for words. Wherever you want to go. Huh? Are you suddenly crazy? If you want to steal it, try stealing it. You think I can do it just because you told me to. However, contrary to his sarcastic tone, the tip of the sword raised by the gutter rat was trembling to the point of pity. It was because he had no idea what Lloyd meant by suddenly revealing his chest and giving it away. Is that a solution? Sacrificing himself? She couldn't believe it. Without knowing it, Arya opened her mouth. However, Lloyd's words not to reveal her abilities no matter what, first sanctioned her actions. There must be some reason. Arya trusted Lloyd. But, apart from that trust, she had no choice but to grip the hem of her skirt in nervousness. The devil's malice, Lloyd muttered softly, referring to the great power running through his body. A sigh resembling smoke leaked from his lips. It is a power that transcends the limits of human beings. With this alone, I think I can rule the world, and I feel like I can be a god. Right? Lloyd asked sarcastically, and a sluggish smile spread across his lips. I kept pretending not to, and it seems that this power was so coveted. The pitiful eyes are directed towards the gutter rat. It was an obvious provocation. If the gutter rat had the strength to hold the sword firmly and wield it, it was enough distance to pierce Lloyd's heart. Lloyd stood with his arms wide open. As Lloyd taunted him openly, the gutter rat grimaced and murmured grimly. Don't you regret it, you devil? The gutter rat crawled on the floor with its broken ribs. With all his energy, he laid down on the magic circle shimmering in 5 colors and began to chant familiar spells. In the past 4 years, it was a forbidden magic that he used countless times to steal energy. Still, it's difficult if you die because you read the famous Grand Prince in name. I'll let you live generously. If there's no devil's malice in you anyway, it's just a shell. The gutter rat was well aware of what happened to the successive Grand Dukes who passed on the power of the devil to his descendants. Yes, they all disappeared halfway through and died. No matter how tight Valentine's secrets were, if their tail was long, it would be trampled on. This bastard must be the same. If you take away the devil's malice, you will live with a tainted body and go crazy for the rest of your life. Isn't it funny? If Lloyd acted arrogantly like that now, he'd go crazy anyway. It will be in his 30s or 40s, no matter how long he lived with the devil's malice. But look, I am not your Valentine. The gutter rat barely got up from the floor, and then let out a squeaky laugh. I have an immortal body that never dies even if you kill me. Besides, it's already contaminated, so there's no reason to go crazy. As for the gutter rat, he could be sure that he was the closest to the evil among artificially created creatures. So, he was more confident than anyone else that he would harmonize well with the devil's malice. He was confident that he wouldn't be ruined like the Valentines. I don't need to pass on the malice by giving birth to a child, doesn't it seem like it's just power for me? So, in the end, he would only take the merits of malice and not all the disadvantages. The gutter rat intended to harbor the devil's malice for the rest of his life. And he intended, as Lloyd said, to become a god and dominate over this world. For that, I cooperated with the Emperor. The gutter rat opened his mouth to swear allegiance for the rest of his life as long as the Emperor helped. He was a foolish emperor who was always ignorant of Valentine's arrogance and trembled upon it, so he was able to get his consent right away. Of course, he was going to kill the emperor right away if he could only win the devil's malice. Cuckick, this works. At that moment, something inside Lloyd's body began to bubble and bloom like a mist. It was then that Arya learned for the first time that they could transfer the devil's malice into another person's body. But if that's the case, Lloyd must be. Assuming that contamination begins the moment Lloyd embraces the malice, there is a high probability that he will go crazy as soon as that power escapes, or become a handful of ashes. Arya almost stopped running to him, had Lloyd not smiled as if to reassure her when their gaze met suddenly. As expected, the devil's malice is like energy. That person was right. It is possible to steal it. Absolute power to rule the world. The gutter rat got the power he had been longing for all his life, and burst into laughter as if he couldn't be happier than this. The endlessly wriggling black mass, the devil's malice, the tip touched the gutter rat's body. Now just accept this. But the moment he opened his mouth wide as if tearing it apart and burst into laughter, the gutter rat melted helplessly. His body collapsed. It slipped and flowed. This what? The gutter rat wanted to speak, but he could no longer carry on his words. Because his mouth is gone, he was unable to smell the blood vibrating everywhere. Because his nose was gone, no sound could be heard. Because his ears are gone, this is the devil's malice. No, the gutter rat thought as he disappeared from the inside and crumbled. It's like purifying me. A movement that goes against the providence of the world and seems to erase the existence of a chimera that should not exist. Eventually, he could no longer think. It wasn't just the body. Everything that made him up shattered to ashes and scattered and disappeared. And there was nothing left in its place. No, crazy, nonsense. The emperor jumped up from his seat and let out a scream. It turned into ashes in an instant and evaporated. Then our plan. What will happen to him who was left alone? The stench of the gutter rat has disappeared. Totally, without a trace. Arya also opened her mouth, and she couldn't accept the situation for a while, but she jumped out and ran quickly to Lloyd's side. Lloyd, Arya, with tears in her eyes, reached her hand towards him. She blamed herself for being hesitant to hold his hand so far, swinging his hand away and avoiding him. If you re alive, if you re by my side, that's all. Ah, but this time, Lloyd pushed Arya away. She wasn't even pushed out in the first place. He reflexively stretched out his hand, but she just went and bumped into it. On the contrary, Lloyd himself was very surprised. I haven't been able to fully capture my strength yet. However, there was nothing like fog protruding from Lloyd's body as he said that. He looked down at his palm, clenched his fists until his tendons bulged out and repeated it out. And he said in a suppressed voice, without giving Arya his gaze. It's getting back. I think I'll have to stay and have a more honest conversation with the Emperor. Honest conversation. The Emperor's body, who had been stunned by those words, trembled greatly. He coughed in vain as if he had never howled at the gutter rat when he got up, shaking in his spot. You have cleared the hordes of evil that have invaded the Imperial Palace. You have made a remarkable achievement. Today's work will be rewarded by myself soon. Gasp. The sword, which had been actively used before, was hung under the Emperor's neck. As if it had been that color from the beginning, it was dyed very bright red. What is this? It's treason. It would have been more convenient if it was like this earlier. Lloyd mumbled and knocked down every single knight with his sword, stunned them. Again, as Arya expected, it was an honest sword conversation. What do you think, Your Majesty? The world almost came to an end due to the cooperation between Your Majesty and the gutter rat. UHK. Save me. I saved the world unintentionally again. As Your Majesty said, I guess it's the fate of a hero I am born with. It seemed that every breath he breathed was filled with pessimistic energy. Lloyd held the sword to the Emperor's neck, but he seemed unimpressed. He had neither anger nor revenge for the betrayal. He just looked very tired, with eyes as empty as the Lloyds that Arya had seen in her past life. Ah, this is the future she wanted to change so much. Of course, the future and the situation were completely different, but Arya's heart was moved by the fact that he had those eyes. It was going well. Actually, she was going to make sure it worked out no matter what. Arya didn't take her eyes off the Emperor who had brought the incident to this point. The cold gaze pierced like an arrow. Let us listen to the conditions slowly. Lloyd turned his head to look back at Arya. She didn't say anything. However, she sends a gaze that seems to suggest that it would be better to retreat for the sake of mental and physical health. She wondered if he was trying to torture the Emperor, though. Arya had no choice but to back away by nodding her head. Ah, the Valentine's carriage over there, a black carriage engraved with the crest of a black hawk symbolizing Valentine. Veronica looked out of the carriage and muttered sadly. Then the Cardinal, who was looking at the documents next to her, asked a question as if puzzled. Why are you looking for Valentine, Saint? They have been taking care of Brother Gabriel for several years. Still, if we meet at the Imperial Palace, I'd like to meet and talk with him at least once. Why don't we stay one more day and then go? Veronica muttered as if she was sorry. Then the Cardinal smiled and said as if passing by. I can't help it. Something like that happened in the Imperial Palace. Something like that? Veronica, who had not yet heard the news, asked again and tilted her head. It is said that the gutter rat has invaded the Imperial Palace, after coveting Valentine's power. Oh my, that's the Cardinal relayed the rumors that had now spread throughout the Imperial Palace. In fact, it was a rumor that exactly matched the actual situation, except that the Emperor had cooperated with the gutter rat to take part in it. He said while clicking his tongue, it's funny. Do they think the body of a blasphemous chimera that completely defies the will of God can receive divine power? Divine power? Divine power over the devil's malice? Veronica had no choice but to ask that. Then the Cardinal, who had been confiding in her unconsciously, stiffened. He had made a mistake, and then he quickly shook his head. No, nothing. So the conversation was cut off. Divine power. But Veronica never listened to the words the Cardinal had inadvertently spat out. She decided to engrave it in her head once. More than that. Chimera. A living being that can live by taking in all kinds of energy and blood and changing the body. Although the gutter rat seems to have failed, the attempt itself wasn't too bad. In the meantime, it seemed like I was going to get the hang of it. Now, she knows for sure. What should she do next? Before closing the case, they immediately needed a place to stay that night. In fact, the night was so deep, they could have stayed in the Imperial Palace for a day or so. I've been through something like that. How can I sleep with my feet stretched out in the Imperial Palace? She will definitely have nightmares. And she didn't want to give the Emperor an excuse to make another nonsense again. Arya was tired and didn't want to stay in the Imperial Palace any longer. There are a few mansions in the capital. Then, Lloyd said, insignificantly. Not one mansion in the capital, not two, but a few. She didn't know about it because she had never been outside the territory. Arya nodded her head as she realized Valentine's wealth again. Let us go to the nearest one, then. Lloyd and Arya left the Imperial Palace that day. Even the moonlight was dark in the middle of the night. The two rode in a horse-drawn carriage. Lloyd was silent the whole time. Since when? It was definitely good. The relationship between Lloyd and Arya was an amicable one. Careful, kind, and wish each other happiness. It was very friendly. Until the Emperor worked his tricks and the dead gutter rat appeared. No, there was no change in attitude when the gutter rat appeared. Rather, he was surprisingly calm. He pushed the rat to the limit as if he was very calm and used to it. Oh, I remembered. The moment he mentioned that the gutter rat would steal the devil's malice from Lloyd. It was from then on, Lloyd's mood suddenly subsided. It was as if they had returned to the first time they met, back in the day when Lloyd set up a sharp blade, pushing away everyone approaching. Arya remembered the words that she had been wanting to say in her heart for a long time. Lloyd, maybe that bast no, the gutter rat hurt you. Hurt? Hurt your feelings? Lloyd let out a smirk without realizing it. Hurt his feelings? It was just an Arya-like, friendly expression. No, it made you realize reality. Maybe, really, maybe, he thought it could be. That he can live like everyone else. After a very deep and sweet dream, he only realized again that the place he was standing in was hell. What I have is something no one can completely purify. Even singing the siren song is useless. It only temporarily alleviates the condition or slows the progression of madness. Again, there is only one way to get rid of the curse. He knew it from the beginning. It's just that the colors during the 4 years when Arya appeared were so intense and dazzling. He just wanted to deny it. It's okay, it's just. You just have to carry the memories with you. It was enough. Don't be greedy anymore. After all, nothing was his from the beginning. Lloyd stared at Arya without saying a word. Ariadne Cortez. When the flowers that had been abandoned during the winter bloom again. In a world of achromatic colors, he came to see the warm sunlight. A miracle. Lloyd never believed the name of the memory. Since when did this happen? He spied on Arya secretly. He couldn't take his eyes off of her as she opened the window of the carriage and her hair naturally fluttered behind her ears. Lloyd clenched his fists as he looked at her and then unclenched it. Even though I knew it was poison in my mouth, it makes him want to swallow it unknowingly. The mansion that was closest to the Imperial Palace, they came to this place without thinking about it because it was close. Lloyd stopped and looked up silently at the mansion. Then Arya asked as if wondering. Why? The employees and the knights who followed were all sent to the estate. So, Arya raised her voice without hesitation. Because it was just the two of them. It's where I used to live when I was a kid. After a moment's silence, he answered. From what age? Well, from when I remembered it. How old was that? Around the age of 5. Arya, who had been in her thoughts for a moment, said with a wide smile. You must have been cute. Lloyd, who remembers very clearly what he was thinking and living at that time, shed an ambiguous sound. Lloyd Cardenas Valentine, a 5-year-old child who never celebrates his birthday. From the time he accidentally discovered the self-sacrificing spell in the book, the child had only one dream. Let us die. Let us die. The day he completely inherits that power from Grand Duke Valentine, Lloyd was going to kill himself that day. He wanted to disappear with the power he had inherited. In order to completely cut off the devil malice that has been passed down from generation to generation like a curse. It was when Lloyd was reliving the memories of his childhood. He suddenly felt a soft warmth from the side of his hand. He looked down and saw that it was Arya's hand. He raised his head. Arya's cheeks were smeared with red like watercolor. Lloyd imagined clenching her hand to crush it, then let it go. Rounded rabbit-like eyes and a bewildered expression followed, but he had no choice but to turn his back. Self-sacrificing spell. Lloyd had such a perfect memory that he could spit it out in any extreme situation. Well, he's been memorizing it since he was 5. Birthday, of course he didn't celebrate it. Why should he celebrate the day of his birth? Because he will soon self-destruct anyway. Hobby, didn't he have it? If he had it, he would only become greedy. Memories, didn't he make it? It was difficult to create enough memories to reflect on his past. Friendship, didn't he want it? That's just an illusion. Family, there was, but he lived as if there were not. There was nothing that made a person's life more regretful than his family. Love. Nonsense. The malice harbored by Grand Duke Valentine has completely transferred to me. Lloyd was convinced. So, he spit out the spell he had been repeating in his mind for 13 years. A strange character of an ominous pitch-black light was engraved all over his body, riding around from head to toe. Ugh! The pain felt like his whole body was burning. Even though he thought that his body had been dulled by pain from embracing the malice, he could spit a groan with his teeth. But Lloyd persevered. If he can endure this, he will be able to end the nightmare that has been passed down through the generations of Valentine. Even if the power called the curse, which occupied most of his body, didn't run rampant like an outburst of malice. No more screams came out. It looked like his limbs were being torn apart. How much time has passed? On the cold ground, Lloyd regained his mind. He forcibly lifted his body, where the pain was still scattered everywhere, and examined his condition. The strength it remains. The spell has failed. He had in mind the possibility that it might not succeed all at once, so Lloyd did not despair so much. He groaned and got up. Strangely, the place was as quiet as a grave. A bizarre gloom. There are no sounds of birds, insects, or breathing creatures. Even that common wind noise. Lloyd hurriedly looked out the window. The garden, lined with all kinds of flowers and trees according to Sabina's taste, had dried up. As if its life force was sucked in an instant. What is this? Lloyd slowly backed away from the window and ran to the door and opened it. No one was there. In the kitchen, there were dishes cooked, traces of someone studying in the study room, and documents piled up like a mountain in the office, but no one was there. As if they had evaporated. Tristan, Sabina, and Vincent. He could no longer see the jaguar, which would have been chasing Lloyd's back if he had wandered around this much. Ariadne. Lloyd ran non-stop to the door, but when he tried to open the door, his fingertips trembled. What if she's not there? What if she's gone? He ran rampant, his own strength. What if I killed her myself? He eventually opened the door slowly enough to hear the creaking hinge. And beyond the door, without even closing her eyes properly, Arya had fallen on the red puddle on the floor. Arya, this is nonsense. Shouldn't he have happened? Lloyd rushed to his feet, and he hugged Arya. Lying in his arms, she was cold in Lloyd's arms. Lloyd jumped out of bed, and he breathed in rough breaths. He looked around as he felt his body cooled to the point of being cold. A night that seems to be crushed by darkness. It was the mansion where Lloyd spent his childhood. Maybe it was a dream. Like ice melting into a glass of water, he realized reality very slowly. Lloyd wiped the cold sweat from his eyes. No, he thought it was a cold sweat. However, the water drops that wetted his fingers had started flowing from the corners of his eyes as the source. Did you cry? Him? Lloyd blinked his wet, pitch-black eyelashes, and stiffened for a moment. It was the first day he shed tears in his life. It's not funny. No one really died, and he had a nightmare and cried. It was as vivid as reality. If Vincent had seen it, it would have been a lifelong tease. That's when he thought about it and raised his head. Arya was in front of him. Is this also a dream? She stretched out her hand. His hand was touched. Not only was it touched, but she also intertwined his hands without hesitation. Actually, my hearing is also like a rabbit. It seems Lloyd is having a nightmare, so I came in at will. I am sorry. A brief apology followed. Lloyd blinked his eyes. Drops of tears from the corners of his eyes ran down his cheeks and down his jawline. Don't cry. Arya reached out her hand and wiped the corners of Lloyd's eyes. At that touch, Lloyd thoughtlessly said, I want to live. I want to live. With you. He revealed what he had now realized. Arya stared out of the window for a moment in an empty room. There was no OE in the room that the employee who was managing this mansion showed her, and it was unnecessarily spacious. It feels empty. Maronia, who was always chasing after Arya like a squirrel and chattering. Cloud, who kept silent at the back and sometimes said stupid things. Vincent, who was in pain at Cloud's stupid words. Sabina, who takes the time every day to teach her swordsmanship. Tristan, who was always troubled by work and becomes a happy unemployed person and plays and eats every day. Gabriel, who loses his reason for being involved with the saint, but when they pray together, it somehow feels at ease. And her husband, Lloyd. This is a family. A family tied to a 10-year contract. A temporary family who she has to break the Valentine's curse for and then leave behind. Now I have to leave in 6 years. It was when, Arya, who couldn't sleep because her thoughts kept getting deeper and deeper, heard someone groaning later. It was a small sound that had to be heard very carefully. Ugh! Lloyd! Was it an attack? Arya instantly forgot that Lloyd, who slaughtered people with a single knife, could be attacked. Emperor bastard! She even spit out swear words. Without hesitation, she stormed into Lloyd's room. Almost at the same time as the door slammed open, Lloyd raised his body. He took a breath. Perhaps he just had a nightmare. Arya was going to run to him right away and ask what was going on, what nightmare he had. But she paused for a moment as she saw the tears running down the corners of his eyes. He was crying. Arya was very flustered. Lloyd, who never shed a tear, even when faced with unfair and terrible pain that ordinary people cannot endure, he simply faces all the misfortunes and accepts them. That Lloyd was crying. It looked even more pitiful and painful to see the tears dripping without expression. How should I console you? Arya was stunned for a moment, frozen, and only after Lloyd reached out his hand did she come to her senses belatedly. His fingertips were trembling. Because Lloyd shows his fingertips, not his expression, when he is insecure. She quickly grabbed them all and held them firmly. Actually, my hearing is also like a rabbit. It seems Lloyd is having a nightmare, so I came in at will. I am sorry. She rambled on and made excuses. Arya then recalled how he would always comfort her with plausible words when she seems to be hurt. But seeing Lloyd's actual expression of pain, for a moment, her head went white and she didn't know what to do. Is Lloyd this way every time I cry? She would rather just be sick for him instead. Don't cry. She wiped away the tears. Just like Lloyd did. Then, he said. I want to live. With you. It was something she hadn't thought of. But the moment she heard those words, she could realize the true nature of the emptiness, which Arya felt when she was alone in the room. Oh, I see. Although she always thought of death and was prepared to leave them naturally 10 years later. Actually, I also want to live before her thoughts, her mouth answered first. I want to live. I didn't want to die like this. Even after breaking the curse, she wanted to die of old age with Lloyd and Valentine. She didn't want to be the night, she wanted to be with him and she wanted to be the moon and the stars that light up the night. She didn't want to be separated from him. Is there any way I want to die after I become an adult? For the first time, she had that thought. So what did you dream about? Lloyd looked away from her and said nothing. He wanted to dig out the memories like this. Arya's memories and his memories. He wept ferociously in front of her, revealing what he had hidden inside him. The self-destructing, festering, rotten innermost thought that he had dreamed of since childhood. Don't say anything. Why are you crying? People can cry. The crying erase it from your memory. No, Arya stubbornly answered. There is nothing to be ashamed of between us. We all know each other. There must be more things that you don't know, Lloyd mumbled so, and then he let out a very deep sigh. And he talked about the self-sacrifice, which he had been thinking about since he was very young. I found a book by chance when I was little. I remember it being here in the mansion's library. This was the moment when Lloyd decided to self-sacrifice. I didn't mean to say it at all. Because of Arya looking up at him with her big, open eyes as if she would listen to anything. Eyes that shine brighter than the stars even in the dark. When he came to his senses, Lloyd had revealed all of his secrets. In the dream, when the time came and I uttered that spell, the power in my body suddenly went wild. All living things in Valentine's castle evaporated. Without a trace, and you to me, you don't evaporate, you die bleeding. Lloyd, after a long absence, had a red face up to his ears, turned his head away, and mumbled. He never imagined that the day would come when he, like a child, would confide in his nightmares. But when Arya heard about it, instead of laughing at him, she made a very serious expression on her face. Then what was the reason for the outburst? It wasn't serious, yet she listened to it as if it had actually happened. Lloyd replied with a frown. Well, it's just a guess, but since I was trying to harm the body that contains the devil's malice, it didn't want the malice to go away, so I think it went crazy. There is a possibility. I hadn't thought of that, but why was she taking this seriously? It's just a dream anyway. Lloyd was puzzled, but as Arya raised her head and stared at him, he avoided her gaze again. Are you going to die? My childhood plans, I don't think so. Now I have no intention of doing that anymore. I said I wanted to live. Lloyd added a little. Arya was heartbroken again that Lloyd had been living with those thoughts since he was a child. But she was determined not to let him fall. In fact, the reason why Arya herself was so resolute about her death was because she was no different from him. It's very shocking that Lloyd was thinking of self-destruction. Once she put that shock aside, it isn't at Valentine's incident. Arya was almost convinced. Lloyd's dream was telling him how the Valentine's incident happened. Because Lloyd has inherited most of the devil's malice now. Perhaps the time to inherit all the malice coincides with winter, the time when Valentine's incident takes place. It was shocking. Until now, I thought that the incident was caused by manipulation from the outside. But it wasn't. It happened because of the spell that Lloyd had chanted to sacrifice himself. The devil's malice ran rampant. Then, how did Lloyd survive the last life alone? He tried to save everyone by sacrificing himself, but his power ran rampant and he killed all of his people with his own hands. It wasn't his fault. Of course, it cannot be said that it was not entirely not Lloyd's fault, but his purpose was to self-sacrifice with the malice. But that was the result. Then the fact that the future Lloyd attended a depraved meeting that he had no interest in, and suddenly came to listen to the SIREN songs and started working on drugs. She thought he was trying to kill himself. He had killed everyone he'd been with his whole life, so he was weighed down with guilt. But he couldn't try to die any longer. He couldn't die, so he had no choice but to live. If he tries to die, another outburst will occur, or the malice in his body will come out and destroy the world. So, Lloyd would rather go crazy at the crossroads of that choice. That's the story of Valentine's incident. Arya bit her lip to hold back the tears, until she finally let the tears fall. No, you're not going to die. When Arya suddenly started crying, he panicked. This time it was Lloyd who was flustered. Don't cry. Stop. I am crying. Lloyd's tears. Yes, I was wrong. He thought that Arya was crying because he was about to die. So he reassured her that he would never do that again in the future. But even though he said that, Arya did not stop her tears. He then wiped away all the tears that ran down her cheeks with his hands. Rather than self-sacrifice, let us just destroy the world. Let us live together in a destroyed world. And he started to say everything to stop the tears. How can this be comforting? Arya couldn't cry, so she let out a small laugh. I will live to be 100 years old. It's not Lloyd's fault. Huh? Never. These were the words she wanted to tell Lloyd, not only for today, but also for Lloyd in the future. A future that has not happened yet, and will never happen in the future. Saying so, Arya opened her arms wide and hugged her husband tightly. Heartbeat it's loud. Perhaps Lloyd was scared too. Arya thought as she buried her face in the arms of the young man who had stiffened. But why was I dead? If his previous life had appeared in a dream, there wouldn't be Arya there. Then it will be a prophetic dream that will happen in the future, or a silly dream. All living things evaporated and disappeared, but why is it that only I am left with a corpse? As expected, was it a silly dream? Arya asked as she lifted her head out of his arms. Shall I sing you a lullaby? There was no reply. However, Lloyd's dissatisfied gaze, who was staring intently at Arya, spoke instead. To what extent are you going to treat me like a child? What to do? Arya hesitated, then shrugged her shoulders and said. I often sing for father too. If Lloyd doesn't want to, I can't help it. Then Lloyd gave a very displeased expression, and he said as he quietly laid down on the bed. Sing for me. She also knew he would be like this. Because it was Lloyd who, whenever he had spare time, engaged in a nerve battle between Tristan. Of course, Sabina too, has been participating in the nerve war since she was completely healed. Arya started singing the song. Hush, hush, sleep well. The stars, the moon, is full of light, but Arya could no longer carry on the lullaby. It was because Lloyd, who was staring intently at her as she sang her song, grabbed her hand, stroking his chest, and pulled her to his side. Arya suddenly toppled next to him. That surprised me. Arya blinked her eyes. Lloyd's black hair, disheveled on the pillow, was right in front of her. She lowered her gaze slowly. He was staring only at her, with the moonlight streaming in through the cracks in the window. She seemed to have pierced his gaze. What are you going to do after I sleep? Sleep too? Did he notice that she was trying to figure out something after putting Lloyd to sleep? Arya struggled to ignore the heart trying to pop out of her mouth, and said, "But a lullaby would definitely get rid of the nightmare. Just sleep next to me. That's all. It's all right if it's you. Don't waste your strength." Lloyd mumbled, and grabbed Arya's hand with a force that would never let go. And he quietly closed his eyes. Soon, a steady breath was heard. She wiggled her fingers. The hand that was held by him never fell out. Her heart was beating so much that she was worried that it might break like this. Arya gazed intently at the ceiling. Lloyd's breath was felt right next to her. "I can't sleep." Arya had a strong foreboding that she would be up all night. "You ha 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 ha." Hans laughed like a madman as he ran down the street at night. Finally free. Finally freed from Master. No, he is not even Master anymore. Dead, damned corpse. It has been 4 years. Hans was deprived of his liberty for 4 years, and was forced to clean up for the gutter rat. He had to find a sparsely populated area, kill all the people in the village, and he had to offer them up as sacrifices. That stench again. No matter how much his sense of smell becomes insensitive to stimuli, how much trouble did he have to deal with the smell of rotting corpses for 4 years? Good job, my nose. In fact, even Hans knew that the gutter rat's plans were reckless from all sides. He had, to some extent, anticipated that things were going to fail. Sure enough, there is no way that Valentine can be beaten by a chimera that is nothing more than a creature Hans created. I don't know if the gutter rat was alive before becoming a chimera. No, actually, looking at it today, it seems impossible. Hans remembered that when the curse that flowed from Lloyd's body touched the gutter rat, it became ashes and scattered. The gutter rat had jumped like a fire moth into a human who had such a terrifying thing in his body. It's a pity that the gutter rat died, and he didn't want to have that experience again. I knew the gutter rat was going to die anyway, but I cooperated without any resistance. For this moment, right now, from now on, I will never do anything that betrays humanity like making a chimera again. I am going to be a pacifist. Pacifist. The moment Hans recalled the word, he felt at ease as if he had come to his hometown. What is this? Since he was born, he has never pursued such a thing as peace, so why does he have such longing and fond feelings? Actually, is this my aptitude? Maybe he had chosen the wrong career path. Hans was shocked. Now I'll wash my hands thoroughly and I'll never think of crime again. That was the moment he decided so. Wizard, someone called out to Hans, who was running like an unbridled colt, a voice he never wanted to hear again. He stood frozen. Then he moved his neck like ungreased scrap metal, barely staring at the opponent. It was a man in a black hood that covered him from head to toe. It looks like things didn't work out. Yes. God damn it. The man was waiting, blocking his only way out, as if he had foreseen Hans' escape. What about being a pacifist? Did you hear me? Luckily, you seem to agree with us. How about working together for the sake of human peace? I don't want to. But Hans couldn't say that. It was because he knew that rebellion was of no use learning from the gutter rat until now. Unknown forces. They approached the gutter rat that had lost everything 4 years ago and looked like a corpse and asked for various information. They cooperated, as expected. The devil's malice is like energy. That person was right. The gutter rat believed that, after becoming a chimera, perhaps his intelligence as a human being has also degenerated. Now that there was only one way to restore his former glory, he didn't know that he was desperately clinging to it. Aside from that, the devil's malice is actually the most suitable power for a chimera, so he was always enticed to take it away. Hans was very suspicious of those who provoked the gutter rat with vain words, but he didn't intervene. As he said earlier, it was because it seemed that there would be a moment when he would run away from the gutter rat. But this wasn't an escape, it was another shackle. These damn people have been aiming for me from the beginning. Their purpose was not to get rid of the gutter rat. It was aimed at Hans' ability to specialize in the unethical and immoral. The master is waiting. There is a master here too. What pacifist in the world calls himself master, for Goddess Sake? Hans was dragged along in tears. Sister-in-law, why are your eyes dark? Arya was silent, rubbing her eyes, which had been exhausted from staying up all night. That's certainly not easy. Well, I was just trying to solve a problem. So did you solve it? Arya asked. Vincent's mouth was twitching and his eyes were too bright. He looked like he was waiting for her to ask the question. Of course. In half a day. Vincent said, ta-da, and pulled out a wad of paper as he made the sound effect with his mouth. There's even a bunch of worn-out papers that look like they've aged for 1,000 years. Contrary to the very wretched momentum, the results were sparse. Is that what was in the storage box? It's a document. What matters is what is written inside. Arya likes talking straight about the main things, so she thought she'd ask what it was. If the excited Vincent didn't start first, putting the Atlantis scale La Sol Fa Re Mi. I searched all these 5 scales and homonyms. La means sun, Sol means ground. Fa means faint, Re means to rise, and Mi means hope. With these words combined it means the SN rising faintly from the ground is hope, that is, dawn. I typed dawn in Atlantean letters and it worked. The explanation is tedious. Arya shed the unnecessary parts of the lengthy explanation and engraved only the word dawn, and she read Vincent's expression of wanting so much praise. She clapped her hands like seals. More praise please. There is much to wish for too. Anyway, he said he would do it this month, yet he made it in half a day. Arya used her generosity to whistle and cheer. Vincent's shoulders soared into the sky. So what is that rotten paper? What do you mean rotten paper? A great discovery that will go down in academic history. Of course, Vincent had no intention of publishing this. Arya asked him to keep it a secret. It just meant that what was written on this paper was worth that much. The identity of the documents in the storage box was a music score. Vincent carefully unfolded the rolled-up paper, fearing that the shriveled paper might be torn off. And he coughed. Are you going to sing a song yourself? It was Vincent who always brags that he is good at anything. Arya waited patiently for his song, thinking, let us see how it comes out. Fly on the golden wings. What did she just hear? Arya doubted her own ears. Note. Is a dialogue through the communication device. Is a dialogue through Arya's cards is directly spoken dialogues. Is a dialogue through the communication device. Is a dialogue through Arya's cards. Is directly spoken dialogue. Cloud was seen standing defenselessly next to Vincent, then hurriedly plugged his ears. Fold your wings on slopes and hills. Arya was at a loss for words at the sound coming through the communication device. What in the world is this? In one verse, the soaring and penetrating notes from the bottom coexisted without knowing the limit. The pitch that shakes relentlessly like a song yet is not a song, but more like a summoning ritual of the devil. No, the song that Arya thought and sang like a devil's summoning ceremony in her previous life was not like this. Besides, when he speaks well. So why was his tone that way when he sings? He may be tone deaf, but it was a pitiful tone deafness. It's not that he doesn't have an ability to distinguish notes, it's that his vocalizations were messed up. Screams of slaughter. No, I think this is too harsh. Arya hesitated for a moment before she picked up a new card. You must breathe with your stomach. Vincent looked at the card, stopped the song and answered. How does the stomach breathe? And open your vocal cords. The vocal cords aren't even the mouth. How do you control the opening and closing? With the feeling of increasing the pressure in the lungs. I don't know what you mean. There were words that even Vincent couldn't understand. Arya sighed and shook her head. Cloud barely took his hand off his ear, showing a rare disgusted reaction. I thought my eardrum was being punctured. I thought you were ignorant, but you don't have any artistic sense. Vincent replied. He didn't seem to even guess that he was tone deaf. Why? He seemed to have a deep knowledge of music. If that's art, he has no sense. Arya thought so inwardly and held out her card. Is this a song from hell? No. I said dawn. Dawn. A song of hope. It seemed to be singing that hope doesn't exist in this world. Anyway, it's a song of dawn. A faintly bright daylight. And it is a word with the meaning of light of hope. It was a song Arya had never heard. If the sheet music was in Atlantis, it must be a Siren-esque song. Arya learned singing from Count Cortez, not from the same siren. It was only through Sophia, the siren, that the Count became aware of the songs and the effectiveness of the songs. That means that he only knows the songs Mother sang while she was alive. Arya started pounding. Because besides the songs she knows herself, it means there may be several other songs. Can we find a lot of other scores in Atlantis? She thought so. Anyway, the song isn't over, so listen to it some more. At those words, Arya and Cloud trembled at the same time. From now on, it's real. I am fine. No, you must listen. The next song is. I am fine. Unable to accept any more shock than this, Arya shook her head, desperately waving the card. But Vincent ignored her and tried to sing the song steadfastly, fixing his gaze on the score. That's too much. You asked me to find out about the artifact, so at least pay attention to what's inside. No, it's not that she was not interested. Was he doing that because he really doesn't know what the problem is? Was he doing that on purpose? Arya narrowed her eyes. But Vincent looked up to the sky and had eyes of truth without a single point of shame. Oh, my beautiful lost homeland. Arya quickly plugs her ears, just like Cloud did, and she couldn't stand it and spoke with her voice. Stop. Yes. Vincent let out a stunned sound. Cloud's eyes, who had raised his hands to cover his ears, grew as if they were about to pop out. Stop making noise, turn the score towards me and show me. Sister-in-law just spoke. Vincent was just broken. Arya let out a sigh. The fact that everyone in the family knew that she was a siren, but that Vincent was the only one who didn't know that kept haunting her mind. She actually thought she would reveal this sooner or later. It was never like this. Even in the midst of confusion, Vincent obeyed Arya's orders according to his habit. He murmured, turning the score so that she could see it. Since when? Wait, then you were able to sing the Siren-esque song from the start. And he realized, in the meantime, he somehow felt a strange sense of incongruity, as if he was the only one who didn't know what everyone in Valentine knew. That was it. That's too much. He screamed right away. I knew it was weird too. I knew that everything related to the family was going smoothly after sister-in-law came, but... And he was guessing there was something. He also kept in mind that it might actually be a siren song. But, how can you hide it only from me? At the same time, Arya, who carefully studied the song, opened her lips and began to sing the song. Fly on the golden wings. Of course, it was a completely different song from the song Vincent sang. Vincent, who had been venting his anger for a while, stopped complaining in the middle. And he listened to her song seriously. Since the lyrics were written in the Atlantis language, except for the lyrics she heard from Vincent, she replaced them with a hum. Maybe this song. While listening to the song, Vincent muttered with a serious expression, as if he had noticed something. I'll go there right now. At about the same time as Vincent said he was about to go, the mansion caretaker delivered the news. Maronia and the Black Falcon that was sent earlier have returned. Why? Arya was puzzled. I am going to Valentine soon, so I sent him to go back first. Did something big happen? Arya was worried, so she rushed down the stairs and tried to get out of the mansion. But the moment she turned the doorknob to get out, she couldn't help but find out what had happened. It was because Tristan, Sabina, and Carlin were just about to come in. Tristan was wearing his clothes properly for the first time in a long time. He always had half of his shirt open, lying on the sofa. Looking like this, scanning his outfit up and down, Tristan said, tilting his lips at an angle. Did I look cool? You like a duke? Then he replied with a smile. I heard the Emperor did something interesting. Tristan lifted Arya, who was about to leave the door. It's because he said he wouldn't do anything nonsense against Valentine. Arya reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck to balance herself. It looks like there are no injuries. What are you doing? At that time, Lloyd, who came down after hearing the news like Arya, saw the scene. He ran up to him and stole Arya from Tristan. The movements were so quick and precise that she could believe she had been held by Lloyd in the first place. I had a feeling I was going to be like this. Arya accepted the scene familiarly. Tristan and Lloyd don't even get tired of growling with her in between every time. By the way, it hurts. Tristan's reaction that followed was not familiar at all. Sigh, to abuse your helpless old father like this. It hurt so much that I thought you would break my arm. What? Arya's brain just stopped. She looked back on what she had heard. So, Grand Duke Valentine is sick. Was he someone who could feel pain? Wait. Well, of course he does. It may be dull, but all humans feel pain. The Grand Duke only felt it slightly smaller than the others, but of course he will feel pain. Besides, it's not like Lloyd has almost inherited all the devil malice. At least with Lloyd's power, his body had become a body that could groan. It's Lloyd's fault. After a moment of thought, she turned to Lloyd and said firmly. Then, Tristan, who was standing behind her, nodded his head with a satisfied smile. Ha! Who is helpless and weak? A monster with a natural body that far exceeds that of an ordinary human with only malicious intent. Lloyd couldn't get the rest of his exasperated words out. Where do you pretend to be weak, Lloyd? Put me down. Arya said firmly. He looked down at her, and had no choice but to lower her to the floor in the end. I think it would be better if you blow who on it. Tristan held out his finger to Arya and made a proud request. Lloyd didn't even touch his finger in the first place. This must have happened before. Arya felt a strange sense of déjà vu for a moment. And she turned to Sabina. Sabina looked at her husband and shook her head. It was a trick that Sabina and Arya used once during the swordsmanship training. That was already a year ago. Stupid. Sabina, who left a word to her husband, who performs the same tricks as herself, reached out to Arya and said, "Leave the idiots alone." Arya nodded her head and quickly grabbed her hand. The left-out Tristan and Lloyd had no choice but to stare at their backs. "How did you come to be here?" Arya whispered secretly while sticking close to Sabina. Then Sabina looked down at her like she was cute. "Of course I came to see the fairy." She fixed and stroked Arya's hair, which had been messed up by the earlier commotion. She had a skillful and gentle touch that was incomparable to Tristan. Carlin continued to vomit while chasing after them. Even the staggered body and the sunken eyes were very impressive. In fact, he had no choice but to get an upset stomach. This was because a large number of people had to be moved without additional support, using only his own energy. When I heard the news that the dead gutter rat was hiding in the Imperial Palace, I knew it was going to be like this. He was now dying from the depletion of energy. His eyes flickered around. I knew it. Many times, I told you not to change the future. He was still like that when his body was in that state. Arya looked at Carlin, who was not inferior to the others in terms of tenacity, getting slightly tired. Future? But Sabina also listened to the words. It's because his speaking volume can be adjusted because he had nausea. Changing the future? Arya glared at Carlin. He looked like he was going to have a very big problem if he didn't fix it right away. A reckless Arya, who had smashed through the door to pierce her core, flashed through his mind. Maybe I'll do something unusual again. Under the pressure of silence, the shaman Carlin suddenly felt his whole body tense. It seemed as if the nausea had stopped. The word future was used in the sense of violating the established providence that should have taken place. It seemed that he got better after telling a lie. Carlin is now quite adept at using the ultimate method of cleverly mixing lies and facts. Why do I have to acquire such a skill? I was just doing the research he wanted to do in the Grand Duchy, and I was taking it easy. It was all Arya's fault. Carlin, an individualist who hated to be entangled in nuisance as much as possible, let out a sigh. It should have happened. Sabina, who watched it silently, finally opened her mouth. Does that apply to me as well? Does it sound like I should have died rather than recover? Carlin's face, which had already turned white, became even more pale. It was like digging his grave very properly. No, I don't mean that. What do you mean, no? It was what everyone heard. The lies seemed to have reached the limit. Carlin staggered, instantly losing the ability to swing around skillfully. It's not that. If it was a result that should have happened anyway, it would be better to end it with the least amount of damage. Is the least amount of damage my life? Are you stupid? Arya gave a pathetic look. It's not just digging his grave, so he opened the coffin and went in and lay down with his hands crossed. The more they went on with the conversation, the more he was about to be covered with dirt. He tried to explain about providence and causality, but eventually bit his mouth. Anyway, it's already too late. And he spoke with a completely different atmosphere than usual, making eye contact with Arya precisely. I can't fix it anymore. In the end, you will face the same fate at a greater price than before. It was almost like a whisper, a resigned word so small that Arya's ears could barely hear it. Are you cursing? She had that thought, but Carlin was more serious than ever, and there was concern in his eyes looking at Arya. As if for her to listen carefully, Arya was also about to get a little serious. You wanted my wife to die? Gasp. Carlin was startled by the sudden voice from behind. It was because Tristan approached silently and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Carlin thought his shoulders were falling apart. No, it's not. Why are you listening to me with such a twist? Why are you getting agitated? Tristan found it absurd. The guy who used to lie flat on his face in fear just by making eye contact suddenly swelled up. All right. May all of the family be reconciled to eternal power and glory. The shaman, already tired and exhausted, squeaked, and suddenly blessed them, and he took out a moving scroll from his arms. As his very existence is a criminal, he could not stay long in the capital anyway. If the magic tower wizards catch his tails, they will continue to pursue him persistently. There is nothing more annoying than that. The situation could no longer be rectified and he was thinking of running away. No, don't go. However, Tristan naturally reached out and took his moving scroll. Carlin looked down at his empty hands and raised his head blankly. Yes, you two will go to the Imperial Palace. What? It was then that he realized the reality and broke out in a cold sweat. Did I say too much? Since you made some mistakes, can I sacrifice you? What nonsense is that? Tristan shrugged then turned to Lloyd. He was chasing after them with a leisurely pace like a beast. What did the Emperor decide to do? For now, I've threatened him not to do anything stupid. He'll listen to anything we ask from this side. Then Tristan answered, That's right, puppet. After muttering the word puppet for a while, he made a clear decision. Kill him and make him a puppet. Puppet what? Arya doubted her own ears. I will go and kill the Emperor, so the shaman, make a puppet that looks just like the Emperor. No, wait a minute. What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? Yes, what nonsense? Arya completely agreed with Carlin's opinion this time. If the Emperor is swapped for a puppet, there's no way the Archmage won't notice that he is a fake. Then kill that Archmage too and make him a puppet. No, are you crazy? Carlin finally said something harsh. Arya was so dumbfounded that she didn't say anything. Tristan had a normal face as usual, but when he heard what he said, it looked like he had lost half his reason. He muttered fiercely. How dare he touch my daughter? No, it was your son who almost died. He almost died. Maybe Tristan knew it too. No, he must have known. The fact that Lloyd's devil malice cannot be taken away by the gutter rat. Because it was the original power that the Grand Duke had. Lloyd, at the moment when he provoked the gutter rat who was about to take away his malice. Both the Grand Duke and the Grand Prince knew it, that the gutter rat poses no threat in the face of the devil's malice. Lloyd, Arya tugged on his sleeve and called out. A curious gaze followed her. Let us go over there and talk, she said, pointing down the corner stairs. Lloyd's gaze followed her fingertips. It's the perfect place to get things done without anyone knowing. Lloyd looked down at Arya with eyes that had a lot to say. What's wrong? No, nothing. What exactly is the devil's malice? Now she had no choice but to ask. There must be something more. Valentine's secret is a top secret known only to the head and the heir. Vincent had definitely told her that the other day. Arya was now asking if he could tell her the top secret. Lloyd, who then stopped his steps, looked down at Arya with a gaze of unreadable emotions. Then he crossed his two index fingers to make a cross and placed it over her lips. She rattled, thinking that her heart would stop. What is that cute thing? Arya knew Lloyd was acting cute for her in the moment, and she was so dazed that she stiffened and almost grabbed her heart. But she soon realized that it couldn't be. Lloyd acting cute? It would be faster for the world to split in two than to see his cuteness. Such an absurd illusion, but it's visually shocking. She didn't say a word, so her eyes glared at him. He had his eyes half closed. Eyelashes of the same color hung between the pupils, blacker than the night sky. However, when the sunlight leaking through the gap in the stairs touched his eyes, it shimmered white, the exact opposite of the original color. Angel. It's so cute with his actions. Arya felt as if she could understand why the servants constantly admired her cuteness and just died suddenly looking at her. Arya managed to regain her sanity and trace the meaning of his actions. It must mean that I shouldn't say it. There is no reason to put it into action. In such a cute way too. Ah. Arya realized later. A dicta oath? Lloyd didn't he really nod his head, but he was talking with his eyes. Yes. Arya knew exactly what a dicta oath was. When Count Cortez was ridiculed for being the head of the circus and used Sophia as a siren, it was a dicta oath he made by gathering nobles from the shadows to keep the exact power of the siren's song a secret. Of course, the structure has changed completely since I appeared, but everyone knows. She couldn't say that she had made an oath anyway, and she couldn't write it down once she made it anyway. That's the dicta oath. The price for breaking the oath was his own life. In this case, the other person had no choice but to guess. Is it the devil malice that contaminates even the chimera? Or, she could think of the opposite possibility. A divine power enough to purify the chimera. Arya could quickly deduce it. If the devil's malice is a really evil and unholy power, she already knows it publicly, so there's no need to keep it a secret while making a dicta oath. Rather, it would be more correct to put more weight on the latter, which is the opposite case. Divine power? Valentine's malice. However, Arya had seen Tristan run rampant the other day. It exudes an aura that is well suited to the title of the devil's malice, which was lightly expressed outside on a sword. Furthermore, it's enough to make them even make a dicta oath. Why, who? How dare? The Emperor? Lloyd neither nodded nor shook his head. Or, Garcia, or, what other country? Again, no answer. But as if to prove that he wasn't ignoring Arya's words, he made eye contact with her very precisely. Arya, who was continuing the 20 questions game without an answer, realized at the same time. The whole world. Even though she gave the names of all countries except the Little Kingdom, Lloyd had the same eyes. Everyone was together. She couldn't believe it. At least the nobles didn't know anything. Arya remembered all the information she could get as a siren. They still, and will always believe, that Valentine sold their soul to the devil. Then it must be a top secret that only the most powerful people, such as the Emperor or the Pope, know. Not only that, they made Valentine's direct lineage take the dicta oath. It's a villain created with the tacit consent of the world. That was Valentine. Is this the reason why Valentine stopped protesting even when they committed treason? Because they made Valentine their victim, they did this so that Valentine wouldn't have other thoughts for nothing, and that Valentine didn't stimulate their heart as much as possible. Isn't it unfair? Well, no matter what Valentine's powers were based on, at least their ancestors sinned. Karma. Whatever crimes your ancestors committed, I think you paid enough. What did your ancestors have to do with Lloyd? It doesn't matter. Contrary to the saying that it doesn't matter, his eyes were shaking, as if he had been tormented by guilt at times. Maybe it's because it's not just another power, but a divine power. She thought it means that Valentine's ancestors did something great and corrupted the divine power. That part was unknown. Lloyd did nothing wrong. She didn't know that the word too nice would be so sympathetic. First of all, you should have an audience with the Emperor. Arya tried to pretend to be calm. I think I just heard grinding teeth. It's an illusion. In response, she decided to intervene in Tristan's plan to turn the Emperor into a puppet. Very actively, Tristan asked the Emperor to meet him. Not in an audience room, but in a room engraved with an amplification magic circle. He said I asked for it, but to be precise, he should say I threatened him. At least I gave your majesty some options to decorate your end. He drew a slow smile on the corner of his lips and spread out 2 fingers, kindly continuing the explanation. Die at my hands. Die at my son's hands. Personally, I recommend the second one, because I will lose my strength and I will not be able to finish you all at once. I think it will be painful. At that moment, Lloyd, who was standing next to him and silently sweeping the hilt of the sword with his finger, raised his head. I am sorry, but I also recently inherited this power. Sometimes I lose my sense of direction. It's possible that I might accidentally dig into the part other than the vital point without realizing it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, anyway. Did you hear that, Your Majesty? Tristan said, twisting the smile that was softly on the tip of his lips. Now, please choose. Either way, it means to kill the Emperor painfully. Conrad III clenched his teeth in a cold sweat like rain. Bastards until the end. Even then, he couldn't believe they had the power of God and not of the devil. I thought it wouldn't be too much trouble to get into the gutter rat's body because it seems to be contaminated enough to carry them around. The previous emperor emphasized Conrad III until his death. Never go against Valentine's heart. But Conrad blew it away. No matter how great Valentine is, vows tied their mouths and curses tied their actions. But no doubt they would threaten to kill the emperor right away like this. Even if you lose our lives, your majesty will live forever in our hearts. If anyone were to listen to what they were saying now, it would be a spectacle. Were they not proudly revealing their crazy plan to turn the emperor into a puppet? You must be joking. Conrad still believed the bloody Valentines were joking. Isn't he that such an absurd plan? However, as the situation ensued, his whole body began to tremble like a trembling tree. Come here. When Tristan gave the order, Carlin approached with a resigned face. There was a doll in his hand. It was a doll that looked exactly the same as the emperor, except that his eyes were slightly out of focus. No, why is the shaman here? Now, you are proudly bringing even criminals into the imperial palace. Then Carlin murmured, I know. Why the hell am I here? I want to do this again. I am still avoiding the tower's pursuit by adding stacks onto sticks. Tristan waved his hand dryly, as if to stop his chat there. Even after doing this. Yes, I think it will be fine. Even if they find out about this, any country will tolerate it, isn't he that Valentine? Tristan said in a sarcastic tone, and after that long silence, Conrad chose. Save me. He was begging for his life. I will honor you as the heroes who saved the empire again. Sigh, what should we do with this idiot? Tristan sighed. The noble tone he had struggled to maintain in front of the emperor had already been put away. This time the great emperor was too bad. Even if his brain was bad, how can they be interested in being crowned a hero? Then there is no way that Valentine could have lived like this for generations to come. The emperor was so pathetic that he could not even make such a simple judgment. I am not interested in that, Lloyd answered instead. I am interested. It was then. Arya, who had been silent all the time, sent the message. It was a calm voice, but its presence was immense. All of Valentine's attention, who acted as if they were grabbing the emperor's throat, was instantly turned to Arya. I don't want the devil Valentine, but now I want to see the hero Valentine. These words came out of the hope that Valentine would no longer be framed unfairly. It may not be possible to break the dicta oath that has been passed down from generation to generation, but at least she wanted him to be recognized for what they kept silently. Yes, actually, I was interested too. Then Tristan nodded his head and changed his words naturally. Carlin, who was standing next to him, with a timid look on his face the whole time, looked at the Grand Duke astonished. And I have something to say to your majesty. Is it okay if I ask for a private audience? Arya narrowed her eyes and smiled softly, as if her sweet, gentle, fragile smile could not kill a single bug. Well, of course. Without hesitation, the emperor took the hand of salvation. Anyway, it was because it was true that Arya had stopped Valentine from running rampage without knowing the limits. I lived thanks to the mercy of the Grand Princess. He stroked his chest. Tristan let out an unfamiliar sound and looked him up and down, and a chill rushed through his body again. What's wrong with you? Then Lloyd intervened. Since yesterday, Arya's appearance has been strange, and he has been keeping an eye on her. I told you not to carry it alone. No, not that. Arya responded with a full tone and tapped his ear. It was then that Lloyd recognized the mermaid's tears he was wearing. When a siren sings a kind of song that harms the wearer, she takes the effect back as it is. I get hurt when Lloyd is in the same room. Only when Lloyd heard those words did he realize that Arya was going to do something to the emperor. With the siren's song, but still, he couldn't leave her. He was nervous to leave her alone. If I take off the earring right now, shush. Arya lifted her index finger and placed it over Lloyd's red lips, pressing her face close. And whispered in the ear of the startled young man so that no one could hear it. Do you trust me? My song, you can hear it everywhere. It's not that he doesn't trust her. How many times does he have to tell her that he cares about her for her to recognize and accept it? Lloyd let out a small sigh and rubbed his red-hot ear. Don't overdo it. Arya nodded her head. Tristan patted her hair lightly as he brushed past her. Sabina opened her arms and hugged her tightly, then let her go without any regrets. Lloyd took Arya's hand tightly and then let it go, giving the emperor a gloomy, murderous gaze. Soon the door was closed. The emperor let out a long sigh, as if he was barely out of breath. Everyone is absolutely crazy. Crazy. The emperor shrugged his shoulders as he remembered Lloyd's last glance. He only received the eyes, but it felt like his skin was sliced. It's good that I have someone you can talk to. I will forget all the past rudeness, so please, if something like today happens, Valentine. He was taken aback as he continued to speak with a mixture of relief. It was because Arya was right in front of him, not knowing when she had come. From the first time he saw her, she seemed to be out of this world, and the beauty that kept catching his attention was mysterious. The flower-like face was in full bloom. Even the emperor, who had embraced all the beauties in the world, blushed without realizing it. You still young, but when you grow up, you pretty. As he was about to continue her thoughts, Arya touched her lips, which were dyed in the color of petals. When we meet again, I thought I'd cut off your legs and lock you in a cage. What? For a moment, the emperor's head went blank and he couldn't think of any words. This, and, with an idiot-like expression, his mouth twitched. But I've changed my mind a lot. I don't want to let you go in such a gentle way. You know how to talk. Killing you and turning you into a puppet seems to make it too easy. Everyone is so kind, she added. As Arya drew closer one step at a time, the emperor moved one step further away. He swung his head, looked around, and salivated in a desperate cry. His body and even the blue veins on his forehead were trembling like convulsions. What are you doing? Without catching the crazy bitch who is disrupting me. The knights also seemed to be dazed without being able to grasp the situation and then came to their senses. They grabbed Arya, standing without resistance with blunt force. Before long, Arya's lips opened. Hell's vengeance boils in my heart, death and despair blaze about me. The Song of Doom. Arya has never seen anyone living intact after hearing this song. A song from hell that makes the listener suffer just by breathing and drops them into the abyss. How she looked forward to the day she would sing him this song. She stretched her hand toward the emperor, leaving behind the staggering knights. A flashback dialogue is directly spoken dialogue. The emperor stepped backwards, but his foot caught on the sofa and he floundered on it. Arya grabbed his chin and lifted it roughly, smiling brightly. And she poured out the cursed song she had cherished all her life. Death and despair. Count Cortez intended to keep Arya by his side for the rest of his life. The war had no end, and the enemy forces brutally slaughtered everyone without mercy. It was a dark time. Garcia's knights, drunken by the madness of war, did not know the extent of the war, and the people's anger toward the helplessly collapsing empire did not go away easily. In the end, Count Cortez, who once dreamed of establishing a religion around Arya, quickly cut her off. That monster is not my daughter. Then you will not be my daughter anymore. The mermaid's tears were passed from Count Cortez to the emperor. Disowned you be forever. The emperor held the mermaid's tears in his ears and demanded endlessly from Arya. Sing, sing. My angel. Sing until your vocal cords are torn to shreds and you die from exhaustion. Does he know how many times she begged to die at the hands of the angry crowd? Arya lived, in the hands of the emperor, so, she will let him live, in her own hands. Abandoned be you forever, destroyed be forever, all the bonds of nature. To inflict more pain on the emperor than death, she sang the song she wanted so much. Kook, cough, cough. The emperor vomited blood. At the high-pitched sound, ignoring the limits, blood flowed from his eyes and ears, and engraved on his face. He tried to cover his ears, but to no avail. Each syllable that Arya spit out became a sharp blade, and it pierced his eardrum. A terrifying demonic song that bursts one's anger unobstructed. It was difficult for him to breathe. The lungs, which had expanded to the limit, felt like they were about to burst while taking a short, hoarse breath. Like a taut bowstring, there was a fear that seemed to be about to break even if one more mistake was made. If it was released, it was clamped again, and if it stopped like this, it was released again. Without end, he would rather die and be freed from this fear. Kill me, this was still just the beginning. Why, you're already crying. Arya, who smiled briefly, took a deep breath. Here, gods of revenge. Her voice resonated like a loud bell signaling the time. On the magic circle engraved on the floor, the purple wave slowly spread like a painting. The wave of the song was amplified even more, hitting the inside hard. Hear the mother's oath, and it finally came to an end. Arya grabbed the Emperor's collar, who had fallen motionlessly on the floor. Though she seemed to be exhausted by singing the Song of Doom, she painstakingly erased her troubled look perfectly and her eyes gleaming beautifully. Arya engraved the Song of Doom with a soft tone in his ear, who was groaning a little. And she whispered, "There is a saying that I was impressed with when hearing it from father when I was a little younger than now. 4 years ago, Tristan said, I am really looking forward to how far he'll fall with futile hopes. I'd rather he be begging me to kill him while rolling in the mud and crawling at my feet." The moment Arya heard those words, she thought of the Emperor and the Song of Doom throughout. The day when the Emperor will continue to despair while harboring a glimmer of hope, and earnestly beg for his death. The Emperor begged quickly just by her giving him a little bit of pain, but the ruin that was unfolding before him would not stop. I think I can see why Karlan refused to know the future. The shaman never wondered what was going to happen in the future. Rather, he cut off Arya's words in the middle, never tell the future. Because the foreordained future is more painful than death. You will die. In endless pain. If you can breathe, you will be thrown into the fires of hell, and if you just want to die like this, you will see futile hope. And Arya foretold the future of the Emperor. He will fail for the rest of his life, and he will be unhappy for the rest of his life. From a bottom worse than despair, from which no matter how hard you try, he couldn't get out. Lloyd took the earrings off and put him on again and looked anxiously at the door. He could only hear the singing clearly, perhaps because the effect of the song she sang was out of reach. A voice full of hate, a voice caught in violent passion. It wasn't a grudge that had just accumulated for a day or two. Do you ever had anything to do with the Emperor, but there could be no contact? Come to think of it, she immediately recognized the room engraved with amplification magic. He forgot for a while because the Emperor put him not in a good mood because of the work. Lloyd made a decision without saying a word, took the earring off and put it in his arms. And the moment he opened the door, Arya, who had just left, fell into his arms. It's okay, I just lost power. She was just feeling a little dizzy. Now that she is adept at manipulating magical powers, she doesn't collapse from singing as much as she used to. It'll get better with a little rest. Arya had to calm Lloyd, who was spewing ferocious murderous energy towards the motionless, collapsed Emperor. No, that's not the way it was. Anyone who sees it would think that the Emperor was trying to harm Arya. Lloyd lifted her in his arms before she could even grab her center and walk properly. He checked the inside of the room and gave Karlan a chin gesture, giving a brief order. Put it away. In this situation where I am avoiding the pursuit of the magic tower, the Grand Prince is giving me overlapping chores. But Karlan, who received Lloyd's cold gaze from the front, immediately agreed. Yes, that's my situation, right? Karlan squatted down, wiped the blood of the fainted Emperor, laid him down on the sofa, and made him seemingly normal. Even the knights and employees too. It was a pretty plausible destruction of evidence. Arya looked up at Vincent, with a face full of things to say. Why don't you talk? It must have been sister-in-law who didn't say anything. Well, he's coming at her again like this. I am contemplating whether I should express my sadness to sister-in-law first or deal with urgent matters first. Maybe the latter. Again, you re-speaking to your advantage. It's usually the former. No, he said it was urgent. Arya was also quite flustered. Because she never meant to reveal that she could speak in this way. In a more serious mood, she was going to reveal her sincere apologies for what she had kept hidden from him. Why did this happen? No matter how much I think about it, I think your song is wrong. Yes. No matter what, it's definitely Vincent's fault. It felt that he just got more offended. Arya felt a deep sense of regret in her heart, and she lowered the tip of her eyebrows and grabbed Vincent's hand with both hands. And she said with a warm gaze, I am sorry, I was wrong. And thank you as always. She thought Vincent was going to be a little more rambunctious. Vincent quickly softened his momentum and said, Do you think I am going to get over it with just one word? Yes, of course. As soon as Arya answered that deep inside her, he began to explain what he had found out. At that time the map to Atlantis, which you obtained from the one who claimed to be a descendant of the royal family, no, the madman. The conch pearl? Yes, that's it. He nodded his head. Have you ever headed back to Atlantis with that pearl? No, that was the first and last time I saw Atlantis in my dreams. No matter how much she fell asleep with the conch pearl in her arms, that was the end of it. Can you tell me more about the dream? It was such a vivid dream that she remembered it clearly. Arya traced her memories of that time and explained them almost accurately, except where she hit the rubble of a building and injured her arm. Then it becomes difficult to explain how I was treated. She also has to explain Veronica's necklace. In the part where she said that I picked up the storage box and the building collapsed, Vincent had a more confident expression on his face. As expected. What? Don't realize it on your own and tell me. Arya turned her head towards Vincent and focused. The Song of Dawn in this storage box seems to have been prepared for the siren seeking their hometown. What was he talking about? Please explain in a more understandable way. No, if I've said this far, shouldn't you understand? There he goes again. Has Vincent ever heard that you can pay off a debt of 100 million chars with a single word? He helped her in both ways, both physically and mentally, but it was also a talent to be nice to him. Even if you're in debt, you'll want to pretend you don't know. As Arya's expression turned sullen, Vincent sighed and continued his explanation. Atlantis appears to be designed so that no one can enter it. No one? Yes. Sirens only. She has to sing this song. He said so, and delivered the storage box that he was holding to Arya. Only the siren can do it, but it doesn't mean that I can sing at all. While he added words that Arya could never agree with. In other words, if you come into contact with the map in the dream and bring this storage box, then the siren sings the sheet music, so that she can head to Atlantis. Can I really go there? I am not quite sure about that. At least you got a clue. The place is just an imaginary space created to store this object. That was Vincent's explanation. Real Atlantis, the siren's hometown. That's why when I heard sister-in-law's song at that time and immediately came running. There will be a lot of preparation to go to Atlantis right now. That's right. Once in the sea she didn't even know if she needed some kind of magic to be able to breathe underwater. And since she can sing in the sea, she won't be able to use the siren's powers. Arya pondered for a moment before continuing her thoughts, then raised her head and asked. But how did you find out about that without any real clue? Well, it's obvious just looking at the sheet music. Why are you asking something obvious? Arya just decided to stop him. Song quote, Der Hol Rasch from Mozart's opera Die Zauberflöte. Or Queen of the Night aria from Mozart's The Magic Flute. Arya turned her gaze and said to Cloud, I guess I'll have to find the man who sold me the pearl before. Then, before Cloud could even speak, Vincent answered. What? That madman? Arya nodded her head. At the time, she thought he was some kind of big talker who had gone crazy, so she paid for the conch pearl and let him go. If Vincent's conjecture is true, then there may really be someone in his family that has inherited the conch pearl from generations to generations. Perhaps not a descendant of the royal family. For now, he was the only one holding a clue to Atlantis. She needed to keep him close for now. Maybe he has more information than what we found. It wouldn't hurt to try. Arya ordered Cloud to find him. What is there in Atlantis? Sirens living in hiding? Or the sheet music for many songs that Arya didn't learn? Or is there a treasure as rumored? Atlantis was uncharted territory. So, Arya had no choice but to head there even more. The usual time, Conrad III opened his eyes. If there was anything different about him, it was that he had a nightmare he couldn't remember. Gasp! The Emperor took a deep breath and jumped out of bed. Cold sweat dripped down like rain. It was a terrible nightmare. He could not remember the contents of the dream at all, but only the eerie fear remained clear and brushed his spine. Your Majesty, I am glad you're safe. But as soon as he woke up, he saw a doctor who he didn't even call. He breathed a sigh of relief, as if the Emperor had risen from the dead. What do you mean? Conrad raised an eyebrow and asked. What is the reason he was not safe? Since Grand Duke Valentine's visit, you've been asleep like he has fainted, so I only know that happened. Conrad traced his memory. He remembered being threatened by Valentine's kin, then the Grand Princess asked for a private audience. After that, there was a blackout. What did Grand Princess Valentine do to me? Scared to think so, the doctor added, there were no internal or external injuries, but you didn't wake up, so everyone was very worried. There was no external trauma or internal trauma. The Emperor felt even more uneasy. How long have I been asleep? 2 days, Your Majesty. What? The Emperor, who just had a nightmare and woke up wildly, then greeted the morning as usual, was dumbfounded. Did I pass out because I was scared of Valentine? Me? It was absurd, but in the circumstances it was. Or, there was a possibility that the Emperor was forced to pass out by getting hypnotized or some special tactic. Either of them were teeth-grinding, but it was better than dying and letting a doll just like him rule the empire. They said there were no internal or external injuries. I should be grateful to the Grand Princess. Doesn't he know why there is such a good girl who is born with that beauty as the wife of the cursed Grand Prince? They said she was adopted by the Angelo family, but her origin is unclear. It was when Conrad was carrying on his thoughts. You will die. He heard hallucinations. In endless pain, a small whisper was heard. 2 times, 3 times, endlessly overlapping. It stuck to his ear like mucus that didn't fall off. He trembled and looked around. Nothing was there. If you can breathe, you will be thrown into the fires of hell, and if you just want to die like this, you will see futile hope. The sound grew louder and clearer, as if someone was talking into his ear. He let out a cry. What? Who are you? But, looking around, there was no one there. The Emperor drew his sword and put it on the neck of the doctor who was right next to him. Gasp, Your Majesty. Is it you? What? The doctor asked in a hoarse voice. He couldn't figure out why the Emperor suddenly went mad. I asked if you mocked me. How could that be? I didn't say anything. As always, I just checked Your Majesty's condition. In Conrad's ears, the doctor's desperate clarification voice and auditory hallucinations overlapped. You will be destroyed. With that said, he clenched his teeth. Feeling fear at the sound of coming from nowhere, anger suddenly rose for a moment. Destroyed. Funny. The Emperor raised his sword and cut off the head of the doctor at once. The doctor, who died without even making a single rebellion, fell to the floor. I will enjoy eternal power and glory. I will make a name for myself as the greatest emperor of Finetta ever. He shouted out in a groan. Then the auditory hallucination that had been ringing like a bell in his ear faded slightly. Who? He let out a low breath and lowered his wet sword to the floor. The attendants around looked at him with blue faces and dragged the doctor's body as if they were familiar with it. A promise is a promise, isn't it? Conrad had to make Valentine a hero. He had survived in the name of it, so he did not know what would happen if he broke his promise. Well, Garcia's side will rush at you like a feral dog. But, what to do? Even if it escalated into problems between empires, he had to do this. In order not to become a puppet emperor. It was not a metaphor, she was going to be a real puppet. Call the aide and tell him to prepare the ceremony. The Emperor ordered his servants, and he thought to himself, soon, there will come a time when Valentine will no longer be arrogant. Someday, for sure, Valentine will be left only as a family of devils that have disappeared from history. He will make it with his own hands. You will perish and die. He sighed again and looked around. He still couldn't see anything, but the evil whispers continued to ring in his ear. It was a feeling of misfortune and destruction eating away, smacking their lips, aiming for a gap. Stop, the Emperor muttered desperately, covering his ears with both hands. However, for a long time, he could not completely shake off the fear that became entangled in him like a snake. Thank you for your hard work. I confer this medal and trophy to Valentine, who became a hero of our country. Lloyd, who was listening quietly, turned to Arya. She stood with a happy expression on her face, ready to clap her hands. He hurriedly approached the Emperor's neck with force, and he quietly received a medal from the Emperor, who shuddered alone for nothing. Even so, it was only surprising to see how it looked as if it was stolen. The applause of the nobles with astringent expressions echoed hollowly in the hall filled with silence. Wow! Congratulations, Lloyd! Arya was the only one who was truly thrilled by this situation. She smiled brightly and clapped her hands. The recipient of the award must wear a white robe, and wearing a robe adorned with golden epaulets and golden thread, he was shining like a star just as she had imagined. Ah, pretty. However, there was a moment of wonder as well as joy. Arya whispered in Tristan's ear secretly, isn't he that what father should receive? Although Lloyd killed the gutter rat, it was still Tristan who represented the Valentine's house. Then Tristan answered. That kind of skit. He glanced at Arya instead of speaking his words, and then suddenly changed his words like flipping the palm of her hand. That's too much of a reward for me. When Arya's request is finished, Vincent also attended the award ceremony. He took a video ball and carefully filmed the scene where Lloyd was awarded the prize. he was thinking of making fun of Lloyd over and over again with this video. Wow, look at his face. Vincent mumbled in admiration. Sister-in-law, that's the expression on brother's face that I mentioned earlier. That expression that looks like it's possessed by the devil. I see only an angel. Aren't the glasses supposed to be worn by sister-in-law, not me? Vincent stopped filming and looked down at Arya and said seriously. However, Lloyd, who returned after receiving the award, took the video ball naturally. Crash and smashed it. With just one grip, the image went away little by little, and then in an instant, it cracked and shattered into pieces. Vincent looked down with tired eyes at the shards of glass that had once been a video ball. Brother, did you KNW that the video ball was made so that it would never break even if dropped from the top floor of the tower? So, no, I am just saying. After Vincent mumbled back and forth, he gave Arya a pleading eye. Arya blinked her eyes and asked Lloyd, "Why, don't he like it?" "No, it's," Lloyd said with a look of disgust. "No," Arya said as she reached out and tidied up his messy hair. "Thank you for listening to me. Actually, it was just self-satisfaction. One day, I want to get rid of Valentine's devil's stigma. Even if they only get one award, it doesn't change anything." As if to prove that fact, the nobles were still far away and pretended to be the wallflowers. I don't know why they attended the award ceremony in the first place. Today, since the foundation ceremony, it boasted the highest attendance rate of any other ceremony. Most of the nobles who came to the capital from the estate for the social season appeared at this award ceremony. Scary is scary, and curious is curious, right? As the object of envy. Even if they can't even make a sound right now, after today, Valentine will be on the lips of many nobles. Arya frowned and lifted her head, laughing at their duality. At that moment, their eyes met. A girl without any decorations, wearing the coat of arms of the Holy Empire. Saint Veronica. The blonde hair was gently braided to one side, and the eyes were darker than Arya's memories. Appearing in the banquet hall with an unadorned, modest appearance, she was surrounded by people. The nobles, who had stuck to the wall and did not think of falling, were flocking like swarms around only that area. "Oh, this time I donated money to the temple. I want to say hello to the new saint from Garcia. Thanks to the saint, peace and quiet of the family has come." Although she was a foreigner from a foreign country, she had naturally gained the absolute trust and affection by the single position she held. Arya didn't move right away. "Actually, I still can't believe it. The fact that all the misfortunes that have happened to me in my past life were planned by Veronica." That moment, Veronica smiled broadly. Grand Princess. After she apologized to the people around her, she came to Arya's side. "You are taking care of my knight, so I always wanted to say hello." Neatly curved eyebrows. A smile that is unbelievably holy. A soft hand gently wrapped around Arya's, which had been lying defenseless. "My knight." Arya was certain of the single word that could be passed on by dismissing it as a trivial matter. She was keeping her in check. Arya looked up at Veronica for a moment, pretending she didn't know, and she smiled brightly and rolled her eyes. "Oh, you mean Gabriel? I also wanted to say hello to the saint once. Your knight is an upright and loyal person. Thank you for sending me a nice person." And once again, she showed a flawless, clean smile. "Nice person?" Then Lloyd muttered a little next to her. But Arya focused all her nerves on Veronica, so she couldn't hear him. "Gabriel? Yes. Sir Gabriel." As Arya pretended to be friendly and called his name, a subtle change was seen in Veronica's expression. She has been living in the same space with Gabriel for 4 years, so it would be natural to think that it was a common name. As if he didn't even want that. But, usually, when a Garcia native is sent to Valentine's castle, they think it's lucky if he doesn't get bullied, let alone have a nickname. The opposite is also true. Because Garcia and Valentine were known to be bitter enemies externally, there's no way Veronica didn't know that. "Did you want your knight to be isolated?" Arya looked at Veronica with a piercing gaze inside, and that moment. "Ah!" Veronica exclaimed briefly. As expected. As expected. After all, you were as kind as I had imagined. No, you re more than I expected. I didn't know you re such a beautiful, kind, and lovable person. I am glad. It's so." She was truly amazed. And she was thrilled. As if she couldn't have been happier than this, she smiled broadly as her face lit up with a color, and tears welled up at the same time. "It's the first time I've met you, but I feel like I've met my lost sister." It's too much. Arya trembled at the words about her lost sister. I am sure Sir Knight was able to live a little more comfortably in a foreign country thanks to the Grand Princess. Aha! So, because Arya resembles Veronica's sister, Gabriel agreed to the name and expressed his liking towards Arya. Was this what Veronica wanted to say? Don't say that. I haven't done anything. Arya smiled softly after the scent, and squeezed her hand tighter as Veronica was holding it. Rather, thanks to Gabriel, I found peace of mind. He prayed with me every day. Did Veronica hear about that from Gabriel? When Arya said that she had prayed with Gabriel every day, the expression on Veronica's face showed displeasure rather than surprise, because the corners of her eyes are very finely frowning. Found peace of mind? Then she heard Lloyd muttering something next to her. This time she listened carefully, but Arya tried to pretend she didn't know. The clarification would be later. Of course, it will be of great comfort to Gabriel to be by the St.'s side more than me. Ah, is that so? You would have been together longer and you would have built more bonds. Arya smiled. Of course, she said this knowing that Veronica had been with him less than 4 years. It was a word that pretended to be in favor of her St. If he was such a precious knight, she should have kept him by her side, as if sarcastic. I've scratched your nerves like this, aren't you going to reveal your true color? Arya followed the gentle smile and watched Veronica's reaction. Maybe she'll make a grim expression or say sharp words without realizing it. Arya expected such a reaction. No, it seems that he has developed a deeper bond with the Grand Princess, doesn't he? Unfortunately, however, Veronica was not a simple, see-through pawn like the Emperor. The sign of her slightly restraining Arya had completely disappeared, and she meekly admitted, over the past 4 years, Gabriel has become closer to Arya than herself. I knew it would be like this, but it's also not common. It was for this reason that Arya never doubted Veronica in her previous life. In that moment, she perfectly captures and erases her emotions. If it wasn't for the necklace, I might not have suspected her yet. But now that her fantasies of the Saint have been stripped away, it was evident. Now, Veronica's expression is mainly the expression that nobles usually make when they throw away cards that are no longer useful. Gabriel no longer useful. The necklace was currently owned by Arya, so Veronica will need Gabriel more desperately than her past life. Because it will be difficult to obtain divine power. Veronica, who was powerless, had to somehow get her hands on him and use him as a chess piece that moved at her will. Or did you find another way to obtain divine power? No, then, when Gabriel secretly looked at Veronica through the communication channel, there was no way that Gabriel, who was dull, could not feel it. Didn't Veronica all come to the Finetta Empire earlier than planned to find a way to increase the divine power? Arya was confused for a moment at Veronica's unexpected reaction. And Sir Knight seems to have said something because of me. Veronica blushed in embarrassment, and she immediately opened her eyes wide and then lowered her eyes and muttered as if crying. Because I lack divine power more than the other saints and priests, it seems that I unintentionally offended others. Arya remembered the day Gabriel said that something bad had happened to Veronica the other day. He said he couldn't tell because it was the Saint's personal history. I don't know exactly what Sir Knight said to the Grand Princess, but I just wanted to convey that you don't have to worry about it at all. I am happy just like this. I don't want to use other means to increase divine power. Veronica was smart. She was even guessing that Gabriel had learned how to increase divine power through Ari. And first, she drew the line saying that she didn't need him on her side. Don't tell me you'll try to predict what I am going to ask first and block it in advance. It was then, Arya was startled. Veronica stroked the back of her hand with her thumb and let it go. Goosebumps rose from the back of her neck at the sticky touch, with unknown intentions. Yes. Arya paused, but Lloyd quickly expressed his displeasure. She blinked innocently as Lloyd showed a ferocious look, as if she had no idea. Since she had already let go of her hand, it was an ambiguous timing to say something. Arya raised her arm and stopped Lloyd, who was clearly thinking, should I just kill this? Great, Saint Veronica. At that time, the cardinal, who was surrounded by the believers and gave blessings, called out to Veronica in a loud voice. He was recognizable at a glance by his glamorous, white appearance that could be seen from afar. Oh, Cardinal Andrea. Was the cardinal here? Arya was stunned. It was because she had no idea why the cardinal had attended this award ceremony. It must be to protest the emperor. Because without a consultation he made everyone S villain, Valentine, the hero. There will also be a lightning bolt from Garcia. I have something to tell you, so please come over here for a moment. He greeted Lloyd and Arya briefly and then tried to take Veronica quickly. I've got work to do, so I'll have to leave, Veronica said sadly. Please take care of my knight for the rest of the year. A person who is more beautiful than a miracle with a warm heart and is more lovely than a fairy. As lovely as a fairy. No matter how much sugarcoating it is, the rhetoric was too much. Then I look forward to seeing you next time. And left without regret, leaving behind only an unknown, strange smile. What does all this mean? She doesn't know either. Arya was only full of confusion. It's really not normal, she just felt it for sure. Now, all the things are and right now, there was no time to seriously reflect on Veronica's actions. She had to keep calming Lloyd, who had become quite uncomfortable, until the ceremony was over. Grand Princess, I understand what you asked for before. I've been trying to. Cloud words trailed off as if in trouble for a moment. The whereabouts of the man could not be found. The man, perhaps he was called Ted. Arya barely recalled in her memory the name, which had passed through her ears as she had heard it before. Is he missing? No, he did not disappear, he escaped. Escape? Arya asked, as if she couldn't believe it. I heard that he has a wife and children. Did they also run away together? Then Cloud responded with a rare wrinkled brow. It is said that he abandoned his family and fled overnight without paying off his debts. Huh, it was more absurd than his sudden escape. Isn't he the one who set out to find the vain treasures of Atlantis to pay off debts and save his family? Then he got the money from the conch pearl, abandoned his family, and fled without paying off his debts. The situation was not right. Did you confirm that he made it back to the estate safely? Yes, I've heard it from the other Black Falcon. Since she had paid for the pearl, they would have kept an eye on the money to make sure it wasn't stolen by bandits or used for dangerous things. They wouldn't have bothered to go inside the estate and check it out. Then it has to do with the Lord. Arya was sure. The Lord's humanity has been questioned ever since he taunted his servants for breaking a teacup, putting the servants in debts and taunting them to come find the treasure. What? The Lord? Then, Cloud looked startled and asked in disbelief. The reaction seemed unpredictable. No way, he didn't ask questions, he just came back without doing anything. Arya slightly regretted sending Cloud alone. It was simply because she thought lightly that it would be over if Cloud brought Ted. She didn't expect she would be involved in an incident in the middle. How is Sir using your head? At that time, Vincent, who was next to Arya, was researching the materials about Atlantis, asked. He was genuinely puzzled, not mocking. Then Cloud answered calmly. I hear a lot about it being a decoration. You are proud of yourself, aren't you? Doesn't that mean I am handsome? Vincent laughed briefly ho-ho. He was over this because he knew he was the one who would be grabbing the back of his own neck and fell if he reacted more than this. He opened his mouth with a gentle smile on his face. Ha ha, yes. Sir's head is good enough to be used as a decoration. I am flattered. Don't get shy, it's not a compliment. Arya sighed and wiped her face, flapping her lips. But in the end, she didn't say anything. If you happy, maybe that'll be enough. If the level of common sense stopped at that level, would it not be that he just didn't want to know? Cloud would just be a happy knight if he had a master to serve while honing his swordsmanship. Arya also smiled vaguely, but she still punished Vincent by stepping on his foot for his words. Don't make fun of my knight. I just agreed with him because he said his head was a decoration. Vincent let out a small groan and was surprised, then put down the documents and said. I had a quick look at what sister-in-law asked for. What do you think? I remember all the records about Atlantis that I found in the Angelo library last time. After showing off his memory, he shook his head. But I don't remember reading anything about it. I can't find it anywhere else. I see. Was it so? Arya let out a sigh openly, showing her disappointment. She turned her attention back to the news that Cloud brought. Which family is the Lord from exactly? It is Viscount O'Neill. He said he didn't know anything about the man's whereabouts, but I don't know if he was pretending. Cloud trembled with a sense of betrayal. Arya and Vincent stared at him with cold eyes. Anyway, I've heard that his family was sold to the Underhill slave. What? Already? Arya jumped up from her seat. More because the Underhill slave trader was a large-scale slave trader operating around the world based on the kingdom of Bruto. It was quite a troublesome place to touch. When were they sold? It was a week ago. Usually, after educating slaves, they are auctioned off in the market, but recently they are all sent to the kingdom of Bruto. Why? The kingdom of Bruto was a country bordered by Garcia and the lowest place in between. In order to get there from the Feneta Empire by ship, it would take a long time. Was there any reason to move slaves from other country to their home country? It would be a waste of time and money, and the procedure would be very complicated. If things go wrong, it can lead to problems between countries and cause casualties. It was not something they would do at the expense of such loss. I heard that the kingdom of Bruto has been collecting slaves on a large scale recently, but I don't know the details. Cloud added, I was told they would be sent there. Large scale, they were going to launch several ships. There would be many slaves. Arya murmured, lost in her thoughts. She thought that hopefully she could take advantage of this situation. Even after hearing that, Sir could not have guessed that it was Viscount O'Neill's. No, don't he? Let us just not talk about it. Vincent, who heard all the stories next to him, raised his glasses and said. Seeing that slave traders were involved, it seems that he owed a loan to some debt business and the Viscount. He seem to want to pay the Viscount for the money, as he seems to have worked hard to get the money from Conch Pearl. It was a casual tone. Arya remembered Ted, who was desperate to protect his family. Vincent muttered, a week, and then clicked his tongue and shook his head. Just give up. A long time has passed. The man named Ted must have already been killed by Viscount O'Neill. No, don't he give up? Yes? Why? He is not dead yet. He was a lord of bad taste who did not laugh and did not ignore it even after hearing the absurd story of Atlantis treasure. He pretended to give Ted a chance to the end and played with him for fun. It is very likely that it was still the case today. Is O'Neill's estate near here? It is hard to say if it is close or far, but the shaman is still in the mansion, so we can go right away. Then I'll be out for a while, Arya said lightly as if she was going for a walk to the front and got up from her seat. Now, wait a minute. Sister-in-law, Grand Princess, no. However, Vincent and Cloud simultaneously grabbed Arya's hem, and they forced her to stop as she was about to go straight ahead. For some reason, at that time, the two of them agreed. What is wrong with them? Arya said as she brushed off the hands of the two who were interfering with her. Don't stop me. I'll be right back. She had the confidence to fix it in the blink of an eye. Whether it was slave traders or the Lord, infiltrating through the song, brainwashing them and extorting them would be the end of it. But the two men who heard her say it calmly vehemently oppose it. Absolutely not. Yes, never. And Arya was forcibly taken away. To Lloyd, come on, repeat after me. I cherish my body. To Lloyd's harsh words, Arya responded with a sullen expression. I cherish my body, but I isn't that what Lloyd is supposed to be saying. Then, at her retort, Vincent smirked and clicked his tongue. Can brother's monstrous body be compared to sister-in-law's glass body? Just because your body is strong doesn't mean you can roll it around. Then you shouldn't roll the glass body even more, because it will shatter. It wasn't that much, but for an instant, she was speechless. When Arya reveals that she is a siren, she realized that there were 3 more people who nagged at her just like Carlin. No, not just 3 people. Tristan and Sabina would never have let her go if they knew about it. I should just sneak up on it. Arya habitually thought so, but in the end she had no choice but to have a warm smile on her lips. Yes, I will cherish it. Shouldn't she be taking care of it from now on? How to live with Valentine. Arya was planning to unravel the identity of the curse that Valentine had been carrying. At the same time, she had to find a way to heal her broken body. For that I have been desperately researching Atlantis. If there were any sirens other than Arya in Atlantis, she wondered if they would be able to heal her time-limited body. I am not sure if the siren's song works for the same siren. Arya had never heard Sophia sing when she was a child. It was only after Sophia died that Arya realized she was a siren because Sophia hid it so thoroughly from Arya. So she didn't know exactly. Mother died. She has no choice but to meet the same siren and check it out. She could not go to Atlantis blindly without any information she needed. For that reason, Arya asked Vincent to find out whether her song works with sirens. But he said he couldn't find any related records. Still, the situation was positive. Because the same magicians can communicate with each other, and the same priests with the same divine power can communicate with each other. Wouldn't it be the same with sirens? If there were sirens other than Arya, and the Sireness song worked for Arya, then I can be with you for the rest of my life, with Lloyd. Until they die of old age. Arya was thrilled by the fact and wanted to go to Atlantis as soon as possible. But if you use too much force, it will be putting the cart before the horse. Lloyd was right. She had to cherish her body. Then can I go now? I don't think you listen to me at all. I am in a hurry right now, so. What's the use of putting people down there? Arya shook her head. This must be done secretly. They shouldn't have anything to do with Valentine. It would be a public debate, and things might get more complicated if she got someone to step out of the family on a grand scale. Since it was related to slave traders in other countries, there was a high possibility that it would become an international problem. She didn't know whether the story about Atlantis would leak out, so she had to move in secret. Or, just say a word to me. I'll take care of it, Lloyd said quietly. As if to explain the obvious again, as if he would take care of everything, as soon as her orders were given, just as he did with Count Chateau. Arya looked up at him like that, and said, "Come with me." Lloyd was still displeased, but he sighed and nodded his head. You right. If the Black Falcons in the mansion would be willing to sacrifice their life by sister-in-law's order, why bother doing it alone? Because she had a habit of doing it alone. In the beginning, it was hard to change a person's habit. Arya scratched her cheek with a puzzled expression and said, "Notifying the Black Falcons could lead to family problems. I want to move a little secretly." You and sister-in-law, you too? Vincent had the same unfavorable expression Lloyd had made earlier. I'll also ask Sir Cloud if this were to happen. If it is, sir. He would automatically keep it a secret. Arya swallowed the rest of the words and smiled, folding her eyes softly. Instead, she cited a second reason. Besides, he can defeat 100 people himself. I am nervous about that decorative head. Vincent muttered, genuinely worried about the head. I will go too. Yes. Surprised, Cloud replied like a sword. You will only be a burden. What? Be you, burden? The blue eyes beyond the glasses grew as if they were about to pop out. Hearing a burden from a burden, he was so traumatized that he was unable to speak for a while. Have you ever seen dramas where one of the characters suddenly grabs the back of their neck and groans in pain and then falls down? If so, then yes, this was what Vincent was talking about. In fact, Vincent was tolerant and did not interfere with things that seemed to be physically challenging at first glance. But this time it was different. If he didn't follow the enthusiasm and curiosity engraved in his genes, he thought he would regret it. Because I think I will be able to see the ancient civilization Atlantis, which disappeared into the sea leaving only the legend with my own eyes. But then, sir, do you know how valuable the knowledge and wisdom I have in my head is? No, it is a treasure trove that cannot be converted into worldly values. But what, burden? Vincent was so shocked that he burst out laughing. You so weak that you stumble from time to time. What kind of strength will this need? Sir's head is a decoration because you do everything by force. Then the knight, who knew that the word decorative head is handsome, remained silent for a while, and then he answered confidently. I don't know why you praising me all of a sudden. Ah, my blood pressure, look at that. At a very young age, you even have blood pressure problems. Cloud, who had become Vincent's low blood pressure medicine at some point, looked at him anxiously with his forehead pressed. Ha, yes. I am very weak, so I don't care if you going to protect me or not. It's okay, so just go away. Vincent took a deep breath and looked at Arya with a relieved look. So what's the plan? Plan? Arya thought for a moment. Currently, Tristan and Sabina are tied to the Imperial Palace because they came to the capital at this time. No matter how long it is, she has saved herself 5 days, so if she wants to solve the case as quickly as possible. Can I solve everything with my powers? Then, the eyes of the 3 men who were there all turned to Arya. There were expressions of doubting their own ears for a moment. I've never heard of such a reckless plan. Even Cloud, who moves the muscles of his body more often than the brain, said so. He knows the meaning of the word reckless. Rabbit, have you always solved problems like this? It has been a while since she was called Rabbit. Arya traced her memory. In the meantime, she hasn't been particularly conscious of her own actions, but it was usually like that. After recklessly heading to the source of the problem, solving it with her body whether her body holds out or not, that was Arya's way. Arya realized once again as she traced her own path. Actually, I don't even need to make a detailed plan, because the SIREN's abilities cover most of the cases. The reason is most of the cases rather than all is because it can be used for many people at once. Of course, there is nothing that can be done if she grinds her life to the limit like her last life. I can't do that anymore. Arya sneaked away from the tenacious gaze of the three men, especially Lloyd. What a heavy silence it must have been. Lloyd spoke to her first. It's an urgent matter, so let's go with Arya's plan for now. Are you serious? Vincent asked in surprise. But, in fact, it was unavoidable. After a week has passed since they were sold to the slave traders, the ship must already be sailing in the middle of the sea. Even if they run right now, time will be tight. There's nothing we can do. Vincent nodded his head and dragged Cloud, who insisted he could do it alone. Carlin, who had been watching Arya for quite some time now, nagged the three people as soon as he saw them. Of course, Arya didn't even listen with her ears. This time with the Grand Prince, you'll be fine. This time, it sounds like she went out alone sometimes. Ha ha, here's a moving scroll. As Lloyd reacted quickly, Carlin, in a cold sweat, slipped the scroll into Lloyd's hand and forcibly tore it apart. I'll talk to you when I get back, Shaman. In the blurred vision, Lloyd could clearly see only the afterimage of Carlin shaking his body. At the same time they moved to the back mountain near O'Neill's estate. Arya looked at the Lord's castle from a distance and said, "We have no choice but to walk to the castle kayak." At the same time, Lloyd hugged Arya. She reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck and blinked her eyes. Now that she was used to it, she wasn't too surprised. However, his breath and body, which became closer and closer in the blink of an eye, were unfamiliar to her no matter how many times she experienced it. Let's move together. Lloyd went down the mountain at such a speed that she thought he wasn't human. He was followed by Cloud with equal speed. She stopped and looked behind her. Who was chasing after them? They hadn't even made it all the way down the mountain, but Vincent was far behind and gasping. "Get on my back." "Are you crazy? If you don't want to be left here alone, I don't care." In the end, Vincent had no choice but to be carried by Cloud like a burden. It was only for a moment that his face blushed in shame. He quickly adapted to the situation and took a comfortable seat behind the knight's wide back. Originally, the side that used the head and the side that used the body was separate. The security is poor. It wasn't actually poor. Arya thought as she looked down at the guards who fell helplessly in Lloyd's hand, who had not drawn a sword. By the way, the Emperor's most elite knights were also blown into the wall at once. Even if there was the gutter rat in it, he certainly wasn't human. Lloyd held Arya in his arms and took care of the guards at once. He said after kicking one of the stunned on the floor to wake him up. "Where is the Lord's room?" "No, I can't tell you that." He looked up at Lloyd, who had his hood pressed tightly, in a voice trembling with fear. "Isn't it better to speak before you can no longer speak because you have no mouth?" Gasp! Arya raised her hand and tapped Lloyd's shoulder, who was threatening cruelly. "Pat, Pat." As if to calm down. "Why?" Arya pointed her finger somewhere without speaking. "I can hear Ted's scream from under the iron bars on the wall over there." "Is that a dungeon? Then there's no need to meet the Lord." How do you know that?" Lloyd silently struck the guard behind the neck with his scabbard, stunning him, and then moved again. "Please, take me out. Knight, please. My family is waiting for me to come." And as they got closer, she could hear Ted's voice more clearly. Arya came down from Lloyd's arms and looked into the iron bars. It was a dungeon, so she had to bow her head to see inside. "Ted, who gasp, are you the king?" Arya lifted her hood slightly to reveal her face, and he recognized her at once. Even in this situation, he was still playing a skit. Should she be glad he didn't call her Grand Princess? "Lloyd, can you take this off?" Arya said, pointing to the iron bars tightly embedded in the hole. Hearing her request, which makes it intentional that she was going alone, Lloyd immediately revealed his uneasy feelings. "Rabbit, I hope you he didn't want to believe it." "Don't I am the only one who can get in and out of this hole. You just need to break through the front door. It takes too long to break straight through the front door of the dungeon. When you broke into the castle, you should come in through the small door that procures the castle. It was common sense. Besides, if they break through the front door, no matter how secretive they are, they can't help but be exposed immediately. It's not like I am risking my life to jump at this level. And I won't get hurt. Once Arya began to insist in this direction, she would never break her will. Lloyd sighed and said, lightly twisting all the iron bars and pulling him out. If it's dangerous, send me a message right away. Yes. She nodded, shoved her body into the hole and jumped off. Oh. Ted, who had been skeptical of the conversation from above, fell right under Arya's feet. Arya paused for a moment as she stepped on his back, stiffened, then panicked, and she hurried down, and said, I am here to save you. Ted rubbed his back with the footprints, groaned, and then burst into tears. King, I believed in you. What is there to believe between them? Arya said, leaving the absurdity behind for a moment. I am going to save you from this prison from now on. There is no time to delay, so listen to me. Make a fuss so that the jailer comes running. By the way, you can speak from the beginning. Let us move on from the little things now. Your family is in danger now. At Arya's added words, Ted, who was as if he had some screws loosened, seriously hardened his face. And with a more serious face than ever, he took a deep breath. OGOODD, oh God my STOMMAAACHH. Then he rolled on the floor and started screaming deafeningly. The guard, who had been playing cards, walked over to him, ignoring his cries. This madman is starting again, and he was startled to see Arya inside the prison cell. What? Who are you? No, how did you get in there? He slowly took a step back. He was ready to run right away and summon his comrades. Arya opened her mouth before that. Love is a rebellious bird. Opera, Carmen, Habanera is sung by Carmen, a passionate and free-spirited gypsy woman. That none can tame, and it is quite in vain that one calls it, if it suits it to refuse. It was a song of sensual seduction. When this song was sung, everyone fell at Arya's feet and kissed her feet. If you don't love me, I love you. However, when she sang in a clear and transparent tone suitable for a choir, it became a completely different song from the song in her memory. It wasn't a provocation to seduce and capture. A wounded bird, frightened with its broken leg, sang a mournful song in search of shelter from the rain for a while. Please open the door, please. I am so tired and exhausted. Of course, I don't intend to be tamed, and if my legs get better, I may fly away soon. The bird you hope to catch beat its wings and flew away, but I'd be happy if you let me go. All around you, swift, it comes, goes, then it returns. The guard's eyes slowly began to unravel. He saw the vision of a blue bird blooming with the power of the singing. He stretched out his hand towards his bird, and slowly brought it to his side. Then he reached for his key and fumbled. You think to hold it fast, it dodges you. You think to dodge it, it holds you. The jailer picked the key and put it in the cell door and opened it. The sound of the door opening echoed through the dungeon as if accompanied by Arya's singing. It was not long afterwards that they could get a plausible ship. Lloyd just poured the jewels into the hands of the shipowner, who threatened to never sell the ship. ILL drive. Besides, there was also a decent navigator. Then my family is on the slave trader's boat to the kingdom of Bruto. Ted was still confused about what was going on. However, blinded by worries for his family, he obeyed and followed them without panic. Slave trader, no matter what happened, no, I don't think so. Vincent answered instead, and he reassured him that they would not touch the slaves, at least until the ship reached port. Of course, before that, Arya's purpose was to retake them. Do you know why pirates are so hard to catch? Arya leaned on the deck and said, what happens on the sea is buried under the sea. Shall we go loot the slave traders then? Here we end the video. In this video I am taken chapter 51 to 100. Or if you want next part of this novel, then comment below. Also let us discuss which scene you liked most. If you have any query, then ask in comment section. See you soon.